Right, it is the 8th day of October 2024, one day that is very, very important to the nation, particularly to Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, to the presidency and to the people of Kenya. It is going to be a day that is going to raise so many questions, and you're going to be trying to answer some of them. And just take a look at what this particular day is. Special motion for the impeachment of Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. Today, he is going to be presenting himself in front of the members of parliament from 5 p.m. all the way to 7 p.m. Following what he has been saying on Sunday, saying, please forgive me if I said something wrong yesterday for about 2 hours plus, and talking about his massive wealth and, among others, saying, this is my defense. Today, we try and continue taking a look at what this means for the country. And this particular morning, we're joined by Wanja Maina. She's the founder of Hummingbird Grassroots Center. Karibu sana. Also, Banis Njeri, advocate of the High Court, as well as Kathy Irungu. She is a politician. We do hope to also have Kimani Mwangi. He is a governance expert a little bit later on. Ladies, thank you very much for making time. All of you are here on Friday when you're taking a look at the public participation and what Kenyans had to say from different sectors. Banis, allow me to start with you on this one, just to paint a picture on the legal framework so far. Okay. So up to where we are, is everything being followed to the letter according to the Constitution on this impeachment process?
My take is they are trying, but I don't see, or I cannot say it was actual, they have followed the actual process as stipulated, because we have seen a third of the members of parliament supported the motion, and right now it's in parliament, National Assembly. And before they could even vote whether the deputy president should be impeached or not, they said, okay, let's get the opinion of the people, of the common wananchi. And that is what is called public participation. Okay. But my question today is, was the public participation meaningful, or did it meet the threshold set out in the Wambora case or in the Sonko's case? Okay. That is one question that we should try and answer today. And it is something that he raised. Before I move on to the other ladies, it is also something he raised as well. Talk about the whole shoddy and saying that he should have been given an opportunity to speak, because people were doing this public participation, yet they had not heard from him. According to the law, what should primarily come first? Once an allegation is set out against a person, that particular person should be given the right to respond. Because the public mwananchi was responding or making a decision concerning based on one side. They had not heard Gachagua's point of view. So in my view, he was not given the right to fair hearing to a common mwananchi. Right. Yes. Wanja, naturally, how should this have happened if the deputy president will have been given an opportunity? Should we have seen him in front of the National Assembly? What kind of a platform? So that, because yesterday what he was saying was, one, he was asking if he's going to be there today, he should not be heckled. He should be given the 2 hours allocated time so that he can say his points very clearly. And well, he got that opportunity yesterday. But prior to the public participation, where could he have done this bit of saying, this is what is my truth?
Thank you so much, and good morning to our TV47 viewers. And I've been following the recent happenings in the country, and I'm happy to report that TV47 is my source of major news and current affairs. So I'm happy to be here in a station that I love. I'll start by speaking the language of where I come from. And where I come from, because I interact a lot with the youth, even with the center that I founded, what I have been hearing is that they are saying, hii syllabus ya Kenya inakimbia. Okay. So, syllabus imekimbia sana. Since Friday, a lot has happened. Okay. For example, when we were here on Friday, as we were trying to analyze and watching Kenyans from various parts of the counties, when I left here, I went to Kiambu because I come from Kiambu. I'm born in one of the constituencies in Kiambu. And indeed, the syllabus really kimbiad. Why? We went first. Traditional public participation is where you go, unaelezewa vitu, unasoma, unasema yes or no. But when I arrived there, we started with music. We were angukaing with it. We were singing reggae. And anybody who was
That
coming...
Friday night.
Yes.
Yeah.
And anybody who came with those papers, your motion, they said that the parliament staff who has been sent is talking too much English, and hawaelewi. And any paper that was seen somewhere where I was, because I'm reporting from the ground,
Okay.
it was being torn.
Right.
So then, to answer you and to say that the issue of the impeachment was settled in the public opinion and the public court.
Okay.
Impeach both. Kufa makanga, kufa dereva. But since yesterday, that syllabus that is running, sasa inasema kufa mechanic. They have not told me who the mechanic is up to until right now.
Right.
But you have asked a pertinent question. What should have been done?
Yes.
There's no precedent to this matter, you know. You know, the reason why we are seeing this issue of Rigiji and everybody is very interested in it, it is because since tukwena this constitution ya 2010, whereby wanaelectiwa is a pair. In the past, the deputy president was a vice president was an appointee of the president. Alikuwa, it is said that alikuwa anafuta lunchtime. Unasikia tu, huyo amefutwa. Before then, there's a whole reshuffle. So this is a different case, and that's why now the scenario is building impeachable, because in the court of public opinion, watu wanasema kaa tuliwaelect tukiwa wote, tutatoa tukiwa wote. And you're asking, what should Rigiji, what should he have done? In my view, even him, he's not getting precedent from anywhere. It has never been done. He's just relying on watching TV 47 and TV and listening to the ground like all other people. Why? Because he's ascertaining the public mood and the mood of the people on the ground. Yesterday, he's prosecuted his matter in that same very court. And in my view, you could easily pick that he's trying to play into the gallery. For those of us,
to you?
well, he talked to me quite a lot. You know, as an enthusiast of public speaking, I'm told that the most important thing is to finish strong. While we are busy talking about who is going to be kicked out of office, he was saying that the most important things are who is stealing our airport, Adani, who is stealing our healthcare, and that is exactly what the Wananchi are saying.
Right.
So for me, this issue, I would say in simple word, it is more political than it is legal.
Right. Irungu, as she rightfully says, the whole court of public opinion, the whole court of public really worked for Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. Just to quote what he said yesterday, the public participation was a shoddy exercise. My response wasn't part of what was given to the people. Rules of natural justice demand that no one should be condemned and heard. My lawyers will challenge the process as not meeting the set threshold set in Governor Wambora's case, which Bernice had mentioned. We'll get to the whole bit of this judiciary later on. But in any case, he had done this bit of actually saying, this is my truth, before the public participation was done. Might we have seen different scenarios in different counties? Friday we were here with you, and just immediately you could see people, tearing these papers, as she rightfully says, in Muranga, in different places. Could we have seen a different script if Rigathi did this, said all that?
I doubt. I think Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, His Excellency, is actually playing politics, as usual, because he has, first of all, the timing was right. The timing was right. He came actually at a time when, first of all, he's speaking to the masses, and just like I said the other time when we were here, he's trying to arouse emotions. And now everybody seems to feel like, oh, this guy is actually under siege, or maybe he didn't do all these things that he's actually, or actually he's being accused for. So right now, if I were to speak about what happened yesterday vis-a-vis the public participation that happened, I think he also offered a lot of civic education yesterday, because he went deep into telling us, one, the accusations, and I think he disagreed with everything and said, I've not committed all these ills. And the second thing that he did, he also came out to elaborate further or even explain to us what the shareholding meant. And we were actually taken by surprise because some of us did not understand. He's being accused of saying that the Mulima people, where I also come from, are shareholders or they should get majority of the shares. And now he came out and told us, wait a moment, I'm not the only person who actually, he confessed that he didn't sign any agreement with the president. They only had this, what I would call a gentleman's agreement or gentleman's agreement. But he told us that Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula signed an agreement with the president, and the agreement said that they were going to deliver 30% of their votes and then in exchange of the position that they currently hold.
Yeah.
So he actually took us through a lot of, let me just call it quote, quote, civic education, and we were able to understand a lot of things that we didn't know earlier. Okay. However, I think a lot is going to happen today, but the way things are, I do not expect the Parliament to spare him. I do not expect Senate to spare him. But because he's already told the public what he expects, maybe his justice will come from the court.
Right. Now, the fact that you've already taken us to Parliament. Wanja, let me now get into the Parliament. Let's take a look at the numbers here, first of all. He needs about 117 members of Parliament to block this motion. He will need about 233 MPs to send him to Senate. Help us understand, in your view, how these numbers you see playing today, and how also another key figure, 291 members of Parliament who signed this particular motion. What do you take in these numbers?
This Parliament of ours, when we were having the Gen Z protests, one of the parliamentarians told us that the reason why the young people are very angry with the Parliament, it is because they read a book called Parliament of Olds in high school. And even those of us who are not too old, who are former Gen Zs, we read a number of set books and literature that makes us, every day that we wake up, we doubt these our parliamentarians. On June 25th, these parliamentarians were impeached by the Gen Zs. It is not on record. There was no public participation of the motions if we are to go the legal way. But the fact that the Gen Zs went to the Parliament, it was a strong message for anybody who cared to watch and read the mood of the country. This same Parliament has been unable to pass the finance bill. 2023 tulienda kotini, na even in 2024 we don't have a Parliament. Over the weekend, we have seen around a number of Mount Kenya parliamentarians waking up and saying, after soul searching, I have changed my mind about the signature I put. We have seen, Kwanza one said soul searching, English is not our language. And then we also saw some parliamentarians starting their funny hashtags and saying, kuapendi signature sio kuvote. Apparently the signature is not voting. So these are our parliamentarians. It seems like when they put the signature, the 290, they were getting orders from the above. And when I say orders from the above, I mean the executive.
Okay.
Over and over again, our parliamentarians have told us that they don't understand the concept of separation of powers.
Right.
Every day, they follow the instructions from the executive and from their party leaders. If you really want to know that they follow the instructions from their party leaders, other than from the people they are representing, you could see some people say, the MP of Kibwezi West, Mutuse, is not ours. No, please note that even though his name is Kamba, he's not from a predominant, the predominant Kamba party in that region. That tells us something. It tells us that even these 290 numbers does not necessarily mean that they did it out of conviction. They did it out of the mob mentality of following the party position, instruction. Maybe they were under duress or they were threatened. What am I saying? The fact that they started self-preservation on the weekend and saying, kuweka signature sio kuvote. The fact that some have changed their mind after reading the mood of the ground, it tells us something. That these parliamentarians of ours, while ordinarily we expect them to be people of high repute, people who make judicious and wise decisions, over and over again they have proven that sometimes they are funny. That tells us something. That tells us that even through observation, it seems like Rigiji, who is going to stand before a quasi-judicial system, because what is being, you see, parliament is not judiciary, but this is a quasi-judicial kind of a process where atakuwa naulizwa maswali na atakuwa na lawyers wake. Then you can easily ask yourself, will he get justice in a way from people who keep changing their minds on the weekend, who are soul searching and changing their mind with the benefit of hindsight? That's what they say. So these numbers are interesting numbers. But we have seen in the past where parliamentarians have said, ati after reading, si kusoma finance bill vizuri ndio maana nilisupport, lakini sasa nimesoma, I regret. So could it be that they didn't read this motion?
Right.
So I foresee a situation where the system, the people around Rigiji, who will be his lawyers and his team of experts, will poke a lot of holes. I foresee an instance where they'll be asked the hard questions. I foresee a situation where some MPs might change their mind. I foresee, by the way, in Kiambu, where we were participating, even some MPs were being impeached, quote unquote. They were being mentioned in that on top of the track, na watu wanasema pia huyo waende. So for me, this is a cocktail of politics.
Okay, right. Kimani Mwangi has finally joined us. Kimani Mwangi, karibu sana to the set. Even as he does that, so I'll be coming to you, Banis, in a short while. Just to understand this 291 members of parliament who signed. Does it follow the law, the standing orders of the National Assembly, or do you just have to be told that you can just, sign? But before that, I want us to cross over all the way to Karatina, where Muiga William is. Muiga William, a very good morning to you. I don't know how chilly it is in Karatina right now, but definitely the political temperatures are going to be quite high in that area. All eyes on the National Assembly, particularly from 5 p.m. Are the residents there eager for this particular day?
Good morning to you, Fred, back in studio. Indeed, it is a chilly morning here in Karatina. Believe me or not, for any avoidance of doubt, we are the heart of Murima. Karatina, this is Madera constituency in Nyeri County, and this is where the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua served for a term of 5 years as the Member of Parliament before going to the second-in-command seat as the Deputy President. All right, Fred, without saying much, I just want to engage a number of residents just to get a reaction to what also they expect today and matters that will be taking place at the National Assembly. Allow me to walk inside the market. This is Karatina Market, where a beehive of activities is already taking place. Fresh produce that are going to be taken to Nairobi, and these traders are already up and running just to have make the day count in terms of money, monetary-wise, and matters. Even as they wait for this debate to start in the National Assembly, they can be able to mean something for the day. Now, let me engage a number of residents here. A number of them who are already in their business. Starting off with habari zenu, habari asubuhi. Yes, hii ni TV 47. Tumezuru eneo hili. Labda tuko na kusikia maoni yenu kuhusiana na semi zake naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua jana usiku, na ni kipi unatarajia siku ya leo? Tunatarajia leo. Tuanze na jina lako.
Jina linaitwa Samuel Muturi. Mimi kwa pia unajua majina yote unasikia. Hiyo maneno mnaleta hii hapa kwa kaunti ya Nyeri, hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Ujipukuza kaa kidete, tunakaa kidete. Hakuna kitu kama na kitu ya maana unaleta kuchukuliwa. Ukijenda kumtarajia impeachment, hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Hiyo itakuwa vita. Itakuja kuvudia vita ya Kikuyu na Kalajini.
Asante sana. Asante sana. Labda niweza kuzungumza na mwingine hapa. Ndugu yangu, maoni yako ni yapi kuhusiana na swala hili? Na unatarajia nini siku ya leo wakati mjadala huu utakuwa ukijadiliwa bungeni? Tuanze na jina lako.
Kwa majina, mimi ni Charles, mkaaji wa Karatina, muuzaji wa nyanya. Ile kitakuweko, hao watu ni wao tuliwachagua, na tulichagua Gachagua kama vile tuliwachagua. Vile wanasema watamuagucha, ni wao wanafikiria hivyo. Lakini sisi hapa, sisi tuko na yeye imara kabisa. Hatuko tayari kusema ati akona makosa. Hakuna kwa bunge hiyo mtu ambaye hana makosa. Wote watoke. Kama ni Gachagua atatoka, pia president atoke. Wakuje tena upya. Na rais achague IBC. Shauri iko kitu anaficha hapo ndani. kabla anaona akichagua IBC kutakuwa na by election mingi, na hiyo anazuia, anaficha. Sisi tuko kidete na Gachagua.
Asante kwa muda wako. Aha. Mamu, jambo, habari ya asubuhi.
Mzuri.
Tuanze na jina lako na semi zako ni zipi kuhusiana na mchakato wa siku ya leo wa kujadili kumuondoa ofisini Rigathi Gachagua?
Kwa majina naitwa Florence Akinyi, nafanya kazi kwa Karatina Open Air Market na uza nyanya. Sisi tungesema kusema hivi. Kulingana na masakati hii tunaona Gachagua, tunaona waende wawili. Juu ile kikapu tulikuwa tunaweka kula ilikuwa kikapu moja. Ya watu wangapi? Wawili. Kwa hivyo kama ni kuenda tungesema waende wawili ndio tuchaguane upya. Na kwanza tunataka wachague IBC ndio tuweze tutoe wale wote ambao wanasumbua katika hii serikali.
Asante. Mama, ulikuwa na nafasi. Kwani ulikuwa unasema mimi unatoroka? Njoo tuzungumze. Well, Fred, the madam there was nodding and I expected him to say something. All right. There you have it. Quite divergent views on about the sun or the soil. That is regarding Gachagua. You've heard from them. Some are still shy to speak about this matter, but some are still bold and expressing themselves. It is quite an issue. Sorry for that. Yes, there was a trolley being rolled down in this market. Yes, as I was saying, Fred, it is quite an issue that is divided views among Kenyans, but of importance are the views of the people of Madera constituency. You have heard from them, and they are insisting that the views that they gave the clerks of the National Assembly that is on Friday and Saturday, they still hold to that view, noting that this is a matter that has really divided the country, and we're expecting much to take place today at the National Assembly, and we'll still be here to see and also get the reactions of the residents of Madera. Back to you, Fred.
Right, thank you very much. Mwege William in Karatina is going to be definitely following us with us on that. And we'll be briefly taking you all the way to Naivasha, but then Kimani Mwangi has joined us, and we'll be definitely getting to hear the sentiments from other people from different parts of the country. And majorly, two people so far have talked about the constitution of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. I don't know if we're going to be getting that from different parts of the country. But briefly, before we cross over to Naivasha, when we're ready with Willie Dennis Njiru, the whole bit of 291 members of parliament who appended their signatures. So yes, we'll be getting with you on that, but it's just to understand the whole constitution and standing orders, and was it legally followed? Willie Dennis Njiru, a very good morning to you. Ukiwa hapo Naivasha, how are things looking like? Today's a very big day. Is it a big day for people in Naivasha? Are they following this closely, or it doesn't really matter for them?
Thank you, Stanley. And like you said, it is in the court of public opinion, as you can see right behind me here with the locals, Naivasha residents here. It is indeed a great day for the second in command of this country, with over 2 hours that he had yesterday on live coverage to ensure that he told the public on what it is that he is to present this at 5 p.m. today at the parliament. Without taking much time, I'm going to be handing over the mantle to the public here, who are going to be letting us know what the views are in regard to what we expect. Nakushikia Mike. Gina.
My name is Daniel. Na mimi ni mkazi wa huku Naivasha. So kulingana na maoni yangu, kama Gachagua anatoka, na sisi tulimchagua kwa upendo, tukawachagua wote, tukaenda tukawavotia. So sioni vyenye wanafaa kukasilikiana ama kuletana juu. So kama ni kutoka, watoke wote wawili, na kama ni kukaa, wakae wote, tuwape miaka yao 5. Kama watafanya maendeleo, wafanye maendeleo yao. Juu sisi tuliwachagua watufanyie maendeleo. Lakini sasa vyenye wamekaa kila siku ni zigzag. Inaonelea tuwape tu hiyo miaka 5. Wakitoka, kama ni kutoka mmoja anatoka, watoke wawili. Turudi kwa debe tena.
Awacha tumsikie mwingine. Ndugu, nieleze jina lako na maoni yako ni gani?
Kwa majina yangu naitwa Peter, mkaaji hapa Naivasha. Nilifurahi jana kwa our deputy president venye aliweza kujiongea jana. Sasa tukakuwa tumeelewa venye kunaendelea. Sasa mimi nataka kusema kama mimi nilichoma fare yangu kutoka Narok nikakuja kupiga kura yangu mpaka Naivasha. Nikatumia fare nikakuja nikachagua Legeji na Ruto. Mimi hata kura yangu ilikuwa ya UDA yote mpaka wabuga mpaka MCA. Sasa tunasikia vibaya wakati tunaona wakati our president anasukumilia Legeji juu ya ati atoke kwa kiti yake. Sisi tunasema tuliwapea wawili. Kama Ruto ataenda, kama Legeji ataenda, hata Ruto aende. So sioni kitu kinaweza fanya Legeji aende.
Alikuwa na nafasi ya kujitetea kwa umma hapo jana kuhusiana na swala zima, na akasema kwamba yeye alichaguliwa na kura milioni 7.2 na hataondoka kitini. Semi hizi zinaashiria kitu gani?
Hata si hatutaki aondoke kwa kiti. Sisi tulikuwa tunataka akae venye amekaa gumu. Asijaribu kama anamtoa wamtoe, lakini hatakuwa amemtoa na ile njia halali. Asante sana.
Asante, acha tusikie mwingine hapa. Ndugu, nieleze jina lako.
Yes, kwa majina yangu mimi naitwa James Mureithi, mkazi wa hapa Naivasha. Mimi kusema ukweli mimi na shida hata tunaelekea wapi? Tuna wabunge ambao wanakona macho na hata president mwenyewe anasikizanga kweli. Maana Wakenya tuko na shida mingi sana. Sasa president na bunge kuona ati shida yetu tu ni Gachagua, mimi na shida ni nini? Wakati ule watoto wetu hawaendi shule, watu wanakufa kwa nyumba kwa sababu ya hospitali na shida. Yani ukisikia kila mahali ni wizi, ni ufisadi. Mimi na shida hii bunge hawezi kuwa na special sitting ya kujadili mambo ambayo inahusu wa Kenya. Ama ni interest sawa wakumbwa. Mimi nawaambia mjichunge sana wakumbwa. Tunaangalia kwa macho yote mbili.
Na endapo vile walivyopiga signature itaenda hivyo, basi mshtakabali wa taifa utakuwa gani?
Yes, vile walipiga signature, mimi najua mimi mwenyewe nilisupport Gachagua. Maana mimi sioni ni kwa nini atoke. Niwaulize swali moja. Kwa nini Gachagua atoke? Maana alitetea watu wale wanakaa Mathare Fare wasifurushwe. Na hata mbunge wa Mathare unasikia akisema Gachagua atoke. Na watu wa Mathare ndio alitetea. Watu wa ODM, muangalieni vizuri, mfunguke macho.
Asante mzee, karibia hapa, nieleze jina lako.
Kwa majina yangu naitwa Samuel Ndogi, Samuel Ndogi aka baba yao, na ambao ni chairman wa drivers and conductor. Mimi jana nilimsikiza Gachagua vizuri, hata ingawa sikuwa nimewachagua. Juu mimi nilikuwa nimeangalia mbele nikaona vile kutaenda. So mimi naona hivi, yale mambo yote Gachagua aliongea, niliona Gachagua aliongea mambo ya kweli. Na nataka kuambia President William Ruto, wakati mlikosana na Uhuru Kenyatta, hakuna hata siku moja Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta aliongea na wabunge wa kuondoe katika impeachment. Sande tulikugojea sana uongee kuhusu mambo ya impeachment ya Gachagua, na tukaona ya kwamba haukuongea. Sisi wananchi, na sana wananchi ambao walichagua Gachagua na wewe kwa kura milioni 7,200, wamechoka na uongozi wenu. Kusema ukweli, kuimpeach Gachagua na kukaa na wabunge na wewe ukiwa president hakuna kitu unaongea. Hiyo ndio sababu wananchi wanaona ya kwamba mkono wako uko ndani ya wabunge. Sisi tunaambia Gachagua, tunakuombea, endelea simama kimwanaume. Kama watakuimpeach kwa parliament, tunajua Senate watakuokoa. Na kama Senate hawatakuokoa, tunajua judiciary yetu si watu collapse. Watafuata, watasikiza makini na watakuokoa na ufanyie wananchi kazi. Na contract yenu inaisha 2027. Na wewe Ruto, nataka nikukumbusha siku ya leo, kama si Gachagua rais, kama si Gachagua hungepata hiyo kiti. So unastahili usimame na Gachagua na umtolee kofia. Juu kama hamutakuwa na Gachagua, hata ingawa sisi wananchi tumechoka na nyinyi, mfanye kazi miaka 3 yenye imebaki bukiwa na wabunge. 2027 ni express nyumbani. Nyinyi wabunge ambao mlisaini Gachagua aende nyumbani, mkumbuke ya kwamba hata pia mlisaini saini zenu za kwenda nyumbani. Asanteni sana.
Ngoja kidogo, kwa bahati nzuri rais anatarajiwa katika mji huu wa Naivasha hii leo. Ungetaka kusikia akizungumzia nini kuhusiana na masuala haya? Kimya chake kimekuwa kingi kuhusiana na masuala haya kwa sababu ni bunge imekuwa ikiendesha.
Okay, mimi kwa maoni yangu nilikuwa natarajia president, juu yeye ndiye ako na nguvu na yeye ndiye president, angeongea tu kidogo, aambie wabunge hii si wakati wa impeachment, ni wakati wa kufanyia wananchi kazi. Saizi watu wanalia mahospitalini. Juu wametoa kadi ambayo ililetwa iko na miaka 54 ya NHIF. Wameiondoa, wameleta nyingine sijui inaitwa SIF, sijui inaitwa SHA. mwananchi wa kawaida hakuna mahali anafaidika. Saizi kuna uwanja ya ndege tunasikia kila wakati ya ndani. Vitu kama hizo ndizo wangeshughulika, ndizo wangeleta kwa bunge ili wasaidie wananchi. Lakini vile sisi tunaona kama wananchi, hawa wabunge wanalilia tumbo tu zao. Na sisi tumesema kwa kauli moja, ni miaka 3 imebaki. Hizo pesa zenye mmepewa mkule na sisi tumewangojea pale mbele. Yes.
Mzee, maoni yako ni gani kuhusiana na mambo ya kumuondoa kitini naibu rais leo? Jitambulishe kwanza.
Jina langu naitwa Ruben Mwadhi, mimi mkaaji wa Naivasha. Kitu ya kwanza nimeajibika sana kusikia Gachagua na Ruto wamegombana. Sisi ni kati wenye walikuwa tuenda nao Sokoi, tufanya kampeni nao Sokoi. Akatueleza na akaapa mbele yetu tukua kwake nyumbani. Akasema hakuna wakati atatendea naibu wake bila alisema alitendewa na serikali. Lakini je, imekujaje kuwa sasa Gachagua ndiye ako na umuhimu kuliko mambo ambayo tuko nayo nyuma yetu? Mambo ya shule, tunaambiwa shule sijui nini, unakuta watoto bado wako nyumbani. Unaenda pale hospitali watu wamelala, wamekaa kwa vitanda chini, wengine wamelala chini. Je, Ruto, Mheshimiwa President, tuambie ukweli. Uchunga kwanza hapa penye ukifanya vile unafanya, ujali wenye wako pamoja. For example, hapa ni Naivasha, sio kama mimi niko Murang'a. Sasa hapa lazima tukae kitumo, na wakati mnaleta tasusi na shaka mingi, utakuja sisi hata watu wa Naivasha tunakaa pale pamoja wote, tunakuwa na wasiwasi. Tunaelewana? Kwa hivyo Ruto, Mheshimiwa Ruto aambiwe ungane na Gachagua na kudispisha Gachagua. That is not a solution to the Kenyans. There is a lot of solution in Kenya. Kama kwamba magonjwa, vijana hawana kazi, unakuta hata wamama wazee watu wanateseka kule. So Mheshimiwa President, jaribu siku ya leo funga hiyo mambo. Wewe uko na skabadhi zote, wewe uko na nguvu zote, ambia hao wabunge. Na tena nataka kuambia wabunge, maybe wale wa UDA tulikuwa nao wenye wamejitenga, nini waliona? Sababu sioni mambo yote ya Gachagua.
Asante. Nimeelezwa muda wangu umeisha. Naomba wangu Mary Washuka, jamaa huyu amesubiri sana sekunde 20 tu. Kinachoma.
My name is Cassius Njuguna, the Director Publicity, Kenya Universities and College Students Association, and I'm a student of law, and that's why I'm very bitter with the members of parliament kwa kuwa hawafuatili katiba ya nchi ya Kenya. Lakini nataka kuambia naibu wa rais kitu moja. Hata kama parliament itakupeleka nyumbani, Senate pia ikupeleke nyumbani, nina hakika kwamba koti itasimamisha hiyo kwa kuwa hawafuati katiba at all. Na ningetaka tu kuuliza bwana rais na chama cha UDA, sasa tuna masuala mengine yenye tunafaa kwa tukishughulikia. Mambo na the new university funding model. Wanafunzi wanaumia, watu wanalala njaa hapa, alafu kwa hapa busy unatuambia, wacha tu niseme one quote nikimaliza. A torn underwear is always removed together with the torn pants. Tukitoa trousers zenye zimekatika na tumebaki na ndio inakaa vibaya, tutajiaibisha sisi wenyewe.
Nashukuru kwa muda wako. Na hao ni wakazi wa bila tetesi zao. There you had it, Stanley. It is sentiments ahead of what is anticipated later this day. And luckily, the president is going to be gracing some international event taking place right here in Naivasha. And we will be crossing there in a few just to check on what is happening there. It is a big meeting that consolidates cooperative societies across the continent and across beyond the borders of this continent. That is it from me here in Naivasha. We will be keeping tabs, bringing up to speed to our viewers in what is developing in regard to what is going to be taking place in Parliament from 9 a.m. this morning, a few minutes from now. That is it, Stanley. I take it back to you.
Thank you very much, Willie Dennis Njiru in Naivasha. And rightfully said, President William Ruto is going to be there. We do expect him to be there for the whole SACCO's kind of a conference, particularly to see if he's going to make mention of this particular impeachment motion. On Sunday, he avoided that conversation and talked about matters church regulation. And I'm pretty sure you'll obviously be burning to talk about that. But before that, let's understand this collection of signatures, because, I mean, it's not the first time we're seeing members of parliament being asked to append the signature for something, for the impeachment motion or a particular process, and even for the future. So, Banis, help us understand here. I have the order paper here. It says, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 64(1)(c) and Standing Order 65(2), it is notified that the names of the members who appended their signatures in support of the notice of motion is as here under. It goes on to mention the 291 members of parliament. Rightfully so, we see to that point it has. But then, for the mover of the motion, Mwengi Mutuse, Kibwezi West MP, or any other member of parliament, when they want to look for members of parliament to append the signature, what process should be followed? Do I just come to you and tell you, by the way, there's this motion that I want, si you sign up with it? What process should be followed?
Thank you very much, Stanley. So the removal of the deputy president or the procedure has been stipulated under Article 150, but the legal process is carefully stipulated under Article 145, as it's similar to that of the president.
Okay.
And therefore, the constitution is very clear. For you to remove the president or the deputy president by way of impeachment, one, a member of parliament shall introduce the motion in parliament supported by a third of the members of parliament.
Okay.
So it's keen to note that the constitution or the standing orders do not explain how do we define the term support.
Support, okay.
So in this particular case, Mutuse, when he was introducing this motion to parliament, for him, support was getting the members of parliament to sign his motion. And you can see he even surpassed their third, because there are 349 members of parliament. But he got a lot of signatures from 200 and above, and he only required 117. So according to me and my understanding of the constitution, the fact that you appended your signature under the law, if you append your signature, it means you have consented.
But then there might be a gap.
Okay.
In that standing order, as you say.
Yes.
Because, as you're saying, it might reach a point. One member of parliament says, I was coerced, as one was saying, I was coerced into this, or some come to later recuse.
Yes.
Do the standing orders provide for this?
It does not provide for that, unfortunately. So those are the lacuna we are seeing in the law, and those are the things that are really going to help the deputy president when he moves to the High Court. Because you can see the signatures that were collected under the law, we usually say when you're collecting signatures, it must be unequivocal. What do you mean by unequivocal? It must be express, it must be willing. So, but by the fact that someone can come in national television or in public and say that I was coerced, so it means you didn't give your signature in good faith. So it means all those people who are now coming and retracting back their signatures, we can actually count the numbers to see was that motion supported or whether it was not supported,
right,
for it to be initially in parliament.
Right, interesting. Kimani, so as you're coming in, we were trying to look at these numbers. So first off, the 291 members of parliament who appended their signatures, 117 who might really save the deputy president. You can tell us the possibility of that. The other 200 plus who might just kick him out. 233 members of parliament. As she says, the whole lacuna in this, the fact that as a member of parliament, there is no signed affidavit that this member of parliament came to me and asked for this support, and I actually carefully read the 11 grounds. This might be challenged in the judiciary. What are your thoughts on this?
There is supposed to be a law called Impeachment Procedures Law, which is a bill, 2018, that has never been made into law.
Okay.
So far, there is no elaborate law that guides the general procedure to follow when impeaching, say, the deputy president, like it is happening today. In that case, then, we can only rely on the judicial interpretations if such case has ever happened. We can also follow the Constitution, Article 150 as read together with 144 and 145. On public participation, we can be guided by Article 118 because, again, Public Participation Bill of 2023 has not been turned into law, that which would give us a general procedure as to how we should conduct public participation. So even on the numbers, which should be explicit in the impeachment procedure law, which hasn't been assented to because it is still a bill. But again, if there is nobody who has said that I did not append my signature, and that my name is there in ways I do not understand. The assumption is that silence means agreeing with the fact that your name is there. So since nobody has recanted their being in that list, then we can argue 291 people signed to agree to the motion to impeach the deputy president. Now, the mover of the motion will require 233 people to vote and pass the motion for it to proceed to the Senate. Again, whether they choose to do that via ballot, because it can't be through acclamation, it has to be via ballot, so that it is easier to count those who said that he be impeached or not. Again, it is a process that should be in white and black, because if you say I vote yes, or if you cast your vote, then that counts. Now, on these issues of people being coerced, I haven't heard of a member who said that they were coerced into signing to impeach or to assent to the motion to impeach the deputy president. I would assume there are people who lack the spine, you know, the energy to go along with your decisions to the end.
But naturally, how should this process of looking for the signatures happen? Because one would wonder if, for example, the mover of the motion texts your notes up and tells you there's this motion, will you do this? I mean, there are different forms of communication, electronically as well as physically. If I meet you in the corridors of Parliament, I show you, sign. How should this process be elaborated carefully?
As I've said, in absence of a law that gives the ABCD of the procedure on how it should be done, then I think it is left on the mover to make sure that he has gotten the signatures anyway. If he chooses to leave the form in his office and tell anybody who wants to sign, just come and sign. If he chooses to visit the offices of the MPs and ask, would you sign? If they say no, he goes to the next. The thing is, does he has 291 signatures? And has there anybody who has said that they didn't sign and their name and the signature is there? Because what he had were people writing their own names and signing against their name. You remember he had difficulties reading some names because it is people who wrote with their handwriting.
Yes.
So if somebody wrote for me and signed for me and I didn't, then I should tell the National Assembly I didn't sign, neither did I write my name. So it should be expunged. Since there hasn't been people who say so, we can only assume that they are the ones who appended their signatures. And we can only again assume that they appended their signature having read the grounds for impeachment and agreeing with them. And that is the only time they appended their signature.
All right.
So that is the only assumption we can make so far. So then I would wonder how somebody comes back and says, but anyway, cowards will always be there, those who are intimidated by the people and they feel. If I were a voter, I would even punish you more for appending your signature, agreeing to a process, and then you come back and once you hear that I don't like it, then you now tell me I'm also reconsidering it, because you are a man of no stand.
And Irungu, speak of cowards and people who are not cowards. Last week on Tuesday, in the National Assembly, the mood that was there was something that we rarely see. Members of Parliament, the House was sort of full to the brim, and a majority of the members were there. And when Mutuse was reading out these names, you could hear individually 291 times these members of Parliament shouting patriot every single time. Are you expecting a similar mood today? Because as Wanja was saying, from Friday actually, things have syllabus imeenda haraka. Now you can imagine from Tuesday, 1 week later, so many things have happened. Do you expect a similar mood when the move of the motion now starts and is there tabling this motion again and the members are now debating it?
From what I see, even as I look at the screens right now, because this is Parliament and you can see it's actually a beehive of activities this morning. Members arriving one after another and that kind of a thing. I expect the same to proceed. I expect to see a majority of the members of parliament to go there. I know there are a couple of members of parliament, just like my colleagues are saying here, who have more or less retracted and said, we didn't intend to, which I also disagree with them, because they must have read the grounds and actually appended their signatures. Basically, what most of these people have done is what the deputy president keeps calling listening to the ground. And maybe when they listen to the ground, especially those who come from my county, the county of Nyeri, they realize that maybe the ground or the people in the counties and the constituencies are singing a different song. But I listened to the deputy president last night, from beginning to end. And I will not be surprised if a good number of members of parliament, especially from Mount Kenya, keep off, because he was speaking to people's emotion last night, and he actually whipped the emotions of a majority of the viewers who are actually listening to him. And therefore, I actually expect that there are some people who would want to keep off this process. But then look at our parliament, the people we elected. I know I disagreed with my colleague here, on Monday, Kimani, and I keep wondering, and this is a question that even the voter, Wanjiku, needs to ask themselves this question. What kind of leaders do we send to parliament? What kind of leaders are we sending to the Senate? Because you cannot tell me that a leader, went to parliament, was whipped, or whatever they want to tell us, signed, and then they come back to Wanjiku and says, oh, I didn't understand what was happening. And I say, this is the same thing that happened with the finance bill.
Yes.
And I'm really disappointed by the members of parliament from central Kenya, or Mount Kenya region for that matter, because you cannot be taking us through all this. It's a game that needs to stop, because for me, what I want to see for my people, I want to see members of parliament who are able to execute, members of parliament who are able to work. They should go to that parliament and work for the people. As opposed to all this drama and innuendos and all these things that they are subjecting the country to. It's very unfortunate.
Right. And now the fact that you say these members of parliament, some of them saying and recusing themselves, saying we didn't really understand these grounds. I want us to take a look at these grounds, because I believe they would need the fact that they're 11, but then if they just have one of them and it is substantiated, that could now lead to the impeachment. Wanja, when you take a look at all these 11 grounds, which one, according to you, do you think might really, probably really holds water?
Well, if you asked me that before yesterday night, I could have an answer. I could speculate here and there. But the man of the moment, the son of Morima, decided to adjudicate the matter point by point, one by one. Anasema point, ana expound, na hapo pengine anasema msiniulize maswali sana. My lawyers have told me that I could get into the merits and the demerits of the case. So now, after watching yesterday, I would struggle to really answer that. But certainly, those issues around maybe what he said about the judge, Judge Minor,
yes,
that is something that was not very well appreciated in the judiciary, because they are of the view that judiciary is an independent arm of government, and it should not be seen that the executive, by the person of a stature of the deputy, and threaten a judge. That was, I remember at the time of those utterances, and they really took great offense.
And according to, and just sorry to cut you short, according to the deputy president, he was saying that he did not threaten to, he actually brought action against her. And just I quote him, I felt I didn't receive sufficient justice. I followed the due process. I brought a petition against her, waiting for it to be concluded. So again, he didn't really want to get into the whole, which Banis will also be telling us the strength of it.
Ukishajitetea, venye tu unasema you cannot be condemned and heard. So I'm sure akichukua hizo 11 issues venye amestakiwa, he has to find a way ya kujitetea. But it was just to answer what you've asked me, what I think was one of the issues that, I remember the mood of his utterances. But even then, this parliament of ours, when we say that there are 290 MPs, walitumia akili yao wakasign, one would ask, kwani amuishi Kenya? In this country of ours, We have had the president himself, and I remember there's a time he invited young parliamentarians. It was the time of the finance bill. In his own words, and it can be found somewhere, I know it can be found. The president told the young parliamentarians that in the event that your personal opinion about the finance bill is different from the party position, take the party position. That tells you that he was telling the young parliamentarians that you don't have a mind of your own on the matter of the finance bill. Number two, this parliament of ours, we have seen that the speaker, who is supposed to be a neutral arbiter, hata any subjectivity, has pronounced himself kwa hii matter. The deputy speaker, in her own words, she said, nitadili na hii maneno mimi mwenyewe. Then one would ask, if these are the leaders of the house who have already taken a stand, without even any prejudice, one would ask, will this person be given a fair hearing?
Okay.
These 290 signatures, even though naturally you would imagine that the MP they have a mind of their own, we have seen even in the past, whereby whenever there is a big national conversation, by the way, I think we lie to ourselves when we say that the MPs are independent of the executive. Ask me why.
Okay.
In this same parliament, we have the majority side and the minority side. The majority side, they might have other roles in the constitution. Wakili is here to teach us, but we also know that his big role inakuanga ya kupromote vitu za government by force, by fire. So every time they want to pass big things in the country, wanaitangwa PG, either kwa parliament or in some hotel. Somehow they love Naivasha for some reason. So therefore, this, and Rigiji has spoken about this matter, I think twice. He said that, pole to the president. Or for those of us who are good or at body language, we thought ni ile pole tunasemanga, si sorry basi. Now, the fact that he was telling the president sorry, he was giving the impression that this matter will not have gone as far as it has gone if the president did not want to go as far as it has gone.
Right.
So that tells us something.
Allow me to take a short break. When we come back, we'll definitely be taking a look at what both the president as well as the deputy said on Sunday and what we expect today. If you remember, we do have our eyes and ears in different parts of the country. You can also be our eyes and ears wherever you are. What is the situation like? Do you understand this whole impeachment process? Do you support it? And what do you expect as of today? We are taking a very short break. Weka hiyo remote yako chini kidogo, kunywa maji kama sisi. We'll be right back.
Hey there friends, welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in? I was number 2. What position were you? Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who
Right, 6 minutes past the top of the hour. Karibu sana. Our special coverage of the impeachment process of Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua continues, and our eyes and ears are in every part of this particular country, and particularly at the National Assembly, just to see how this whole bit is going to be. Today they're going to be having the whole special motion, and early on, Wanja, you told us, for you, out of the 11 grounds, the one that stands out for you is for
threatening or speaking a certain way to the Judge Minor.
Judge Minor, yes. Kimani, yours out of the 11?
They definitely hold him on gross misconduct. Corruption, by the way, was the weakest of these accusations. Because you don't work in EACC, you are not an investigative body.
Right.
You may not be able to prove nothing of all those allegations.
Okay.
But on gross misconduct, trust you me, that even the courts, they're not going to save Gachagua on this one.
Gross misconduct for you. Irungo, how about you? The out of the 11, the one that...
I think for me is the one that describes him as a very divisive person, a bully, as opposed to, his position. He represents, and he should represent national unity. He's a symbol of national unity, basically. And I think, to me, he actually lacks that.
All right. How about you, Banis?
For me, it's usurping the function of the county government of Nairobi. Yes.
Right. Why maybe?
Because the fact that you have devolution, it was to give authority to the counties to be able to make independent decisions without the influence of the national government. But the fact that the governor of Nairobi set out a memorandum requesting the people of Marikiti Market to get out, then thereafter we see the deputy president going to the same Marikiti Market and telling them, you voted for us, you're not supposed to get out of here. That's clear usurping. Yes.
In his defense, he's saying the leaders came to, the traders came to him as a national leader, and he was just sorting these grievances.
But that was not the right platform of doing that.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. Interesting. Back at home, out of this 11 grounds, which one do you think will really stand out? Kimani, yesterday, the fact that he came out really raised eyebrows. First of all, who do you think his target audience was? And do you think he was letting out some cards? Because before that, he wasn't really clear. He wasn't really telling us every single detail. But then yesterday, he brought on the table a lot of cards. But then do you think for today, in the 2 hours, he has enough cards that he's going to have before the members of parliament?
I would call it a self-aggrandizement expedition. He came to tell us how important he is, that he was elected by 7.2 million people, and that he can't just be wished away by a bunch of 290 clueless MPs who organized some things he called shoddy public participation with some outrageous FICO charges. He also went on to enumerate to us how wealthy he is, that he has 2 kids who walked into a bank and got a loan of 600 million, and just like that, and they bought some hotels, and they are serious investors in this country. And he had a brother who owned the world, who bequeathed the world to him, his wife, and his children. In my opinion, it was a bad idea. What he intended to achieve with this coming out and preempting his defense was to whip the emotions of the people. By so doing, emotionally blackmail the members of National Assembly to chicken out and deny them the numbers to pass the motion. That was solely what he came to do. But then, the matter has escalated past the court of public opinion. We can all render him our sympathy because he sought it yesterday, but what can we do today? Now, when you come and you are facing the judge today, then you tell us that the judge is some funny character who came up with outrageous charges and that they are clueless. What are you telling the judge? You are emboldening them. He emboldened the resolve of the members of the National Assembly to eject him out of his office, because this is purely political. Let me put it this way for the benefit of the viewers, that I hold an opinion that the 11 grounds are neither here nor there.
Okay.
This is a pure political process where differences have escalated to a point of it is either I do or I die. The reason the president is very silent, he knows very well. Forgiving Gachagua is like allowing a small viper to grow into a full-grown viper that will swallow you in 2027.
He's in Naivasha today. Do you expect him to maybe say
I expect him to steer off this matter completely. He will wait until the process grounds to a halt, either in court of law or in the Senate or in the National Assembly.
Okay.
What I would say about the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua is that yesterday, for a keen political observer, he told us where the problems lies. He told us, he came out to let us know who is in the wrong in these differences between him and the presidency, because it is purely political. When you insist as a deputy president that you came out to speak to the people who elected you, 7.2 million voters, was the deputy president elected or nominated? It is still a legal debate.
Okay.
Now, when you say so, you pronouncing yourself as a co-president. You have mandate of 7.2 million people to stand where you are, to be the deputy president, and to say what you feel like, and to speak what you think is your truth.
Isn't it the presidency as one?
But then the presidency is a matter of, it is a symbol of national unity.
Okay.
You cannot be a member of a government and then you tell us, oh, you guys, you know, you are unlucky. You were not there in Kibaki's time when I was making my billions, when things were working. You've just come when things are not working. You are the deputy president of a regime that you tell us it is not working. Okay. Why are you insisting to be a member of a regime, to head a regime that you can't, that you wish you were born earlier to witness regimes that were working?
All right.
You get it? So when it was ill-advised, in my opinion,
okay,
he should have kept off, wait for his lawyers to argue, because lawyers are guarded. There are things they can't say.
Okay.
He has already said it. What has said it has brought him where he is. He needed not to speak more.
All right. Irungu, do you agree? Because when the deputy president yesterday started his speech, he said that he will avail himself, but then he wishes that the members of parliament do not heckle him. Yesterday, he had more than 2 hours plus. I think he started about 7:20 p.m. He was done by 9:40 p.m. The whole time, Kenyans were watching. No one really nicely. In this 2 hours plus, he went for the jugular. He brought in the National Assembly Speaker, Moses Wetangula, which you had related to earlier. When you take a look at some of these intrigues, as well as how it's going to play out also in the Senate if he is impeached, what do you see?
I think the members of parliament will actually do what they have said that they would do, and that is impeach him. And the members of Senate are likely to do the same, but he would definitely go to court. And I think he alluded to that last night, because he kept saying that he has faith in the judicial system. So I think he can actually foresee, that happening. But of course, he has whipped the emotions of the people, and definitely there are going to be repercussions. What I keep wondering and asking myself at this point is, why would he want to be in such a government? And the deputy president is also a very dramatic person, because the other day, I remember there's a time he came out and told us, I'm not happy in this government. These people have denied me a chopper. These people have denied me A, B, C, D. And the moment that chopper was given back to him, he came out and asked everybody to respect the president. So that tells me that everything that he's been arguing about and all the things he was saying last night, and that is why he kept referring to me, myself, and I, my family, my wife, my brother. It's just about self-interest. It's about his own personal interest.
As someone who's close to, I mean, you have run against him, you're close to this whole, the politics of it. Yesterday he was asked, does he think the president gave a nod, and he said yes. The president gave a nod on this impeachment. The fact that the president has been silent on this, do you think the president is really pushing for him to get out?
Yeah, clearly, absolutely. I mean, if you listen to the deputy president, he's actually pointing a finger at the president himself, and he's saying, can you silence your troops? That is what he said earlier. Of course, the language was different yesterday, but clearly he seems to tell us that these people are being whipped by the president himself. And basically that means that the center can no longer hold.
But then if so, couldn't there have been any other way the president could have made sure that the president is out without going through this whole corners of this impeachment?
Legally, I don't think there's any other way that they would have done this other than impeaching him.
Wanja, your take to that? I mean, if the deputy president says that the president gave a nod on this, that means that the president pushed for the impeachment. Couldn't there have been any other way?
I'm just following parliament here, naona zile screen zetu.
Yeah.
I've seen an MP running ni kama maybe time inapita, masaa ndio machache. I really wish they ran like that when they are talking about SHA, when they are talking about Adani, and then when they are talking about education for the poor university students. That said, I'll start by a quote. And that's why I fundamentally disagree with my friends here, but it's okay. Let the kite perch and let the eagle perch too. If one says no to the other, let his wings break.
Okay.
I don't understand why you are so uncomfortable and jittery for him for speaking for himself yesterday in the evening, yet he has been a subject of the whole nation with MPs clearly making a mockery of him for the last almost a month consecutively. I think it's only fair for him to talk for himself. Remember, as I said earlier, the process is political as it is legal.
I'll have to cut you short kindly. Being told we have to cross over to Parliament, where the National Assembly Speaker, Moses Wetangula, is about to address. I think that's where one of the members was running. Let's cross over there and listen into what is happening right now.
Kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Honorable members, we have quorum to transact business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Take your seats. Member for Trans Nzoia, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, I have a short communication in relation to the motion for the removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, as the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Honourable members, as you will recall, on Tuesday, 1st October 2024, the member for Kibwezi West, the Honourable Ekomas Mwengi Mutuse MP, gave notice of a special motion seeking a resolution of the House for the removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, AGH, as the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Thereafter, upon consideration of the notice, the House Business Committee, at its sitting of the same day, resolved inter alia that the sitting of Thursday, 3rd October 2024 be suspended, which it was, that in the intervening period, the Clerk of the National Assembly collects and collates public views on the proposed impeachment on Friday, 4th October 2024. Members at the bar, take the nearest seats. Take the nearest seat. Okay. That a procedural motion be moved to provide for the speaking time during the debate on the special motion, and that consideration of the special motion be undertaken today, Tuesday, 8th October 2024. Honourable members, as you are aware, public participation sessions were held on 4th and 5th October 2024 in all constituencies. I also note that the public participation exercise, which commenced on 2nd October 2024 with the invite to members of the public to submit views, included the collection of physical and electronic views, some of which were submitted by Kenyans in the diaspora. Whereas the earlier directive by the House Business Committee had intended to centrally collect views from all constituencies at identified locations in each county, in keeping with the orders of the High Court sitting in Kerugoya dated 4th October 2024, the collection of views was extended to 5th October 2024 to include all 290 constituency offices and the 47 county women representatives offices, being offices under the Parliamentary Service Commission. This additional time and coverage ensured the inclusion of a higher number of respondents from across the country. Notably, this extended time also saw the submission of additional views through hand delivery to the office of the clerk, as well as through electronic means. Honourable members, on behalf of the House Business Committee and indeed on my own behalf, I wish to appreciate you for your support during the public participation sessions and commend you for your conduct during the exercise. You took a lead in ensuring the public were well informed of the process and refrained from commenting on the merits or otherwise of the motion, whether in public or on the media. This is how it is supposed to be. Contrary to media reports on the general absence of members in the various venues at which public participation was conducted, I wish to clarify that the absence was in keeping with the requirements of the standing orders. Having said that, honourable members, I wish to inform you that the views collected during the exercise have since been collated and compiled into a report which was noted by the House Business Committee at its meeting held yesterday, 7th October 2024. The House Business Committee has designated the Honourable Millie Odhiambo Mabona MP, one of its members, to table the report on its behalf under Order Number 5. At an appropriate time in the course of today's proceedings, I will allow the Honourable Minority Whip a maximum of 15 minutes to give an overview of the process undertaken and the contents of the report. It's expected that as the House debates the motion, members will take into consideration the views of the public as expressed between 2nd and 5th October 2024. I therefore call upon committees to take a keen interest in the report and isolate matters that fall under their respective mandates for possible consideration, reporting, and approval by the House. Honourable members, may I remind the House of the resolution on the limitation of time as resolved on Wednesday, 2nd October 2024. The mover will have a maximum of 60 minutes in moving and a maximum of 30 minutes to reply. All other members will have a maximum of 5 minutes except the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party and the member seconding the motion, who will each have a maximum of 10 minutes. This is in addition to the 15 minutes allocated to the minority whip to highlight the contents of the report of the public participation. Honourable members, permit me to also remind members of the provisions of Part 14 of our standing orders on the rules of debate, Part 16, on the rules of debate that ought to guide today's proceedings. Notably, members should strictly restrict their contributions to matters that are relevant to the motion before the House and not the provisions of Standing Order 91, responsibility for statement of fact. The Standing Order notes that a member is solely responsible for the accuracy of any facts which the member alleges to be true and may be required to substantiate any such facts instantly. Additional only members will recall that ordinarily Standing Order 95, closure of debate, and Standing Order 96, adjournment of debate, allow a member to hasten the conclusion of a debate on a motion or delay the conclusion of a debate on a motion, respectively. However, these two standing orders do not apply with respect to the consideration of a special motion, such as the one that is before the House today. I will therefore not entertain any call for the mover to reply or any dilatory motion to be moved until the debate scheduled for today is concluded. Honourable members, I'm sure that you are all aware of the rules of natural justice which require that no person should be condemned unheard. This rule is embodied in our Standing Order 67B2, right to be heard, and pursuant to this standing order, I will accord the Deputy President and or his representatives that opportunity to be heard at 5 p.m. for a maximum of period of 2 hours. Thereafter, the mover will be called upon to reply, following which the House will proceed to vote on the special motion. Further to the communication issued on 1st October, I need to not gainsay the need for the House to conduct itself in the most decorous fashion during today's proceedings. For the best use of the time allotted to members' contribution to the motion, I urge that each member be listened to without interruption. Honourable members, as we commence today's proceedings, permit me to note that I'm aware that yesterday, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya held an interview with the local media in which he laid out his defense to the special motion before the House. Whereas Standing Order 85 prohibits members of this House from anticipating debate of a motion for which notice has been given, the Standing Order, when broadly interpreted, also extends to non-members, especially persons affected by such motions. Noting that the special motion is scheduled for debate and voting today, I believe that the Deputy President ought to have exercised restraint and refrained from holding the press interview. It is noteworthy that the Deputy President has been given an opportunity to appear before this House to make his response to the motion in accordance with the rules of natural justice. Be that as it may, I will not wear the hat of a judge on this matter, but permit me to put it on record that the conduct was, to say the least, abhorrent and decided conduct in the light of the proceedings scheduled to commence the House. The House is accordingly guided and will now move to the next business. Members, take your seats. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 8th October 2024, morning sitting. One, special audit report of the Auditor General on illicit financial flows in Kenya. Focus on management of tax exemption on public infrastructure projects by foreign companies for September 2024. Two, annual report and financial statements of Kenya Civil Aviation Authority for the year ended 30th June 2023. Three, the annual report of the National Police Service Commission for the financial year 2023 to 2024. Four, the audited financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024 from the Central Bank of Kenya. And five, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024 and the certificates therein in respect of the following. One, the Retirement Benefits Authority, and two, the Insurance Regulatory Authority. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, order members. Reduce the levels of conversation. Minority Party Whip, the Honourable Millie Odhiambo.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, the 8th of October 2024. Report of the public participation on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you.
Soda.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements. Order number 8, special motion, proposed removal by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya.
Honorable Mwengi Mutuse Ekomas, you may take the floor. Begin. Can the majority and minority leaders approach the chair? Honorable members, as we start the motion, a slight variation on my communication. The majority leader and the minority leaders in the House will prefer to speak immediately after the subject of the motion speaks, before the mover is called upon to reply. I have acceded to their request and it's so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to move the special motion on the impeachment of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua. Mr. Speaker and honorable members.
Start, Mwenge Mutuse, by saying, I beg to move the following motion and read the motion as it is on the order paper. What you probably can skip is reading out all the names of the members which you read. Just say this, The members who signed the motion are set out on the order paper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the following motion that pursuant to the provisions of Article 145 and Article 151B and 2 of the Constitution and Standing Orders number 64 and 65, the House resolves to remove from office by impeachment His Excellency Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, on the following grounds. 1. Gross violation of Articles 10(2)(a), B and C, Article 27(4), Article 73(1)(a), and 2B, Article 75(1)(c), Article 29(2) of the Constitution, and Article 147(1) as read together with Article 131(2)(c) and D of the Constitution. That His Excellency, the Deputy President, has persistently made utterances threatening to discriminate, exclude, and unlawfully deny sections of the people of Kenya and regions of the Republic of Kenya equal opportunities for public service appointments and allocation of public resources. Ground number 2, gross violation of Articles 147(1) and 152(1) of the Constitution by undermining the President and the Cabinet and the effective discharge of national government's executive mandate. That His Excellency the Deputy President has made unilateral statements inconsistent with policy positions collectively adopted by the government and contradicted the President on critical matters of governance and the exercise of the President's function as a symbol of national unity. 3. Gross violation of Articles 6(2), 10(2)(a), 174, 186(1), 189(1), and the 4th schedule to the Constitution by undermining devolution. That His Excellency the Deputy President interfered with the running of Nairobi City County Government by inciting citizens against lawful directives of the county government on the planning and relocation of markets and publicly disparaging the leadership of the county government and its decisions. 4. Gross violation of Article 161 of the Constitution on the institutional and decisional independence of judges. That His Excellency the Deputy President has undermined the institutional and decisional independence of a judge through public attacks on a judge of the High Court of Kenya and falsely threatening to file a petition for the removal of the said judge in a matter in which he was a party. 5. Gross violation of Article 3(1) and Article 148(5)(a) of the Constitution on the fidelity to the oath of office and allegiance. That His Excellency the Deputy President breached his oath of office and allegiance on account of the utterances and actions attributed to the Deputy President under grounds 1, 2, and 3. 6. Serious reasons to believe that His Excellency the Deputy President has committed crimes under sections 13(1)(a) and 62 of the National Cohesion and Integration Act. That His Excellency the Deputy President has persistently made inflammatory, reckless, insightful, public utterances over the last 2 years in contravention of the law. 7. Serious reasons to believe that His Excellency the Deputy President has committed gross economic crimes under sections 45(1), 46, 47(a)(3), and 48(1) of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act and sections 2, 3, 4, and 7 of the Proceeds of Crime and Money Laundering Act. That His Excellency the Deputy President has committed gross economic crimes, namely conflict of interest, abuse of office, and conspiracy to commit crimes under the sections highlighted by inexplicably amassing property estimated at Kenya shillings 5.2 billion that is incompatible with his non-legitimate income, and by trading with the office of the Deputy President through proxies. 8, serious reasons to believe that His Excellency the Deputy President has committed crimes by continuously misleading members of the public through false, malicious, divisive, and insightful remarks that are contrary to the provisions of Section 132 of the Penal Code and Section 29 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. 9, gross misconduct that is incompatible with the high calling and dignified status of the office of the Deputy President, a member of the Cabinet, and a member of the National Security Council. His Excellency the Deputy President has publicly attacked and undermined the work of the National Intelligence Service and its officers. Number 10, gross misconduct by openly or publicly insubordinating the President, who is the head of state and government. And number 11, the last ground, gross misconduct by persistently bullying state officers and public officers. Mr. Speaker, the motion is supported by a total of 291 members and as contained in the order paper. Mr. Speaker, in prosecuting this motion, it will be remembered that we gave the notice of motion on Tuesday 1st, 2024, and the House also takes public notice that and procedurally, the Deputy President did address the nation yesterday, and therefore, part of what he said may form part of what I will be talking about. For purposes of members following what I will be presenting, I choose to be very methodical. I will read the ground. For purposes of members following what I will be presenting, I choose to be very methodical. I will read the ground. I will restate the provisions of the law that have been violated. I will then briefly state the facts constituting the particulars, and I will tie it up finally with the evidence supporting our allegations. This will make it easy for members to understand what it is that we are accusing the Deputy President of doing. In doing this, Mr. Speaker, I choose to be a prosecutor, and I remove my political cap. I will therefore avoid the bravado and machismo that was displayed yesterday on television, and we will just talk about the law, the facts, and the evidence.
Order, members.
Mr. Speaker,
Order.
if I do not talk about my departed relatives, it is because I do not think it is proper to use departed relatives to whip public emotions. It is because I do not think it is proper to use departed relatives to seek public sympathy. And therefore, much as I have also departed relatives, I will not talk about them. Mr. Speaker, before I begin going count by count, allow me also to state on two important questions, and I want honorable members to listen. Two things are important. That this is an historical moment, and it is also a constitutional moment, because Kenya, under the 2010 Constitution, has never dealt with the impeachment of a deputy president. However, we have dealt in numerous times with the impeachment of governors. And our courts of law have set the threshold on which impeachments should be considered. And I thought from the onset, it is important for me to set out the threshold on which impeachment should be considered, so that as I take you through the evidence that we have, you can gauge the evidence against what the courts of law have decided. Mr. Speaker, allow me to read paragraph 31 of Civil Appeal number 21 of 2014, famously called the Wambora decision. The Wambora decision is now the locus for most of the impeachment cases and has been cited with approval by our Supreme Court. In paragraph 31, the court stated as follows: our reading and interpretation of Article 181 of the Constitution, as read with Section 33 of the County Government Acts, shows that the removal of a governor is the constitutional and political process. Underlying constitutional and political process. It is a sui generis process that is quasi-judicial in nature, and rules of natural justice and fair administrative action must be observed. What I'm going to read is the most important part. The impeachment architecture in Article 181 of the Constitution reveals that the removal of a governor is not about criminality or culpability, but is about accountability, is about political governance, as well as policy and political responsibility. Mr. Speaker, the coaching of Article 181 in the Constitution, which relates to removal of a governor, is similar to the coaching of Article 150, which relates to the removal of a deputy governor. And therefore, mutatis mutandis, what the Court of Appeal did state, that the removal of a governor is not about criminal or culpability. It is about accountability, political governance, as well as policy and political responsibility applies to the removal of a deputy president. Mr. Speaker, the standard I am prepared this morning to discharge my burden of proof, because he who alleges must also prove. And I am ready to discharge it to the required threshold. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, in consideration of the time that I have been given, allow me now to go to the specific grounds. Ground number one, Mr. Speaker, ground number one, briefly. On ground number one, Mr. Speaker, we have alleged that the Deputy President has grossly violated the Constitution, and particularly Article 10(2)(a), Article 10(2)(b) and C, Article 27, Article 73, Article 75, Article 129, Article 147, and Article 131. Mr. Speaker, for clarity, allow me to read out the specific provisions so that members may relate with what we are saying. Article 10 is about national values and principles of governance. Article 10(2)(b) states as follows: the national values and principles of governance include patriotism, national unity, important national unity, sharing and devolution of power, the rule of law, democracy, and participation of the people. B, human dignity, equality, social justice, inclusiveness, underline the words national unity and inclusiveness. C, good governance, integrity, transparency, and accountability. Mr. Speaker, we have also alleged that the Deputy President has breached Article 27 of the Constitution. Article 27 of the Constitution is about equality and freedom from discrimination. In particular, the Article 27(4) states as follows: the state shall not discriminate directly or indirectly against any person on any ground, including race, sex, pregnancy, marital status, and so forth and so forth. Important, the state shall not discriminate. Mr. Speaker, we have also alleged that the Deputy President has breached Article 73(1) of the Constitution. In particular, Article 73(1) is on leadership and integrity, and it speaks to the authority that is assigned to a state officer. And it states as follows: Article 73(1)(a), that the authority assigned to a state officer is a public trust to be exercised in a manner that is consistent with the purposes and objects of this Constitution. Article 73(2)(b) states that the guiding principles of leadership and integrity include objectivity and impartiality in decision making and in ensuring that decisions are not influenced by nepotism, favorism, underline favorism, other improper motives or corrupt practices. Mr. Speaker, we can go on and on to demonstrate in Article 75, under Article 75(1)(c), that the conduct of a state officer shall behave, whether in public and official life, in private life, or in association with other persons, in a manner that avoids C, demeaning the office that the officer holds. Mr. Speaker, I am taking time on this one because it is important to demonstrate that the Deputy President has not lived up to the high calling of the office that he holds, and thus has violated the Constitution. Article 129 is about the principles of executive authority. And particularly, we have said that the Deputy President has breached Article 129(2). Article 129(2) states that the executive authority shall be exercised in a manner that is compatible with the principles of service to the people of Kenya and for their well-being and benefit. We have also alleged that the Deputy President has breached Article 147 in conclusion on this particular ground. And Article 147 is about the functions of the Deputy President. And it provides that the Deputy President shall be the principal assistant to the President and shall deputize for the President in the executions of the President's functions. Article 131 is the one that provides for the authority of the President. And under 131(2), it provides as follows: that the President shall A, respect, uphold, and safeguard the Constitution, and C, promote and enhance the unity of the nation. Promote and enhance the unity of the nation. Mr. Speaker, it is our allegation that on numerous occasions in the last 2 years, the Deputy President has used divisive language. He has described the Kenya government as a company. He has described the Kenya government as a shareholding company, where it is only the shareholders of the company who should benefit. And it is our contestation that that particular shareholding language contradicts and contravenes and violates all the provisions of the Constitution that I have highlighted above. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution does require, even at the preamble, recognizes that Kenya is a multi-ethnic society. We have about 45 ethnic groups in this country, big and small. And all of them are recognized by our Constitution, and all of them need to enjoy their equal rights. And the Deputy President has consistently told Kenyans in several places of this country that some will benefit from government and others will not benefit from government. Mr. Speaker, I need not waste a lot of time prosecuting this point, because those of you who listened to the Deputy President yesterday, he did admit that he has been using the shareholder and company language against Kenyans. The only thing that he did, and when there is an admission by the accused person, the prosecution does not need to prove a point. And therefore, I will be urging members of this House to find that this allegation is proved, and to find that the Deputy President indeed did admit that he has been using the shareholder language, only that for the first time, and this is important, Mr. Speaker, for the first time, the Deputy President did, while admitting, he said that he has been referring to the shareholder company language in reference to coalition agreements. The evidence that I'm going to present shortly will demonstrate that he has never, in his utterances in the last 2 years, talked about coalition agreements or power sharing deals that were signed before the election among the Kenya Kwanza political formation. He has been talking directly to communities. He went to Kajiado. He told the people of Kajiado that they do not have shares. He went to Kitui during a church service at AIC Kitui, and he told the people of Ukambani that they should not even be having a cabinet minister in government. He went to Bungoma and told the people of Bungoma that they have had too many appointments in government and the votes they brought are not equivalent to the votes they brought. He went to Nandi and told the people of Nandi that they are a major shareholder and they will benefit more than others in this government. And he has been using the language in direct reference to communities, not to political party formations. Mr. Speaker, without belaboring this point, allow me now to request that the evidence on ethnic profiling and divisive shareholder politics as contained in video 1 and video 4 be played for the House to take note of the evidence.
Hii serikali ni kampuni na ni ya shares. Si ndio? Ni ya shares. Kuna wenye kampuni, wale wako
Order, members.
Kuna wale wako na chache, kuna wale hawana.
The technicians who are playing, I kindly request that you repeat and you play it on a higher volume. Please pause it. And I also request, Mr. Speaker, you direct that during the time that we are playing our clips, our time be paused. Please repeat so that members may appreciate and also Kenyans may know that we are not persecuting. We are not persecuting.
Serikali ni kampuni na ni ya shares. Si ndio? Ni ya shares. Kuna wenye kampuni, wale wako na shares mingi, kuna wale wako na chache, kuna wale hawana. Sasa nyinyi mliinvest kwa hii kampuni ya William Ruto na Rigathi Gachagua. Sasa lazima mvune. Yule ambaye alipanda atafanya nini? Si mlipanda? Si mliamuka mapema? Mkasema mtaki kusikia mambo ya ile system na nini? Mkainvest, mkapanda, mkapalilia, mkaweka mbolea, mkamwagilia maji, wakati ya kuvuna ndio huu. Na itakuwa namna hiyo. Najua wengine wananikashifu ati mimi nasema ati wale walipanda wavune kwanza. Iko makosa? Iko makosa? Hata hao watavuna lakini wangoje. Si wale walipanda na wavune kwanza. Wakishavuna wavune ile tabaki kidogo, wale wakupanda waingie watafute huko nini ile itapatikana wachukue wakwende. Si iko namna hiyo? Na itakuwa namna hiyo. Ndio watu wakipiga kura waelewe hii kura tukusema nini. Hii kura iko na maana. Nyinyi hamwezi piga kelele huko, mpige kelele. Mnasema William Ruto ni bure, hawezi, mnaita yeye majina, alafu akipata, akigawa, mnapiga laini atibuko pale mbele. Ati mnataka mpite wale walisema anafaa atibukue pale mbele. Inawezekana? Mimi kazi yangu pale kwa Ikulu ni hiyo. Nikupanga hiyo laini. Hapo ni kazi mimi napanga hapo. Mimi naangalia kwa laini, nikiona wewe ulipanda, Natoa wewe nyuma, napeleka wewe mbele.
Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, I have 14 other videos that the Deputy President is recorded speaking in different parts of the country. Same language, saying that Kenya is a company, and a company belongs to shareholders. It is clear from the clip. I am not the one who made that clip. The person talking in the clip is none other than the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, the office of the Deputy President is a national office. The territory of the Republic of Kenya is defined in the Constitution. The territory of the Republic of Kenya is known. The ethnic communities of the Republic of Kenya are all supposed to enjoy benefits from the government. And therefore, I am inviting members of this assembly to find that the Deputy President has breached all the articles of the Constitution as contained in this ground. Mr. Speaker, it needs no gainsaying that divisive ethnic politics are dangerous. You need not look further than the country of Yugoslavia. What ethnic politics did to the country of Yugoslavia. You need not look further than the country of Bosnia. What ethnic politics did to the country of Bosnia. You need not look further than the country of Rwanda. What ethnic politics did to Rwanda. You need not look further than the country of Burundi. What ethnic politics did to the country of Burundi. Until today, they are trying to reconfigure their state. You need not look further than Sudan. What ethnic politics have done to the good Republic of Sudan that was once a stable state. You need not look even further than the country of Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, Ethiopia. Mr. Speaker, our own country, Kenya, 2007, we experienced post-election violence. You would remember that in 1992, there were clashes in Molo. And Mr. Speaker, character is important in evidence. The Deputy President, there is evidence to show that during the post-election clashes in Molo, he was a district officer in Molo. Character is very important in deciding evidence and in persuasion. Mr. Speaker, in 1992, there were clashes in Likoni, and our tourism has never recovered. Mr. Speaker, we need not go that direction again. And a person occupying the high office of the Deputy President, if they want to take Kenya in that direction, the time has come for the National Assembly to stand on its feet to defend the Constitution and to impeach the Deputy President. So that even if not on any other ground, for purposes of dividing Kenya, the Deputy President today must be impeached. Mr. Speaker, allow me to turn to my ground two. Mr. Speaker, on ground two, I am alleging that the Deputy President has violated Article 147(1) of the Constitution and has also violated Article 152(1) of the Constitution. Because all of us are not lawyers, please allow me, for purposes of clarity, to read those two articles for members to appreciate. Article 147 of the Constitution does state as follows. Functions of the Deputy President. The Deputy President shall be the principal assistant to the President and shall deputize for the President in the execution of the President's functions. Article 152(1) states as follows. Composition, the Cabinet consists of the following. 1, the President. 2, the Deputy President. The person I am pleading to the House today to impeach is a member of Cabinet. C, the Attorney General. And D, not fewer than 14 and not more than 21 Cabinet Secretaries. Mr. Speaker, the importance of this is to show that the Deputy President is assigned to assist the President and is a member of the Cabinet. And what we are demonstrating, Mr. Speaker, because of time, is that the Cabinet has been making decisions, the Deputy President sitting in Cabinet, cabinet memos come before cabinet, they are discussed in cabinet, and then the deputy president moves out of cabinet to contradict those decisions. In proving this, I am relying on the affidavit of Mercy Wanjau. Mercy Wanjau is the secretary to the cabinet. And in our affidavit that is in my bundle of documents, at page 77 to 79, Mercy Wanjau does in oath state that the cabinet made a decision to rejuvenate Nairobi River. And when that decision was made, because the law requires that settlement be 30 meters away from a river, the deputy president was sitting in cabinet. The deputy president is actually the Immediately after the decision was made, the deputy president moved out of cabinet and went to the public to oppose the decision. Mr. Speaker, that is inconsistent with the principle of collective responsibility. That is inconsistent with the requirement that once a decision is made, you need to live by that decision. During his televised interview yesterday, the deputy president said that he's the most compassionate person. He cares so much about the poor. He's on record as being the person who ordered demolitions in Mavoko constituency in Athi River. Yesterday, he gave half-truths to Kenyans, saying he opposed this cabinet decision because it was unconstitutional, because he's very compassionate about Kenyans. Why didn't he also go ahead to say that he's also the one who led demolitions in Mavoko constituency? Are the people of Mavoko constituency lesser citizens of this republic? Or is it because in his own thinking, they are not shareholders of this republic? And therefore, I'll be pleading with honorable members to find that the deputy president has breached the particular articles of the constitution by being averse to the doctrine of collective responsibility and by contradicting the president and cabinet decisions. Quickly to ground three. Mr. Speaker, ground three.
Tangu mtupatie nafasi ya uongozi, sijapata nafasi ya kuja kusema asante. Nataka kutoka kwa roho yangu ndani, watu ya Kayole, asanteni sana. Mimi najua, nimeona iko shida ya watu ambaye walibomolewa, si ndio? Na nimeona mumeandika vizuri ya kwamba mteue kamati ya watu wachache ndio mkuje niketi na nyinyi. Mtakubaliana? Mimi ningetaka wale watu ambaye walipata shida hii ya ubomoaji, ambaye ni kitu tulikuwa tumeahidi wananchi haitafanyika kwa serikali yetu, mimi ningetaka niwasikize na nitapanga na mheshimiwa Meja Dong wakuje ndio tukue na nafasi ya kuongea. Tumekubaliana? Tumekubaliana? Tumekubaliana?
Mr. Speaker, that is beyond the affidavit of Mercy Wanjau, which is on record. That is a live video depicting the deputy president contradicting a cabinet decision, a decision which is sat in cabinet in terms of making the decision. I now proceed to ground number three because of time. Under ground number three, Mr. Speaker, the deputy president has breached Article 62 of the Constitution, Article 10(2) of the Constitution, Article 174 of the Constitution, Article 186 of the Constitution, and Article 189 of the Constitution. Briefly, these articles relate to the functions of county governments and the cooperation with which the cooperation framework between the national and county government. And Mr. Speaker, then we are relying to prove this ground on the affidavit of His Excellency Johnson Sakaja, the Governor of Nairobi, which in our bundle of documents is contained on page 80 to 84 of my motion. We will also later rely on the oral testimony of Governor Sakaja. And basically what we are saying is that The work of regulating markets is an exclusive function of county governments. And the county government of Nairobi is a government that is independent, but also independent of the national government. And where a function of a county government is independent of the other arm of government, the national government has no mandate at all to interfere in the execution of that document. And in the affidavit of Sakaja, as members would know, Sakaja does state on oath that the county government of Nairobi made a decision to relocate traders from CBD, and the deputy president, recklessly and without regard to the high office that he holds, went to incite people to obey lawful decisions of the county government of Nairobi, hence undermining devolution. Mr. Speaker, we invite members to find that the deputy president did breach and violate the constitution in terms of undermining devolution and in terms of interfering with the running of the city county of Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, allow me now to move to ground number 4. Ground number 4 is about intimidation and vilification of judges, which is contrary to Article 160 of the Constitution. Article 160 of the Constitution speaks to the independence of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, in our bundle of documents, at page 145 to 163, we have attached the decision of Lady Justice Esther Maina, where the Lady Justice Esther Maina found that 200 million shillings assets of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua were proceeds of crime, and directed that the same be forfeited to the state. In intimidating the judge, the deputy president, in a public statement, accused the judge of corruption and did state that he will file a petition for the removal of the judge solely because the judge found him culpable of crime, of economic crimes. Mr. Speaker, you see, in terms of rule of law, Parliament makes laws. The judiciary interprets those laws and makes decisions. Members of Parliament must ask themselves what kind of a country we shall have if a judge makes a decision that does not favor me, then I will resort to personal vendetta against that particular judge. Mr. Speaker, I will be playing shortly a clip where the Deputy President did threaten to occasion the removal of Justice Esther Maina on ground of our finding that he was culpable of money laundering. I request the media team to play the clip in evidence.
Gachagua now filing a petition to push. Now we begin the bulletin with the war on the judiciary, where Kenya Kwanza administration is making good on its threat, with the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua now filing a petition to push for the removal of a judge from office.
Gachagua says he will on Thursday file a petition with the Judicial Service Commission to push for the removal of Justice Esther Maina, who handled an economic crimes case against him in 2022 for alleged corruption and misconduct. Now, speaking in Iten, where he accompanied President William Ruto for a church service, Gachagua told the Chief Justice to first clean up her house by dealing with pending cases with the Judicial Service Commission. Now, in the sustained onslaught against the judiciary, President William Ruto vowed to deal with unnamed government officers he described as incompetent, saying his administration will slay the corruption monster that has reared its ugly head in various arms of government. Chamatai Goin reports.
After Chief Justice Martha Koome invited Kenyans with complaints over the conduct of judicial officers to submit their lamentations to her office, the Kenya Kwanza administration, through Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, has taken the challenge, with the DP announcing that he will file a petition this week.
Amechallenge sisi tutoe ushahidi. I will lead by example. On Thursday, this coming week at 2:15, I will personally present a petition before Lady Chief Justice Martha Koome against Justice Esther Maina for her removal from the judiciary for misconduct and corruption. Mimi mwenyewe nitaongoza because sasa unajua sasa si ametuuliza. Sasa tuko tayari, mimi ndio nitaongoza kwa executive.
Gachagua reliving his July 2022 incident where 202 million shillings was seized to the state after Justice Esther Maina ruled the money was proceeds of corruption having been acquired through dubious means.
Huyo judge through corruption declared my hard-earned wealth proceeds of crime without giving me an opportunity to be heard. Against the rules of evidence, where he who alleges must prove, we made an application to cross-examine the investigator akakataa kwa sababu anajua there is no case. Na evidence tuko nayo vile ilifanyika.
The Kenya Kwanza Battalion.
Mr. Speaker, I would request that we pause the video in the interest of time. In the interest of time, we pause the video. From the utterances, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the attack on the judge is based on the decision the judge made in performing a constitutional mandate as a judge. It is clear that this is personal vendetta. It is clear that the Deputy President was threatening the judge. It is clear that this is intimidation and an attack on the independence of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy President is a president in waiting. And if he cannot, he's a president in waiting. And if he cannot protect and uphold the independence of the judiciary, that becomes a dangerous man. And he must be impeached for that particular reason. Mr. Speaker, I will therefore be requesting members of this House to find that this allegation has been proved to the required standard and approve the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua from the office of Deputy President. On ground number 5, we have alleged that the Deputy President has breached Article 3.1 of the Constitution, Article 148.5 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, Article 3.1 of the Constitution is about adherence to the Constitution. It states, for avoidance of doubt, as follows: that every person has an obligation to respect, uphold, and defend this Constitution. Article 148.5 is about the oath of allegiance that the Deputy President took on assumption of office. And in that oath, the Deputy President did take oath and swore to protect and uphold the Constitution. I have demonstrated in all the particular incidences above that he has not lived up to the calling in the oath of office. And therefore, I'm calling this House to find that the Deputy President has not been upholding the Constitution and has run averse to his oath of office in terms of his conduct as highlighted above in the allegations that I have already proven. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, to find that ground number 5 is also proven. Quickly running to ground number 6, and there is enough evidence, Mr. Speaker, to prove that particular ground. Ground number 6 is breach of the National Cohesion and Integration Act, particularly Section 13(1) and 62 of the National Integration and Cohesion Act. Mr. Speaker, the two provisions read as follows. Section 13 reads as follows: it is an offense for any person to use threatening, abusive, or insulting words or behavior where the person intends to stir feelings of ethnic contempt, hostility, violence, or discrimination. Section 62, on the other side, provides as follows: that a person commits an offense when the person makes statements that are intended or are likely to stir up feelings of ethnic contempt, hatred, hostility, violence, or discrimination. Mr. Speaker, in proving ground number 1, in terms of violation of the Constitution on national unity, I did provide evidence that the Deputy President has been using the shareholder language, has been terming the Kenya government as a company. And as much as those words offend the Constitution, similarly, they offend the National Cohesion and Integration Act. And by the same evidence, I invite members to find that the Deputy President has breached those provisions of the law. Mr. Speaker, turning now to ground number 7. Ground number 7, and this is important for members to know, is that serious reasons to believe that His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, the ground is about serious reasons to believe. So all you need is to believe. All you need is to believe that he has committed crimes. All you need in law is to believe that Rigathi Gachagua has committed crimes. That is the threshold. If in your mind you believe that Rigathi Gachagua, by the narration that I'm going to give, has committed crimes, then you vote in the affirmative. Serious reasons to believe that Rigathi Gachagua has committed crimes under sections 45, 1A, 46 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, and sections 2, 3, 4, 7 of the Proceeds of Crime and Money Laundering Act. And Mr. Speaker, our allegation here is that the Deputy President, in the last 2 years, has amassed wealth that during the short period that I was able to do research, totals to about 5.2 billion, which is inconsistent with his known sources of income and with his last declaration of income. Mr. Speaker, it will be remembered that during the presidential debate, the Deputy President did declare that he was worth 800 million. It is also known by virtue of the gazettements by the Salaries and Remuneration Commission that he earns $1 million or thereabout per month, and therefore he needs to show where he got the money to amass these properties. The import of my allegation is twofold. Number one, there is what we call unexplained assets under the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act. And number two, there is money laundering. Mr. Speaker, in my motion, I have listed a total of 22 companies that I believe the Deputy President has been using, number one, to amass, to award himself through conflict of interest, businesses in his office and in government. And number two, to purchase properties using unexplained sources of income. Mr. Speaker, it will be remembered that yesterday during the televised interview, the Deputy President went through all the companies and they did not deny that either of them belongs to him. All he did was to say that he registered some of them before he became Deputy President. I am not interested in the time that the companies were registered. I am interested in what the companies have done in the last 2 years. And I will demonstrate that that these companies have actually done economic crimes against the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I have also listed properties. I have listed a number of properties that the Deputy President has purchased within the 2 years that he has been in office. I have listed Treetops Hotel in Nyeri. I have listed Olive Gardens Hotel. I have listed Queensgate Serviced Apartments. I have listed Wamunyoro Investments land in Embakasi. I have listed the Aberdare Treetops Hotel, Outspan Hotel, Olive Gardens Hotel, and the Vipingo Beach Resort. Mr. Speaker, you will be told by the defense that some of the properties that I've listed do not belong to Rigathi Gachagua, but they belong to the estate of Nderitu Gachagua. Mr. Speaker, as you listen, please know that this man is not fond of telling the truth. And I will prove to you, and I want you to listen to me very carefully, that Mr. Rigathi Gachagua, it is true that he was one of the administrators of the estate of his late brother. It is easy to hide under the dead because the dead cannot come to give evidence. But also, there are documents. I have with me the joint will executors report on the status of the estate of Nderitu Gachagua as at 27th June 2024. This is a valid document that is part of our bundle of documents, and that also I have seen is part of the documents that came through public participation. And in this document, what the Deputy President has not told Kenyans, and listen to me, because the Deputy President actually committed another crime yesterday, misleading Kenyans. What the Deputy President has not told Kenyans is that in those 2 years, he is the one who has bought the properties of his own brother through coercion. And I am not interested, I have no problem with people owning property. What I have a problem with, and this is what he needs to be explaining to us, where did you get the money to buy these properties? This is the big question. This is the big question. Mr. Speaker, you will be told that when I became Deputy President, I transferred my companies to my 2 sons. And my 2 sons are the best entrepreneurs that Kenya has ever produced. They are the best investors that Kenya has ever produced. And one day they walked into a bank and they got a loan of 600 million. Mr. Speaker, I have looked at the ID numbers of the 2 sons, and I can confirm that they are in their early 30s. I want Kenyans, Gen Zs, you were in the streets. I want Kenyans to tell me which Kenyan, 23 years old, can walk into a bank. Where do you get the security to secure 600 million loan? I started by saying all you need to do is to believe that His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua has committed crimes. And there is, if buying properties worth 5.2 billion within a period of 2 years is not reason enough to believe that he has stolen from the Kenyan Republic, what else then will be a reason to believe? If a 28-year-old can be alleged to have walked into a bank and gotten a loan of 600 million, what else is a serious reason to believe that an economic crime has been done? Mr. Speaker, at page, shortly, Mr. Speaker, I have therefore proven that the Deputy President indeed is the one who bought through coercion the estate of his late brother. The source of funds to buy the estate is not known. Also in my bundle of documents, Mr. Speaker, there is a company called Cristo, and this is a very interesting company. This company called Cristo is the one that bought Aberdare Safari Hotel. And I have exhibited at page 122 of my bundle of documents a transfer document transferring the ownership of Aberdare Safari Hotel from the original owners to the children of the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua at a consideration of 535 million. And this transfer, Mr. Speaker, was done on the 22nd November 2023, immediately after the Deputy President assuming office, and telling Kenyans that he found empty coffers. He was able, within 2 months, to buy a property worth 535 million in Nyeri. Which empty coffers did he find? The other day, I have exhibited at page 118 the CR12 of the new company, which shows that his 2 sons are the directors. I have also exhibited the transfer document to show that actually the ownership of the company did shift at a cost of 535 million. And therefore, I believe I have discharged my burden of proof to the required standard. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Deputy President said immediately became Deputy President, he asked his children not to do business with government. But you will realize, because he's speaking from both sides of his mouth, you will realize that even in this transaction about hotels, Treetops belongs to Kenya Wildlife Service. Yes, it is true he has leased. But if you say that you have instructed your children not to transact with government, and then you lease an hotel owned by the government, are you not transacting with government? Are you not transacting with government? And therefore, the live interview by the Deputy President yesterday is a further ground for the Deputy President to be impeached. I can go on and on and on to show that the Deputy President did purchase Kuruwitu Home Resort at a cost of 250 million from the estate of his own brother. Mr. Speaker, you were told also that Vipingo Ridge Hotel is a property within the estate of the late brother to the Deputy President. But I have exhibited in my bundle of documents CR12. CR12 is the document that shows the company directors, showing the children of the Deputy President as directors of Vipingo Hotels. The children of the Deputy President are not listed in the will as executors of his estate. So one would wonder, because they are not listed as executors of the estate of the Ritu Gachagua, then where do they come in terms of owning the Vipingo company? It can only be by way of purchase, it can only be by way of money laundering. Mr. Speaker, one other reason why I have provided the 20-something companies and the properties is also to demonstrate character. Some of these companies have not transacted. It is my prosecution theory that these are special purpose vehicles for purposes of money laundering and for purposes of preparation for money laundering. And therefore, one would wonder why the Deputy President would have so many companies that are not active, except for the reason of waiting for a prime day for them to launder resources from government. Mr. Speaker, I have also listed many companies and suspicious transactions where companies were being paid as much as 100 million from the office of the Deputy President. They are paid in the morning, and at noon, they are withdrawing the money in cash. You are aware that under our regulations, you cannot withdraw more than 1 million shillings from the bank. But I have listed in schedules where in a singular day, as many as 10 transactions, cash transactions, were being done from monies that had been paid from the office of the Deputy President. These are serious reasons to believe that the monies were being withdrawn for suspicious reasons. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I believe I have discharged my burden of proof, and this ground is proven beyond the required threshold, and it should be confirmed as a ground of impeachment. Mr. Speaker, allow me to proceed to ground number 8. Ground number 8 is about breach of Section 132 of the Penal Code and breach of Section 129 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. Basically, these are about misleading the public. Mr. Speaker, on this one, I rely on the evidence of the video in the case of Justice Esther Maina, that the Deputy President did mislead the public that Justice Esther Maina was corrupt, simply because she had made a finding that was against him. Mr. Speaker, I also rely on a video that I'm going to play shortly, that the Deputy President did attack the National Intelligence Service in a televised television interview in Mombasa. Mr. Speaker, In that televised interview, and you will see it shortly, the Deputy President misled the Kenyan Republic on several accounts, which I will discuss after the video has been played. I now request the media team to play the video on NIS in Mombasa.
Where did the rain begin to beat us? Where did we stop listening to the people? President William Ruto and I were the darling of the Kenyan people. By listening to them, by engaging them. And as a government, we have established institutions to ensure we not only listen to Kenyans, but also genuinely understand their concerns. We invest significant resources in these institutions, particularly the National Intelligence Service, for this purpose. It is clear there has been a failure in the intelligence and advice we are receiving, particularly concerning crucial government policies. The President of the Republic of Kenya today has admitted that it has come to his attention that the people of Kenya did not want anything to do with the Finance Bill 2024. The President has now agreed that we need to listen to the people. And I sympathize with my boss, President William Ruto, because this information was not available to him. I know President William Ruto. Had he known 2 months ago that the people of Kenya did not want anything to do with the Finance Bill 2024, he would not have asked his parliamentary party to push it through. Yet, we have an organization paid by the public to give him and government such information. And that is where the problem is. We have a dysfunctional National Intelligence Service that has exposed the President, the government, and the people of Kenya. Had the National Intelligence Service briefed the President 2 months ago about how the people of Kenya feel about the Finance Bill 2024, so many Kenyans would not have died. Property would not have been destroyed. Offices would not have been touched. There would have been no mayhem. But they slept on the job. It had to take people to die, property to be destroyed, protests across the country for the President to know the truth of what the people of Kenya feel. Yet, there is an organization paid for by the public to brief the President and the government about the feeling of the Kenyan people.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I request that we pause the video because
officers of the national...
we have already displayed the context. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making here is simple. That this is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. By virtue of being the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, he is also a member of the National Security Council. The NIS is also in membership of the National Security Council. And therefore, the Constitution has provided fora where the Deputy President, in case he has any concerns, he can raise them within the official structures of government. Instead of doing that, he chose to be reckless, with complete disregard of the office, of the high calling of the office that he holds, the office of the Deputy President. It will be remembered that at this particular time, the country was at a security crisis, and inflammatory remarks would have led to the country disintegrating. Inflammatory remarks would have led to the social fabric of this country tearing apart. And therefore, by such doing, I am inviting the House to find that the Deputy President did mislead the public. The Deputy President did live below the expectations of the office that he holds, made unfounded, sensational statements, and therefore that ground should be upheld for his impeachment. Mr. Speaker, Further to that, in the oath of allegiance to office, the Deputy President swore, and I quote, to refrain from directly or indirectly revealing such matters as shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my duties and committed to my secrecy. Mr. Speaker, as you would notice in that clip, the Deputy President says that he has been told in confidence. Mark the words, I have been told in confidence by officers of the following. And while aware that he took an oath not to divulge information that comes to him in secrecy, he went ahead and divulged that information. I will be inviting this House to find that the Deputy President breached his own oath of allegiance to office. And a person who breaches his own oath of allegiance to office is not fit to hold the office of the Deputy President. I therefore urge members to find that this ground has been proven to the required standard and uphold it for impeachment. Under ground 9, Mr. Speaker, on gross misconduct. Gross misconduct has been defined as the dereliction of duty in the Black's Law Dictionary. Gross misconduct has been defined as dereliction of duty, unlawful or improper behavior. Mr. Speaker, we have alleged that the Deputy President did breach Article 151B of the Constitution in his utterances against the National Intelligence Service, and that is incompatible with the high calling, dignified status, and the discretion required of the office of the Deputy President. And because I had laid basis in the foregoing ground, I wish to urge members, using the same evidence that I've adduced above, to also find that ground number 10 is also proven. Ground number 9, that is. On ground number 10, gross misconduct on insubordination. We have the evidence of Mercy Wanjau in the form of an affidavit that Cabinet makes decisions and the Deputy President defies. I have video clips in Nyanza where the President did direct. In fact, he said it is primitive for people to say that certain sections of the country cannot receive development by virtue of how they voted in the last elections. And then immediately thereafter, the Deputy President repeated his shareholder Kenya government company utterances, directly contradicting the President. In that arrangement, Mr. Speaker, I am submitting that that is insubordination, and the evidence that we have tendered in the interest of time on record is enough to prove that ground, and members should be able to approve that the Deputy President, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, has been undermining his boss, has been undermining cabinet, and therefore is guilty of the offense of gross misconduct in terms of insubordination. Mr. Speaker, I come to a very interesting last one, which is that the Deputy President has breached Article 151B and Section 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. Mr. Speaker, in my bundle of evidence, I have the affidavit of Dr. Andrew Muller, which I would want displayed. Dr. Andrew Muller, Mr. Speaker, was the acting CEO of the Kenya Medical Supplies Agency. Kenya Medical Supplies Agency, through funding of the Global Fund, did advertise for a tender for purchase of mosquito nets to benefit Kenyans. The tender was worth about 3.7 billion. In this affidavit, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Andrew Muller avers that when he came to KEMSA, and Mr. Speaker, the witness is before the House, but because this is not the trial chamber, We will not lead him in evidence, nor will he be cross-examined, but is ready to be cross-examined when we go to Senate. He avers that when he was appointed as an acting CEO of KEMSA, and he came to office, he found the tender ongoing, and one day, the deputy president called him, threatened him, so that he could release a bid bond. In his testimony, he says that a company that was being funded by the deputy president, if you allow me just to get where because this is important, at page 70 to 76, at page 70 to 76 of my band of documents, Dr. Andrew Mulwa avers that His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua called me from his mobile phone. The number is provided. On my mobile phone number, the number is provided, and pressured me to surrender to his proxy the original bid bond submitted by Sobika Impex for the above tender. He told me that he would send a proxy to collect the original bid bond. He goes further to state that Dr. Ikuno Rigathi, who is a son to Rigathi Gachagua, the deputy president, called me and sent me a WhatsApp message from his mobile phone number, which is provided, claiming to be acting for and on the instructions of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua. He asked for Sobika Impex Private Limited's original bid bond for the above tender, which he said His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua was trying to collect from KEMSA. Annexed here to and marked AM1 are the screenshots, and I would like them, they are already displayed on the screen, of those messages. He goes further to aver that Dr. Ikino Rigathi, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua's son, sent a one Ogora Wilson Okulo of national identity number that to collect the original bid bond submitted by Sobika Impex Limited. He concludes by saying that given the status, power, threats, influence of the people involved in the interference with the investigations and the cover-up of the irregularities surrounding the procurement of treated mosquito nets, I was constrained to surrender the original bid bond to Ogora Wilson Okulo. In short, members, please listen to this. In short, I was caught in a tricky situation, as there was nothing much I could do as a junior government officer against a sitting deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, this allegation was admitted by none other than the deputy president yesterday live on his interview or live on television. He did confirm that, yes, he called Dr. Mulo. He also confirmed that he called him in relation to a bid bond. And he did confirm that the company called Sobika, the local representative of Sobika, is a company called Crystal. And the company called Crystal is owned by none other than Rigathi Gachagua and his children. And therefore, there was a direct conflict of interest that the deputy president, that the local representative of Sobika, which is an international company registered in India, is a company owned by the deputy president. And the deputy president is making a call regarding a tender to a junior government officer. I wonder how many other calls he has made. But I do not need to belabor this point, because none other than the deputy president himself did admit on live television yesterday that he did make the call. It was in relation to the bid bond, and therefore I urge members to adopt the evidence of Dr. Andrew Mulwa as the truthful and factual evidence, exhibiting that His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua did interfere with the tendering process and also did interfere with the investigation into the same. His Excellency the Deputy President did inform the country falsely that no money was lost. Mr. Speaker, you would know that this tender was funded under the Global Fund. And the Global Fund, through letters that we have exhibited, did cancel this funding. And therefore the Kenyan people lost up to 5 billion Kenya shillings, and as well a relationship with the Global Fund, which is a major partner in our health sector. And therefore, to allege that no money was lost is false, because the Global Fund did cancel the tender, and also it affected our relationship in terms of funding from the Global Fund. And we had to do a lot of diplomatic work, going to WHO, going to Geneva, in order to restore our relationship with the Global Fund. Mr. Speaker, lastly, members, I have rushed through the grounds because of the time allocated. I have endeavored to provide evidence that all the 11 grounds that are proposed for the impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua are merited, and there is enough evidence. The work of this chamber is to examine whether prima facie there is a case. The trial chamber is the Senate. And therefore, I want to plead with members of this House. It doesn't matter whether you signed the motion or you did not sign the motion. I have endeavored to persuade each one of you individually that this country requires a serious leadership. And His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua is not part of that serious leadership. I have endeavored to persuade each one of you that this country requires leaders who can respect the rule of law. This country requires leaders who can respect the Constitution. And His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua is not one of them. And therefore, I take this time to implore on each one of you, besides our political persuasions, to realize that we want the best for our country. This is the country that we shall bequeath to our children. And if the country is destroyed by reckless leaders like His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, there will be nothing to bequeath our future generations. And therefore, persuade each one of you, please vote with your conscience, put Kenya first above your politics when you come to vote. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament, if you listen carefully to His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, and I did say at the time of giving my notice of motion, I have nothing against him as a person. But I was perturbed yesterday because His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua did insult members of Parliament. He insulted the intelligence of members of Parliament. There are members here who are senior lawyers. There are members here who are senior accountants. There are members here who are teachers. There are members here who are accountants. There are members, all of us are respected in our societies. The people of Kenya have elected us to exercise a constitutional mandate in this country. But His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua did say that most of the members of Parliament signed the motion without reading it. That is an insult to your intelligence. His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, in the live interview yesterday, did say that Parliament is a theater of the absurd. In my training as a lawyer, he who insults the jury, he who insults the jury deserves no mercy from the jury. He who insults the jury deserves no mercy from the jury. His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua has insulted you before Kenyans. I urge you to rise up to the occasion. I urge you to rise up to the occasion. Uphold all the 11 grounds. Uphold all the 11 grounds. Uphold all the 11 grounds. Mr. Speaker, there is evidence that I have not gone through. The whole issue of Wamunyoro investments and the land in Embakasi. I have evidence in my bundle of documents that His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua used his office as the Deputy President, called junior officers at the Ministry of Lands, forced them to forge documents to the effect that Wamunyoro Investment had bought the land in Embakasi long even before it had been registered as a company. That land, Mr. Speaker, belongs to a sickly civil servant. It belongs to a father, it belongs to a mother. Mr. Speaker, we must have a Deputy President who is compassionate. I watched the Deputy President yesterday on television displaying impunity and arrogance. He told Kenya, yes, I have said Kenya is a company, Mutadu. He has said that Kenya is a company. Unapologetically, He has said Kenya is a company. Is this the kind of a person you would want to be your deputy president? Members of parliament, I do not want to imagine that anything can happen to the sitting president. I do not want to imagine. But it is also a factual reality that something can happen to the president who is in power today. If anything, and God forbid, happens to the president who is in power today, is this the man you would want to complete the term as president? This man, honorable members, this man called Rigathi Gachagua has already said that the members of parliament in Mount Kenya are either Tugunia, I don't know what that means, or are collaborators, and that he will take them home. He has already said that where I come from, we deserve no development in Ukambani. He has said that the people of Nyanza deserve no development. He has said that the people of Western deserve no development nor appointments from the government. He has said that the people of the coast deserve no development from the government. He has said that the people of Northeastern deserve no development from the government. Those are the people you represent. Those are the people you represent. As you rise up to vote, please have the best interest of your people at heart. I urge you, honorable members, as one of your colleagues. I urge you, honorable members, as one of your colleagues. When this motion is finally put to vote, please vote to impeach Rigathi Gachagua. Please vote to impeach Rigathi Gachagua on all the grounds. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I am confident that colleague members of parliament will approve this motion. And I want to assure you, in the event that you vote for this motion, I will also persuasively defend it before the Senate. And I am sure the Senate of the Republic of Kenya will also uphold, and Kenya will have a better deputy president who views the country as a whole. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and call our able deputy majority leader, the Honorable Owen Bayer, to second the motion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Owen Bayer, you have 10 minutes.
It's okay.
Owen Bayer, you may proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the special motion for the removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, in opening, I would like to thank the Honorable Mutuse for the courage and valor in tabling and moving this motion. Honorable Speaker, in his address yesterday, the Deputy President called Parliament and this National Assembly a theater of the absurd, a house of ridicule, a house which processes trash. That's what he said about this Parliament. Honorable Speaker, just like the Deputy President, I'm a student of literature, having been taught by the late Wasamba Were and the late Professor Imbuga. In the definition, Honorable Speaker, of the theater of absurd, a theater of absurd is without plot, is directionless, is laced with stupidity, lacks thoughts, lacks coherence of ideas. It is irrational and logical. If you have read the book by Samuel Beckett, you will know that in that book called Waiting for Godot, that he actually said this parliament is as good as that literature. Honorable Speaker, I sit in this parliament and many of you do that. Members, are we a theater of absurd? Members, are we directionless? Members, are we stupid? That's what the Deputy President characterized this parliament, that we are stupid, we are directionless, and we are people who are very useless to this country. Honorable Speaker, a person of the stature of a Deputy President who can say such things about this chamber does not deserve to continue to become the Deputy President of the Republic. Honorable Speaker, what is the theater of absurd, Honorable Speaker, is when the Deputy President demands that for the 8 million votes, from Mount Kenya, he should be paid 2,000 shillings, translating to 16 billion shillings, so that he can bring peace to this country. Honorable Speaker, that is the theater of absurd. That is the theater of absurd, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua has committed impeachable offenses as provided in Article 150, 1 and 2. He has grossly violated the Constitution and has committed crimes under national and international law, as has been ably demonstrated by the mover of the motion. Honorable Speaker, looking at the evidence provided by the mover of the motion, Honorable Speaker, that is enough to impeach the Deputy President, and he must stand impeached by the end of the day today. Honorable Speaker, Article 131E of the Constitution says the President is a symbol of national unity. Read together with Article 147(1), that the Deputy President is the principal assistant of the President and shall deputize the President in the execution of the functions of the presidency. Honorable Speaker, for this to happen, there must be harmony at the top, in spite of how they were elected to office. His shareholding utterances, and we saw the utterances on the TV here, as demonstrated by the mover, on the shareholding. This ensures that there's no harmony at the presidency. But what the Deputy President wants to do is to balkanize this country. Balkanize the country where, like in George Orwell's Animal Farm, there are other people who are more equal than others. And as a parliament, we must refuse to buy into the theory of the Deputy President, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President has taken himself and wants to be a tribal king of the Murima, ready to break the country, sow seeds of disunity for his own political gain. And this chamber, today, by the end of the day, we must have no Deputy President who wants to balkanize this country. Honorable Speaker, the office of the Deputy President is a high office, as established under Article 130. The authority of his office must be exercised within the provisions of Article 10(2), which anchors the principle of national unity as core. The holder of this office must exercise this article at the highest level ever. Honorable Speaker, as Deputy President, he must be beyond reproach. Like Caesar's wife, Honorable Speaker, like Caesar's wife, he must be above any form of suspicion, beyond reproach. But Honorable Speaker, the utterances and the actions of the Deputy President brings his reputation to disrepute, because he has sown sort of disunity and he has taken a trajectory that is likely to bring balkanization of this country. For that, Honorable Speaker, we cannot continue to have a Deputy President who cannot uphold the oath of his office, and therefore Rigathi Gachagua must go. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the story of Pompey, the wife of Julius Caesar, you realize that although she had been accused of sacrilege, but the court acquitted her. But Julius Caesar actually divorced Pompey, not because of what she had been accused of, but because there was suspicion that he could have done something like that. And on that, only on that, Honorable Speaker, as a chamber, as a parliament, we have the authority and right to say This guy has brought himself to disrepute. He has gone below, and he has portrayed himself as a man who cannot be trusted with the position of a deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. And therefore, Rigathi Gachagua must go. Honorable Speaker, Article 131(2) C and D gives the president and his deputy the responsibility to promote and ensure the unity of the nation and promote respect for the diversity of the people and communities. Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President has presided over the politics of exclusion and has championed the rise and resource allocation to only one region of this country. Has the Deputy President exhibited the values of national unity and diversity? No, Honorable Speaker, he has not. He does not embrace that value, a key value of the Constitution, and therefore this Deputy President must remain impeached because for him the vocabulary of diversity and unity does not exist in his vocabulary. On that premise, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President, Geoffrey Rigathi Gachagua, must go by end of today. Honorable Speaker, Article 4, 5, and 6 of the Constitution, read together with the third paragraph of the Constitution of Kenya, reinforces the fact that Kenya is one united, indivisible state. In the same breath, Honorable Speaker, the Constitution establishes the structures of counties as units of sharing resources. However, the Deputy President has established an unlawful and unconstitutional structure of the country as a structure of sharing national resources, where we have now a new structure of shareholders and non-shareholders. Honorable Speaker, that is sacrilege. We cannot establish another structure of resource allocation apart from the one provided in the Constitution. But now we have a new structure where those who are shareholders in the country get more resources and those that are not shareholders don't get resources. For that new structure that he's trying to establish in this country, the Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua, must go. Honorable Speaker, there was a time in this country, Honorable Speaker, if you allow me to say this, and I would ask you to add me a few minutes more to say this, that there was a time in this country when the Deputy Chief Justice, the Honorable Nancy Baraza, was bundled out of office because of impropriety, because of an issue that Kenyans thought was not proper. Nancy Baraza, just pinching the nose of someone. And she was bundled out of office, the high office of the Deputy Chief Justice of this country. That's what happened, Honorable Speaker. Just pinching a nose. And she was bundled out of office. But here we have a Deputy President who has committed sacrilege, trying to balkanize this country. A Deputy President who has called people names. A Deputy President who has called a member of Parliament a prostitute. A Deputy President who has amassed wealth that cannot be accounted for. For that, Honorable Speaker, just like Nancy Baraza was bundled out of office, the Deputy President must also be bundled out of office because of that impropriety. Honorable Speaker, we saw the mover has ably demonstrated to us how he took on a judge. But Honorable Speaker, it is not just a judge, it is a female judge. Honorable Speaker, probably he attacked this judge because she was a woman, a lady judge. Where is the place of women judges or women in this country if we have a Deputy President who has no respect for other female or lady leaders in this country? Honorable Speaker, for the abuse on a woman judge, a lady judge, the Deputy President must go. Honorable Speaker, I know my time is running out, but I want to say this in closing. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this. When you ever face an impeachment motion, Honorable Speaker, you'd rather have a rich dead brother who you can shield yourself with. We saw what the Deputy President tried to do yesterday But I want to tell him that Kenyans are clever and they read through what he wanted to do yesterday. And they will not buy it. It does not sell. It won't be bought. We know who he is. We know.
Give him 1 minute. Finish up. Finish up.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. We know what he tried to do yesterday, but we can't buy it, Honorable Speaker, and therefore, Rigathi Gachagua must stand impeached at the end of the day. Honorable Speaker, we are in this boat together. We have one character in this boat called Kenya who is trying to rock it from within. He's trying to break this country. In that event, Honorable Speaker, we have a duty, if we're in that boat, to remove this one person from this boat and toss him into the high seas so that everybody is safe. And that is the duty that we must do today. And I want to convince even those that still have doubts of whether this guy should continue. I want to convince them we are safer as Kenya without Rigathi Gachagua as Deputy President of this country. We are safer as a country. The northeastern region is safer. The coast is safer. The Nyanza is safer. And all parts of Kenya are safer. Honorable Speaker, and Kenya is safer without Rigathi Gachagua as Deputy President. Mr. Speaker, we do not want Rigathi Gachagua to resign. We want this house, which he has called the House Theatre of Absurd, Honorable Speaker, to impeach him so that he knows that he needs to respect institutions also. Lack of respect of institutions, Honorable Speaker, is sacrilegious for the person of the stature of a Deputy President. For that, Honorable Speaker, for not respecting this Parliament and the Senate must impeach one Geoffrey Rigathi Gachagua tonight, and we send him home so that he knows his place in this country. For those many remarks, I second, Honorable Speaker, and ask other members to support this question. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members on their feet, take your seats. Members on their feet, take your seats. Order, members on their feet. Ruth Odinga, take your seats. Order, honorable members, take your seats. Honorable members, I now propose the question, and you'll note that on the order paper, there is the long version of the motion and the abridged version of the motion. So those of you who want to look for details of the longer version, it is there. I now propose the question, which is that pursuant the provisions of Article 145 and 151B and 2 of the Constitution and Standing Order 64 and 65, this House resolves to remove from office by impeachment His Excellency Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, on the following grounds. 1. Gross violation of Articles 10(2)(a), B, and C, 27(4), 73(1)(a), 2 and B, 75(1)(c), 129(2) of the Constitution and Articles 147(1) as read together with Article 131(2)(c) and D of the Constitution. 2. Gross violation of Articles 174(1) and 152(1) of the Constitution by undermining the President and the Cabinet and the effective discharge of the national government's executive mandate. 3. Gross violation of Articles 6(2), 10(2)(a), 174, 1861, 189(1), and the first schedule to the Constitution by undermining devolution. 4. Gross violation of Article 161 of the Constitution on the institutional and decisional independence of judges. 5. Gross violation of Article 3(1) and 148(5)(a) of the Constitution on the fidelity to the oath of office and allegiance. 6. Serious reasons to believe that His Excellency the Deputy President has committed crimes under sections 13(1)(a) and 62 of the National Cohesion and Integration Act. 7. Serious reasons to believe that His Excellency the Deputy President has committed gross economic crimes under sections 45(1), 46, 47(a)(3), and 48(1) of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, and sections 2, 3, 4, and 7 of the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act. 8. Serious reasons to believe that His Excellency the Deputy President has committed crimes by continuously misleading members of the public through false, malicious, divisive, and insightful remarks that are contrary to the provisions of Section 132 of the Penal Code and Section 29 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. 9. Gross misconduct that is incompatible with the high calling and dignified status of the office of the Deputy President, a member of the Cabinet and the National Security Council. His Excellency the Deputy President has publicly attacked and undermined the work of the National Intelligence Service and its officers. 10. Gross misconduct by openly and publicly insubordinating the President, who is the head of state and government. And 11. Gross misconduct by persistently bullying state and public officers. Honorable members, the motion is supported and the list is attached by 291 members of this House. Members, before I open the debate, I received a letter from one Honorable Wandeto purporting to withdraw his signature. I want to invite the Honorable Member to read the standing orders that are very clear. Once you append your signature to a special motion, once you append your signature on a special motion, you have crossed the Rubicon, and you cannot withdraw that signature. Honorable Otiende Amolo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, shall I use the dispatch with your permission? Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this special motion is unprecedented but contemplated by the Constitution, and I support it. Let it be a lesson, Mr. Speaker, that be you ever so high, the Constitution is still above you. Mr. Speaker, some have told me and have told us that this is not our war. But, Mr. Speaker, they do not know that in circumstances of combat, a bystander is at greater risk than a combatant. You must choose your sides. And I've chosen, Mr. Speaker, after listening to the display of jingoism by the Deputy President, after listening to the self-entitlement for 2.5 hours, after listening to the disdain of governance institutions, this Parliament and the courts, after listening to the DP threatening that Parliament and the courts should know that it's not easy to remove a Deputy President who had 7.2 million votes. Mr. Speaker, after treating Kenyans as fools by trying to mislead on the intent and purpose of his utterances on the idea of government being a company, it was easy for me to make a decision to cast my lot with impeachment of the Deputy President. Mr. Speaker, there can be much to say on the reasons. It is easy, for example, Mr. Speaker, to talk about the confessions of the Deputy President regarding 600 million that his son under 30 years was able to acquire. And he says, without tabling any evidence, that it was acquired from a bank. But he admits, Mr. Speaker, more importantly, two things. One, that the property in issue was government property irregularly acquired without the usual procurement processes. He also admits, Mr. Speaker, that the son was able to be given, a moratorium of 1 year not to pay anything while enjoying the proceeds. And the DP thinks there's nothing wrong with that. It is for good reason that the anti-corruption laws in this country do not limit themselves to the individual. They go to the spouse and the children. It is for such reasons. Mr. Speaker, it is also interesting that the DP admits to abuse of office. How does it do that? The DP admits to abuse of office on the issue of KEMSA. It is important, and this bears repetition, that the evidence tabled by the Honorable Mutuse includes an affidavit by Dr. Mulwa. That affidavit at paragraph 5 is very instructive, and it says that the DP's phone calls was aimed at interfering and covering procurement irregularities. And that is on a direct affidavit. But more importantly, if you look at page 69, you will see the SMSs. And that SMS, the son of the Deputy President, Dr. Ekinu Rigathi, has the courage to say that there is a document for His Excellency we are trying to collect, not for himself, not for any other company, for His Excellency. And the fact, Mr. Speaker, that the DP admits to these processes and sees nothing wrong with it is a very serious matter of integrity. But, Mr. Speaker, I'll not speak to all those two. I'll speak to a more fundamental fact. The blatant justification of discrimination and insightful utterances against Kenyans. That is where I want to focus, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this, the DP, and I've gone through the documents, there are various clips where the DP repeats this, that Kenya is a company and those who did not vote for Kenya Kwanza are not entitled to enjoy the proceeds from that company. What worries me, Mr. Speaker, is that with a straight face, the DP could appear on live television and justify these utterances. How does he justify it? He says that he is entitled to do that because there are some partisan political agreements or promises that were made. What does that mean? The DP elevates promises at a political party level above the National Cohesion and Integration Act, Section 13. He elevates those promises at a political party level above the Constitution of Kenya. There are 15 different articles that speaks against this. The fact that the DP can think that he can justify such utterances and elevate these agreements above the law and the Constitution is the clearest evidence that he must go because he has breached the Constitution. It is important to note that Article 145, 1A and C do not say that if you are respecting a political promise, then you can breach the Constitution. If that was to be the case, Article 24 would include that as a limitation. It does not include. If you want one reason, members, to impeach the Deputy President is because he has admitted to breaching the Constitution on account of a political promise. Mr. Speaker, Article 145, 1B is another interesting one. And it speaks to serious reasons to believe that the DP has breached the Constitution. You do not need the hard evidence. Members, remember, for conviction, that is for courts. We are not a court of law. Ours is to look at the evidence and see if there's a serious and reasons to believe. Those serious reasons speak to integrity. they speak to impropriety. And if you look at them and then find that there's some impropriety, then ground 7 will have been proved. Ground 7 talks of the issue of acquired property coming to 5.2 billion. What struck me, Mr. Speaker, is that the Deputy President took 1.5 hours to explain why he's not corrupt. Of the 2.5 hours, 90 minutes was to explain why he is not corrupt. The very fact that you take 90 minutes to explain you are not corrupt is prima facie evidence of corruption. Mr. Speaker, for one who is not corrupt, you can explain it in a sentence, period. To take 90 minutes is in itself prima facie evidence that there's corruption. Mr. Speaker, on the KEMSA issue, other than their affidavit and their interference, the affidavit, the DP then admits interference. Whoever advised the DP to do that live interview could not have had his interests at heart, but has made our work much the easier. Because now there are self-incriminations, confessions, and admissions that we can work with. Mr. Speaker, it is clear from yesterday's presentation that the Deputy President can no longer deputize the President. The role of any deputy under the Constitution is to deputize. Mr. Speaker, I crave for just 2 more minutes. So that, Mr. Speaker, even the fact, Mr. Speaker, it is not a ground of the impeachment by Honorable Mwangi Mutuse, but it has become a clear ground from yesterday's interview that the DP is incapable of deputizing the President. And if we needed an independent ground, that is very clear. It is also clear that the DP can no longer be part of a cabinet. It is a basic rule in terms of labor law. If you cannot work with your boss, if you insubordinate your boss, if one person is to go, is the subordinate, not the boss. Mr. Speaker, I want to just close by addressing one issue, and it's bears address. Some Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, it is important to address this issue. Some Kenyans want us to divert attention from the impeachment that is before us. There's only one impeachment motion before us, and it's in respect of the Deputy President. Now, some people have said, Kufa Makanga, Kufa Dereva. Now, let me explain to you. First of all, when you say Kufa Dereva, Kufa Makanga, you must remember that in that bus there are passengers. And those passengers can die if you are reckless. In this case, those passengers are Kenyans. We as Parliament must navigate that issue so carefully that the passengers called Kenyans remain safe. Mr. Speaker, that is extremely important. Why? We are in a very unique position where we have a president and a deputy president, but we do not have an IBC. If anything happens right now, as we are going to, if we impeach the deputy president as we want to, as we need to, the position can be filled even without an IBC. But if there is no president and there is no deputy president, only the speaker can act for 60 days. Within those 60 days, there must be an election. We cannot currently have an election because we have no IBC. To have IBC commissioners, you need a president to nominate the board that will select them. Once the board is nominated and they propose a name, then the name must be forwarded again to us, and it's only the president who can nominate them. In other words, if you say Kufa Dereva, Kufa Makanga, you want absolute turmoil for all the Kenyans to die in that accident. That would be a very reckless act. Mr. Speaker, I am convinced, having looked at the Deputy President, having listened to him, that the Deputy President is not remorseful. He is not sorry for any utterances. He is not prepared to change. He is a man who must be saved from himself by impeachment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
George, order. George Morugara. Order, order. Order, honorable members, order. Order, Bensouda. Freeze. Freeze where you are.
Order, members.
Order, honorable members. I know the limits of exuberance are high. Order. Beatrice, freeze where you are. I know the levels of exuberance are high, but let's listen to those who are speaking. There's a lot of requests to speak, and I did tell you that in a motion such as this, Dr. Bukose will not ask to put the question. So let's listen to each other. Of course, the canned and band of debate cannot be ruled out in acknowledging good issues and disagreeing, but let's have some decorum. Those of you who speak, you have 5 minutes. If you can finish earlier, the better, so that many more can speak. Go on, Murugara. And members, when you are given permission to speak, if you wish to come to the dispatch box, do so. If you want to speak from where you are, do so.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I even state my position as regards this motion, it is important for me to express what the views of Kenyans are regarding this motion, and especially with a hindsight of the public participation that we did, and also from the public opinion which was communicated to Kenyans through an agency that conducts opinion polls. It is vitally important to remind Kenyans that through the public participation that we did on Friday and Saturday, it was overwhelming that Kenyans were in approval of the motion, and therefore we must respect their position. We must also remind Kenyans that an agency by the name TIFA has come up with an opinion polling which again has indicated that Kenyans are in favor of the motion. Therefore, even as we debate today, even as we agonize over this motion, even as we consult the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, as we have done from time to time, as regards this motion, it is quite clear that Kenyans are in favor of the motion carrying the day. I therefore respect the position of Kenyans. I respect the position of my constituents of Tharaka, and I do confirm that I rise to support the motion. That today, the motion that has been brought to this House to have His Excellency the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, impeached, carries the day by a vote to be taken by the House. I must commend the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, who is actually my Vice Chairperson in Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, for work excellently done. And repeat the position he has made, that we are not a court of law trying a suspect. We are a House of Parliament which is required to just consider whether the grounds advanced are actually substantiated. Do we have reasons to believe that the grounds advanced are substantiated? Having listened to the mover, having looked at the documentation, and I confess we have burnt midnight oil looking at this particular motion and the supporting documentation, these grounds are substantiated. Allow me briefly to just mention but a few. Ground number one, which is on dangerous divisions in the country, is propagated by the Deputy President. The Deputy President last night admitted and tried to qualify the admission that he had likened Kenya to a company. There is total difference between likening the government to a company and stating categorically that the government is actually a company. The Deputy President, in the clips we have watched, was candid in a statement to Kenyans that the government is actually a company and that each one of us has or does not have shares in that company. The net effect of this is, if you do not have shares, then you do not belong to Kenya. If you have shares, then you are more Kenyan than any other person who has lesser shares than you. This is the dangerous division which this House must frown against, and it must hold squarely against the Deputy President. The second admission he made, which is a very strong ground of this motion, is breach of collective responsibility. It has been clearly stated that the cabinet includes the Deputy President. The President is the the Deputy President is the principal assistant of the President. Having breached this doctrine of collective responsibility, and he clearly said he did so because he thought, in his view, in his opinion, it was unconstitutional to have decided the way they decided, clearly shows that the Deputy President is not able to work with the government in which he is mandated to work with. To have actually failed to assist the President so that you speak contra to what the President says is itself insubordination, as we have actually been told. The net effect is that even if the Deputy President was actually to survive this impeachment motion, our question is, where would he work? He cannot work with the President because he made another admission that this motion actually has the nod of the President. We have not had any PG, we have had no meetings whatsoever regarding this motion, but he is convinced that the President has a hand in this motion. If that is the case and he survives, who will he work with? Who will be his boss? Number two, he says whatever they do in the cabinet tinkers on the unconstitutionality. If that is what his position is, that the cabinet as it sits today would actually make decisions, which decisions they would have to execute at one time or the other, which are unconstitutional, which cabinet will he work with? Therefore, it goes without gainsaying that the personality of the Deputy President, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, is untenable as far as the presidency is concerned and as far as the cabinet is concerned. 1 minute more. There has been an argument regarding the companies, and Honorable Mutuse has read out the companies, which nobody seems to know exactly why these companies were formed. Exactly what was the ulterior motive of forming these companies. But what I wish to point out regarding the companies, and what Kenyans should know, is that some of the properties under which the Deputy President aid, stating that these were properties of his late brother, are actually today his properties. Most important is a property known as Kuruwitu Home Resort. This property was actually sold to another company known as Kuruwitu Properties Limited for Kenya shillings 250,000. A search of these companies indicate that Kuruwitu Properties Limited is owned by Vipingo Beach Resort Limited and John Y. Mavenge. We therefore have to ask ourselves, who is Vipingo Beach Resort Limited? And CR12 indicates that this company is actually owned in shares by Keith Ekino Rigathi, Kevin Gachagua Rigathi, the estate of the deceased James Nderitu Gachagua. As we were told, these two persons named, Keith and Kevin, are not executors of the estate of the late Nderitu Gachagua. So if they actually own this company, which owns one of the properties of the deceased, purchased at Kenya shillings 250 million, then it goes without gainsaying that in fact, the Deputy President has an explanation to give regarding this. Finally, we've been told about the press statement he made in Mombasa, and this is the evidence of insubordination. The country was on fire. The country was burning. The president actually finished or completed giving what measures he would take to restore the country. The deputy president went to Mombasa, where he gave a statement which in itself was inciting to Kenyans, casting aspersions on the government, casting aspersions on our agencies, and at the end of the day, we have also seen him casting aspersions on the judiciary, which is supposed to be an independent institution. What we are required to do as members of parliament is to prove only one ground. The rest of them may fall or may succeed. But I can assure you, out of the 11 grounds, there is cogent evidence that the deputy president has committed acts inconsistent with his office, acts which in themselves warrant this House to impeach him today as we go to the vote. As I conclude, I urge the House, let us look at the bigger picture, which is the bigger picture of Kenya as a country. What we are doing is not to try and appease one person. We are trying to do this so that the country is saved. And we have always asked the question, the second in command who does not work with the first in command and his team, of what use would that person be to the country? With those very many remarks, I do beg to support this motion. Thank you.
Mishimbogo. Give her the mic.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, nasimama hapa kuunga mkono hoja hii ya kumng'atua mamlakani naibu wa rais Bwana Rigathi Gachagua. Na naunga mkono kwa sababu katiba yetu kifungu 159 imetupatia sababu mwafaka za kuweza kumng'atua naibu wa rais. Na sababu ya kwanza imezungumzia kukeuka katiba. Na nikiangalia Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua amekeuka katiba, haswa nikiangalia kipengele cha 10 ambacho kinazungumzia maadili ya kitaifa. Maadili ya kitaifa ikiwemo umoja, ikiwemo demokrasia, ikiwemo usawa. Mara nyingi sana amezungumzia mambo ya kwamba nchi yetu ni kama kampuni na ni ya washikadau. Na amesema ya kwamba washikadau hawa ni wale ambao tu wamepiga kura katika serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Hivyo basi kukiuka maadili katika kifungu cha 10, kwa sababu tunajua Wakenya wote wanalipa ushuru na Wakenya wote wana haki sawia, wale waliopiga kura kwa serikali na wale ambao pia walikuwa katika upande ule mwingine, kwa sababu ni demokrasia. Unaweza kuwa upande wa serikali na unaweza kuwa upande wa upinzani. Vile vile pia tunaona katika kifungu 147 kinasema ya kwamba yeye atakuwa ni msaidizi mkuu wa rais katika serikali. na msaidizi mkuu pia atakuwa ni naibu katika zile kazi ambazo rais anazifanya. Lakini je, vitendo vyake vimeonyesha mambo hayo? Vitendo vimeonyesha ya kwamba yeye si msaidizi. Kuna wakati ule wa Gen Z, wakati rais ametoa hotuba hapa Nairobi ya kutoa mwelekeo wa kitaifa na jambo lile, yeye alikuwa Mombasa akitoa hotuba ambayo ilikuwa inazungumza tofauti na ile hotuba ya rais, na hapo pia akatia fitina katika taasisi zetu za kiserikali na kumlaumu bwana Nurdin Haji. Kwa hivyo imeonyesha ya kwamba yeye ni kama anachukua nafasi ile ya rais, hachukui ile nafasi ya kwamba yeye ni msaidizi. Vile vile pia tumeona ya kwamba naibu wa rais amekiuka katiba na kuwa amezungumzia utovu wa nidhamu kwa hali ya juu. Ile Kiingereza tunasema gross misconduct. Kwa mfano, aliita mmoja wetu Mheshimiwa Jematia na kumuita malaya. Unapoita mwanamke yoyote malaya, umeita wamama wote wa Kenya malaya. Sisi si malaya, sisi ni kina mama na sisi ni viongozi. Hatuwezi tukakubali naibu wa rais kutuita malaya. Akarudi akasema hawa wamama wa Mount Kenya ambao wako pamoja na mimi, hawa ni wamama, wote ni wamama wa rais, hawa ni wamama wake. Alikuwa anamaanisha nini? Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua, huna heshima kwa kina mama wa taifa hili la Kenya. Vile vile katika huo utovu wa nidhamu, tunaona sehemu ya Nyandarua alinunua shamba ambalo kina mama walikuwa wamelima mahindi, wamelima viazi, wamelima zile mushiri. Alimweka pale MCA na wakavuruga hiyo chakula yote. Angekuwa yeye ana hekima kama kiongozi, angeacha vikue, watu wavune, alafu achukue hilo shamba. Lakini ni kwamba hana nidhamu na wala hana kufikiria wa Kenya kama naibu wa rais, na wala hana ubinadamu. Vile vile pia sababu nyingine inakuwa ya kwamba ukikosa ufanisi, Kiingereza incompetence. Na mimi nataka niseme alikosa ufanisi kwa sababu alisema anapigana na pombe haramu na anapigana na madawa ya kulevya. Akaja kule pwani, kazi aliyofanya kubwa ni kutukana viongozi, kusema anajua wanaouza miadarati, atawataja, atawashika. Aliwashika. Miadarati iko ama hakuna? Na hii pombe haramu iko Mlima peke yake ama pia iko kule magharibi, iko kule sehemu ya Nyanza na iko hata hapa Nairobi? Tumuulize yeye mamilioni ambayo ameyatumia kwa hiyo kazi yametupatia natija gani? Yamefanya faida gani? Isipokuwa kunyakua ardhi, akiandika kwa jina la mke wake ati atatengeza sehemu za kuweza kunasua vijana kwa jambo hilo. Jambo jingine ni kashfa ya KEMSA. Imezungumziwa vizuri sana vile alivyowezesha watoto wake na makampuni yake na kuiba pesa zile katika kashfa hiyo. Hatuwezi kuwa na naibu wa rais ambaye juzi na jana alikuwa milioni 800, yani kama mali yake. Hivi karibuni ati ni bilioni 5.2. Kwa muda mchache tu pesa hizo umezipata wapi? Pia umedhulumu bibi wawili wa marehemu ndugu yako aliyekuwa gavana wa Nyeri. Utakuwaje upewe flati 10 na wao wapewe 5 na ni wawili na kuna na watoto? Jamani, ni sheria gani? Tunao sheria ile ya Kiingereza.
Give her 1 minute.
Tunajua hiyo sheria imezungumzia wakati mume amekufa, yani ni mabibi na watoto ndio wanaorithi. Sasa wewe itakuwaje uchukue huo urithi wote? Mpaka hoteli umechukua, ati uliandikiwa, ati ndugu yako alikupa. Jamani, wewe kama makamu wa rais muogope Mwenyezi Mungu na ujue ya kwamba hatuko hapa sisi katika ukabila. Tukiangalia act ile ya National Cohesion Integration Act inazungumzia yoyote atakayetumia maneno ya matusi, maneno ya kutishia ili kuweza kuleta bughudha katika makabila, yeye anatakikana ashtakiwe na amefanya makosa. Rwanda juzi na jana matamshi ya kikabila yaliwatia katika vita vikali vya kikabila, na wewe leo unataka kuleta vita katika taifa la Kenya. Tuliona molo clashes na hata wewe unasemekana ulikuwa kwa hiyo maneno. Tuliona
Time up. Time up, Mishi. Faith Gitau.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for according me this opportunity. And from the onset, I support this special motion. First, our supreme law of the land expects the presidency, which includes the president and the deputy, to be a symbol of national unity. In that case, the holders of that office are expected to portray a national image as opposed to an ethnic outlook. Honorable Speaker, our Deputy President has been at the forefront in advancing a selfish ethnic agenda. For him, it is about his community and nothing more. After an election, Mr. Speaker, the government has to serve both those who voted for it and those who did not. It was wrong for the Deputy President to advocate for shareholding in order to discriminate against the rest of the communities, which may create ethnic animosity against Mount Kenya region. As a county member of parliament, I think I have traversed this nation more than the Deputy President. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President, as the second in command, should act as a father figure to members of parliament and the community at large. Far from it, the Deputy President, during his tenure, has been divisive and very egocentric. For him, it is about me, myself, and I. It is unfortunate that he has lowered the status and respect expected of such high office. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, when we went to the people urging them to elect this government, we gave them an undertaking that women must be respected. It is therefore, it disturbs me so greatly when the Deputy President is at the forefront demeaning women in leadership, particularly those he perceives his enemies. He has no respect for women whatsoever. He has made a scathing public attacks on a woman High Court judge. And in addition, he has been attacking women, and especially members of parliament, me and others included in this house. And therefore, he can never, and he has no respect for women, and he can never work with women. And for those few remarks, I support.
Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I want to say the following. Impeachment of our Deputy President is a matter of national interest and international interest, and it's on the basis of that, Honorable Speaker, that people have to be very careful with what they do with this impeachment. Honorable Speaker, I want to remind the House that we are only one of the many parts of the process. This National Assembly will be making their decision. From there, we'll go to the Senate. And there is also the courts, if need be. And it's on the basis of that, Honorable Speaker, that we must isolate personal issues from issues which make sense to Kenyans. So that, Honorable Speaker, we don't, as a House, go for what I'll call mob justice mentality, and at the end of the day, the other stages, we lose it. Honorable Speaker, in the past, this House has been thrown under the bus because of this kind of mentality, where we go, make decisions, and out there, when they go to the courts, a number of our acts of parliament have been declared unconstitutional, basically because as members, we come here and we start shouting and assuming that other people there are not watching. Honorable Speaker, what am I saying? I've listened to the grounds of this motion, this impeachment motion, and I've listened to my friend, Honorable Mutuse, making the presentation and trying to justify some of these grounds, Honorable Speaker. I want to pick a few of them and ask myself whether really they meet the expectations in terms of saying that the DP should be impeached on those grounds. The first one, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of demolitions. In this country, Honorable Speaker, when you go to our constitution, it clearly says that Kenyans have a right. They have their own rights. And if the government has made a decision to carry out demolitions, looking at the hierarchy in terms of governance, the topmost person in terms of hierarchy is the president, is not the deputy president. So in a situation where a decision is made, and the deputy president says he doesn't support it, the question is, should you be harassing the deputy president or the president? Because the person who took the oath as the head of the executive is the president or the deputy president. So on the basis of those demolitions, Honorable Speaker, it is going to be very unfair to start saying it is the deputy president who is in supporting the president, because at the end of the day, whose decision did carry the day? That's the question. The second issue, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of shareholding. Honorable members, let's be very honest with ourselves. We are all politicians. We have been voted in. We represent constituencies. How many of you can say that you are not practicing what is being explained in this motion? How many? Let's be very honest with ourselves. Let's be very honest with ourselves that most of you, majority of you, are doing exactly what is being said in this motion. It's only that don't say it publicly. That's the truth of the matter, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Makali Molo, there's a point of order.
Yeah, I have no problem, Honorable Speaker. Yeah. I hope I'll be saving my time.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, my name is Steve Mogaka from West Mogrango. Is the member on the floor in order to speak about what I practice? What does he know about what I practice? Can he restrict himself to what he does and not start throwing aspersions on members of parliament as if he is in their minds and he is in their practices? He's not. Is he not out of order? Yes, Makali.
Honorable Speaker, I really don't see any point of order there. I ignore and proceed. Honorable Speaker, the issue of the judicial officer who is being accused as one of the grounds for this. Honorable Speaker.
Order, Makali.
And Honorable Speaker.
There's another point of order here.
Point of order.
Take your seat.
Yeah.
Give Farah the mic.
Mr. Speaker, is the Honorable Makali, somebody I have a lot of respect for. In order to compare a member of parliament who represents a constituency and the functions of that member and somebody who is the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya who represents the four corners of this country, and say that because the members of parliament go and develop, my presumption is that he thinks the CDF funds for one constituency cannot be taken to another constituency. But that's a different thing when it comes to national resources and the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya.
Makali, wind up, your time is up.
You know, Honorable Speaker, I hope this is not just to drive me to not to say what I wanted to say, Honorable Speaker. I can see a very deliberate move to curtail me from saying what I want to say.
Do you want
Honorable Speaker,
Honorable
Speaker, you know the thing is, Honorable Speaker, and Honorable Speaker, you need to protect me on a serious. You have been protecting everybody who has spoken. Unless also, Honorable Speaker, you're on the same side of those who are supporting. Because on a serious, Honorable Speaker, I don't think it's fair. You have been protecting everybody else. You can't protect.
Order, Honorable Makali Mulu. Order, Honorable Makali Mulu. You've been sitting here since we started. Order, Makali. Not a single previous speaker attracted a single point of order. If any came, the speaker will allow it. Not a single person raised a point of order. In fact, I'm being gracious by asking you, Nimrod Mbai wants to inform you, do you want this information? If you don't want it, you go on. But for you, order, Makali Mulu. You know, when you lose your cool, you also lose the argument. So just be composed, say your bit. The speaker has no dog in this fight. Just say what you want to say, finish, and we give space to somebody else. And any member who wants to stand on a point of order, it's within your standing orders. He has said he doesn't want your information. Go on.
You know, Honorable Speaker, with all due respect, people have been making their contribution here since morning. Nobody has been shouting point of order. So, and it's my democratic position to oppose the motion.
Order.
Honorable Speaker.
Go on.
Honorable Speaker, I've been elected by the people of Kitui Central to come to this house 3 times. And nobody can assume that I cannot make my contribution. Honorable Speaker, I've been saying, on the matter of judicial officer.
Wind up.
The judicial officer has been accused of corruption-related matters, Honorable Speaker. And there is a court case, or as we are speaking. Are we running away from accountability as a country? When do we allow the courts to do their work up to the conclusion that as a house we want to make this as a ground for impeachment, Honorable Speaker? This is what we are saying. There is separation of power, Honorable Speaker, and we should respect that. Third thing, Honorable Speaker, the India of officers has been called by the DP. Just called. How many of us here since morning have been called by the President? How many of us here since morning have been called by the Deputy President? Pleading with us to either support or oppose. Can you be impeached on that note? On a serious note, we need to be serious as a house. And that's why I'm saying, Honorable Speaker, from where we are seated as a house, you go for mob justice mentality, you lose it at the top there, you are trying to reduce the credibility of this house to the lowest level. I know we are already low. I wish we should not reduce it further than where we are, Honorable Speaker. Let's go for strong grounds for opposition of this motion. Is it a situation where a thief has been sent to court to catch another thief? This is a situation. Honorable Speaker, this country has much more serious issues than what we are discussing. Mike Twisi.
Your time is up. Order. I will now order. Take your seat. Order. Robert Mbai. Boy. Order, Robert Mbai. Give him 1 minute to finish.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker. So I was saying, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans have said that Kitui Central in particular has said, kufa makanga, kufa ndereva, kufa mechanic. Because Kenyans are more serious issues. And when they die, we want a new renewal of this country, Honorable Speaker. This idea of mob justice, we are not going to allow it in this country. Kenyans have more serious things. I oppose, Honorable Speaker.
Millie Odhiambo to speak to the public participation report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I was just wondering if after speaking to the public participation, that I could also just make my contribution.
You have 15 minutes, within which you have to speak to all those.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll try. Mr. Speaker, earlier on in the morning, I had tabled before the House. I am, is it vertically challenged?
You are loud enough. Go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was indicating that earlier in the morning I had presented a report of a public participation on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, this is following the notice of a special motion by Honorable Mwengi Mutuse and in line with Article 1182 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, consequently, the House Business Committee approved a public participation program across all 290 constituencies, and I present on behalf of the House Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, I'll speak to the issue of the legal framework of public participation. And Mr. Speaker, Article 10.2 of the Constitution provides for the participation of the people as one of the national values and principles of governance. Mr. Speaker, Article 118 of the Constitution requires Parliament to ensure public access and participation of the people in its affairs. I will not go to the details, and we can read it for ourselves because of time. Mr. Speaker, I wish to note on my own behalf that in quasi-judicial proceedings like this, public participation is not really necessary, even though the courts are pronounced that they are. In my view, they are not actually necessary in a quasi-judicial processes like this, because, Mr. Speaker, it's almost like saying that the judiciary needs public participation in making their decision. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I also want to speak to the issue of timelines. And, Mr. Speaker, Parliament has spoken very clearly on the issue of timelines under Standing Order 64.2. And in summary, Mr. Speaker, I would want to say, if you read the standing order, that there are very strict timelines for a process or a motion like this. And, Mr. Speaker, in setting the period, the National Assembly was guided by the need to preserve the overarching constitutional principle of acting without unreasonable delay. The special motion for removal from office by impeachment of the Deputy President was therefore processed in accordance with the timeline set out under Standing Order 64. Mr. Speaker, in buttressing the necessity for expedited consideration of special motions, previous speakers of the National Assembly of Kenya expressed themselves on the question of timelines for considering special motions by the House when the special motions were filed proposing the removal by impeachment of the then Cabinet Secretaries, Honorable Anne Waiguru, Honorable James Macharia, Honorable Kaimenyi, and more recently, Honorable Mithika Linturi. In all the foregoing instances, the Speaker emphasized the need to dispose of a special motion as soon as is practicable to remove the anxiety of hangman's noose from the neck of a state officer proposed for impeachment. Mr. Speaker, you have seen the level of anxiety that the Deputy President has undergone, and indeed when he was actually giving the press statement yesterday, he was almost in tears. And that is why the House hastens the process so that the emotional turmoil is lessened, having gone through this process, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Clerk of the National Assembly published advertisements on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of October, and invited written submissions via hand delivery, post, or email until the 5th of October 2024. Mr. Speaker, all these were also advertised on the 4th of October and extended to the 5th in each constituency. To assist in this exercise, a public view template was made available to the public in both English and Kiswahili to guide submissions. On the 3rd and 4th of October 2024, 40,000 copies of the public view templates were also circulated as newspaper pullouts. This template was designated to provide clarity and precision in responses, whether for or against a motion. Number 2, to supplement other means of public input. And 3, to ensure both qualitative and quantitative feedback was captured, which is actually as has been directed by the courts in the past. Mr. Speaker, I just want to indicate that many means were used, including radio, TVs, and other means to publicize this process, including Twitter, or formerly, currently X, or formerly Twitter, and Facebook pages. Mr. Speaker, the public was invited to submit views either in support or in opposition of the special motion or offer other views. Mr. Speaker, I wish to laud Kenyans for their growing consciousness on their civic rights and duties. Mr. Speaker, people participated in various ways, as was witnessed both on electronic and social media, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, many Kenyans who are participated very expressively. Mr. Speaker, I think many of us saw people expressing their views in many, many ways, some of which I will explain later. However, Mr. Speaker, by the nature of newsmaking, we saw the areas where the views were expressive, but much less in the areas where the views were not that expressive. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the report, and I want to download the parliamentary team, they have even captured photos of members of the public giving their views in constituencies very peacefully. But Mr. Speaker, as I want to repeat, that by the very nature of newsmaking, what we will see are the dramatic scenes. And those we saw, I don't think it is shame as such, it's their right and they can share. Mr. Speaker, I wish to indicate I wish to report that based on all that, over 200,000 responses were received, of which 65.1% supported the motion, while 33.81% opposed the motion, and 1.09% offered neutral or other alternative views. Mr. Speaker, some of the members in contributing have actually alluded to some of those alternative views. I've heard the Speaker right before me talking about the issue that Kenya has very many pressing issues. Mr. Speaker, indeed it is true, Kenya has many pressing issues, and as a House, we are already seized of those issues and are indeed already dealing with some of those issues. One of those issues that the Parliament has raised is the issue of education, the education system, and we have called the CS for Education more than 2 times to deal with that issue. Again, on the health issue, we have also invited the CS for Health amongst other officials. So indeed the House can chew and walk at the same time. Mr. Speaker, when a motion is brought of this magnitude, Parliament, by its own standing orders, must stop everything else and give priority to this motion. And that is why Parliament stopped all its business on Thursday and focused on this, and all members of Parliament went to their constituencies to deal with this issue. Mr. Speaker, I wish to indicate that given that this is a very special public participation process, a first of its kind, Mr. Speaker, since the Constitution was promulgated, there were some challenges, but which did not affect the overall product of public participation. Mr. Speaker, some of those challenges were as follows. Mr. Speaker, there was political interference at public forums such as Bomas of Kenya and Murang'a. Mr. Speaker, there was violent disruptions in areas like Olkalau, Kipipiri, and Nyeri Town. Mr. Speaker, there was incomplete or unclear submission, including forms without identifying information or contradictory responses. Mr. Speaker, there was low turnout in some constituencies due to insecurity, such as in Bura. Mr. Speaker, public expectation for monetary compensation for participation was also experienced. Mr. Speaker, there was late submission of forms and memorandum in some instances. There were threats of violence towards officers and inappropriate language in some email submissions. And Mr. Speaker, there was pressure from some constituencies such as Olkalau and Kipipiri for officers to declare results prematurely. On the whole, Mr. Speaker, most places in the country went on uninterrupted. And the results that I just indicated to you, Mr. Speaker, are based on that. Mr. Speaker, because of time, and I would like other members to speak, I would want to invite members to look at the report that has been tabled by the House Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, I'll just speak very briefly on my own account. Mr. Speaker, I wish to indicate on my own account as a member of Suba North constituency that what we are going through post-2010 constitution, I want to agree with the honorable member that has spoken and said that it's a very important process, because indeed it is. Mr. Speaker, it is a defining moment constitutionally and a first of its kind since 2010. It is both a legal and a political process. Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court in the Sonko's case confirmed that impeachment is not just about civil liability or criminal culpability, but it's about accountability, political governance, as well as policy and political responsibility. Mr. Speaker, I'll speak very briefly to that in the end, but I want to speak to the issue of grounds. I'll be very brief, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are 3 grounds that have been given under Article 150 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to the issue, the 3rd ground, which is gross misconduct. Mr. Speaker, I have actually looked at the Constitution and there is no definition of gross misconduct. I have looked at our laws and there is no definition of gross misconduct. Mr. Speaker, Black's Law Dictionary defines gross misconduct as a dereliction of duty, unlawful or improper behavior. Mr. Speaker, on that account alone, virtually every ground that has been stipulated here would amount to gross misconduct. Mr. Speaker, speaking as a governance expert, perhaps it's one of the areas we may want to change in future in the Constitution. Because I was saddened when Nancy Baraza was removed from office for just touching somebody's nose. Only. Even pinching. Yeah? Touching somebody's nose. So, Mr. Speaker, what I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, is based on these grounds, it is easy to impeach. Mr. Speaker, if you just had me 1 minute, please. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, you have 1.5.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would just want to say that I've been by nature, I know I'm a very tough person, but by very nature, I'm also very empathetic. And I've been sympathizing a lot with the Deputy Speaker, especially, Deputy President, sorry, especially when he prays, because I'm also a prayerful person. But Mr. Speaker, I would want the Deputy Speaker to learn from this.
Deputy President.
Sorry, Deputy President. Sorry, I don't know why I keep going to Honorable Gladys. Mr. Speaker, in my book which I've just released, Rigo Berigged, Principle 9, the power of words, taming the tongue. Mr. Speaker, if the Deputy President had been quiet, he would have carried many people in this house. But he did not tame the tongue. And every time he spoke, he's just showing further and further division of the country. And I feel sad as a country that many people, even my friends, because I have many friends in central Kenya, who are calling me, are not calling me from a governance perspective. They are telling me, please save us Mount Kenya. Mr. Speaker, when will we ever reach a point as a country when we look at governance issues and not ethnic parochial issues that have divided the country for a long time, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I do empathize with the Deputy President, and I wish the hand he extended to the President, he had done it much earlier. Mr. Speaker, I hope he learns from the experience of Coriolanus of ancient Rome, who had won many battles, and his fame preceded him. But when he got in politics, his mouth brought him down.
Mr. Speaker, I support.
Gladys Sholei, not information. There's nobody on the floor. Speak. You wanted to speak.
Okay, but just allow me to correct one issue that has been raised twice on the issue of Nancy Baraza. Nancy Baraza was alleged to have pinched the nose of someone. It was never confirmed. The CCTV footage did not reveal it, and she was found with no guilt on that point. So as a woman leader, I want to correct that. Nancy Baraza served this country faithfully. So let us correct the Hansard. Thank you.
Go on.
Honorable Speaker, I can proceed.
Go on.
Yes, I am. Okay. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. And again, before I proceed to support this motion, allow me to clarify just one issue. I have been accused by the Deputy President of bias, indicating that I cannot preside over these impeachment proceedings because I am biased. I want to confirm that when Okay, thank you. I want to confirm that I'm not biased at all. When I made the statements that I did make, I made them as Member of Parliament for Uasin Gishu County and not as a Deputy Speaker sitting on the Speaker's chair. You can only accuse me of bias if I make those statements from the Speaker's chair. I am first a Member of Parliament before I am Deputy Speaker. If the law contemplated a situation where I am gagged as Deputy Speaker, I would have been expected then by that law to resign like the substantive Speaker does in that case. And therefore now I want to proceed to go on to support the motion, speaking as an ordinary member of Uasin Gishu County and not as Deputy Speaker. I have a few points to point out. The Deputy President has been engaged in various conducts that meet the threshold for impeachment. One, on numerous occasions, he has insisted that Kenya is a company of shares, and this is contrary to the Constitution, Article 10, and also our national values. I also want to bring attention of the House that he has contravened his oath of allegiance. When he took his oath of allegiance, he says, in full realization of the high calling, I assume as Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, I swear and affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Republic of Kenya. The oath of allegiance does not mention Murima, it does not mention Mount Kenya. He bears allegiance to the Republic of Kenya, not to his wife and not to his sons. So he has gone against his oath of allegiance. I also want to go on to refer to the press conference that the Deputy President held in Mombasa on the 25th of June, 2024. In that particular press statement, he distanced himself from the Finance Bill 2024. As a member of cabinet, in his position as Deputy President, he is collectively responsible for all the decisions that are made in cabinet, and therefore, in distancing himself, he violated Article 153 of the Constitution. The Finance Bill, as we know, is the overarching legislative document that underpins the revenue-raising measures for the executive in order to achieve its programs. If the Deputy President did not agree with the decision of Cabinet on the Finance Bill, he ought to have held his peace and his tongue or resigned as a member of the Cabinet. There is no two ways about it. And furthermore, by the mere fact of holding a presser at a time when the country was in crisis, when the President has addressed the nation, he went on to have his own one-man show of a presser. That is the greatest definition of gross misconduct. It is pure insubordination. No one can do that. It is unthinkable for a principal assistant to contradict the principle. If you want to contradict the principle, you resign your position and go and contradict them from outside. Thirdly, the Deputy President also distanced himself from the activities of the Nairobi Rivers Commission and claims that the activities were undertaken contrary to the law. The work of the commission was again endorsed by Cabinet. The government followed laid down laws regarding eviction and resettlement of members of the public. The Deputy President knows that this has been a crisis in this country and in contravention of the laws by having people living by the riparian zone. And in this year, people had actually died. And in order to prevent further deaths in future, Cabinet in its wisdom decided to relocate the members of the public. And again, he again failed to take collective responsibility with Cabinet, did not resign, but went on to countermand the decisions that had been made in Cabinet. Furthermore, he has taken an oath of secrecy and therefore cannot publicly divulge what was decided in Cabinet. Again, there he has contravened the law. 4, during the press conference in Mombasa on the 25th of June 2024, the Deputy President accused the Director General of NIS of providing faulty intelligence and firing some senior officers. As a state officer, and most importantly, as a member of the National Security Council, under Article 240, the members of the National Security Council, at Clause 2B, the Deputy President is a member. He then cannot discuss intelligence briefs that come to his knowledge during the proceedings of the National Security Council. Again, with that, he has gone against the Official Secrets Act and his oath of secrecy. And even if he had any reservations, he has opportunity as a member of the National Security Council to raise it at the Security Council proceedings and even to raise it to the President in person, but not to come as if he's an ordinary citizen who is in the opposition and then speak about it in public. That is wrong. In fact, it is juvenile. It reveals him as a person who is unhinged and cannot control their tongue. 5, during the rally in Githurai, Nairobi, which was presided over by the Deputy President, with some members of Parliament present, he was involved in leading chants that said, Ruto must go. Ruto is a one-term president. He never denounced those statements. What that amounts to is that he is guilty of treason and other allied offenses. That is the Penal Code, Section 40. And I will read it out, just that there is no doubt. It says that any person owing allegiance to the Republic of Kenya or else of Kenya, if they compass, imagine, invent, devise any deeds with the intention of the death, the maiming, the wounding, the imprisonment, or restraint of the president is guilty of treason. So Rigathi Gachagua is guilty of treason. And it also amounts to gross misconduct. So the Deputy President cannot therefore expect to remain in his office as Deputy President when his party to efforts to remove the President, to undermine the President, and to campaign against the President. His tenure as a principal assistant is not tenable by any interpretation or meaning. And 6, during his appearance in church in Meru, the Deputy President insinuated that if he is removed, the tribes of Kenya who are native to the Mount Kenya area will revolt and be violent. Again, that is treason and other allied offenses. And he also goes against the National Cohesion and Integration Commission act with his utterances that relates to ethnic profiling. And even as late as yesterday, if I had any doubt in my mind that Rigathi Gachagua must be impeached and removed from office as Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, he made it very, very clear yesterday. Yesterday, he went on to disclose details of the Kenya Kwanza pre-election pact. This is contrary to non-disclosure agreements that were signed by parties. And without any due regard to these non-disclosure clauses, and without seeking consensus from other principals who are party to those pacts, he went on to sing like a parrot on national television. That is unbecoming behavior of a person who holds an office as high as that of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. And lastly, I want to point out that all the violations that I have set out in support of this motion were brought upon and the evidence said by the Deputy President himself. This is not from anywhere. It's from his own very utterances. Practically, this is what the Deputy President has done. He has dosed paraffin on himself and he has lit the match all by himself without the help of anybody else. And so he has only himself to blame. I support this motion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Adan Kainan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, allow me to thank the Honorable Mutuse for being courageous, for being focused, and I'm sure in annal of the history of this country, Mr. Speaker, and the history of the 13th Parliament, Mr. Mutuse, you will be appreciated. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I've also gone through this impeachment clauses, Mr. Speaker. The 11 clauses, Mr. Speaker, are cogent, are rich in evidence, Mr. Speaker, and clearly demonstrate the actions, the omissions, the commissions of the Deputy President. Mr. Speaker, I've had an opportunity to reflect, because there's one thing that the DP has been using, that is a truthful man. I went back to the ironic definitions, how a truthful man is supposed to be described in the Bible, in the Quran, in a civil society, Mr. Speaker. And in those definitions, Mr. Speaker, I have missed an iota of resemblance on anything that I can associate with those actions and the activities of the Deputy President, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these clauses, we are a member of Parliament. We as members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, our work is to protect the Constitution. Our work is to oversight, and our work is to do one of these things that have been demanded today by this impeachment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in all these clauses, the common denominator is the DP has abused his office through corruption, through tender-preneuring, through disparaging and disobeying his boss, through undermining devolution, and Mr. Speaker, equally also by being a threat to our sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, this country is a collection of many nation states. The Kikuyu nation, the Somali nation, the Luya nation, and this is what we are proud of, Mr. Speaker, and this is what constitutes the sovereign Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other day, and I want to repeat this, and you will excuse me for saying this country has a very rich history. In 1982, one gallant son from northern Kenya called Gerald Mahmoud saved the Kenyans from militarism. And I think we all appreciate it. He's still alive. Mr. Speaker, in 2007, another general by the name General Muhammad Ali saved the Kenyans from the effects of the socio-political turmoil of 2007. And Mr. Speaker, the post-election violence. In 2024, another son from that region, Nurdin, has also saved this country from the effects and activities of Rigji and his cohorts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that doesn't take away the contributions of many other Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, in all this, what I have gathered, and we have been in Parliament together, we are doing a favor for Rigji. We are doing a favor for the executive, members of the executive. We must save Rigji from the members of the executive, the other members, because he's a threat to their continued performance of their job, Mr. Speaker. We must also save Rick G from the members of the judiciary because he keeps on attacking them, Mr. Speaker. We must also save Rick G from the members of the legislature because he attacks them, Mr. Speaker. We must also save Rick G from the 47 tribes, Mr. Speaker, because he keeps on attacking them. Mr. Speaker, we must also save Rick G from the remnants of Mau Mau because he keeps on abusing their name, Mr. Speaker. We must save Rick G, Mr. Speaker, because he abuses our ladies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must also save Rick G from the people of Mount Kenya because he abuses their names and he wants to have them collide with other Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, isolate them, Mr. Speaker. And finally, on that aspect, we must save himself because last night, when I watched that teleprompter-driven press conference, Mr. Speaker, one thing that came to my mind is he was incriminating himself, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in all this, we have a president who has applied all his gingerly approach in managing the affairs of this nation, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, what is coming to mind is we have a DP who in every statement that he utters abuses, uses the Constitution wrongly, threatens, and demeans everybody. And it's because of this, Mr. Speaker, that we as a parliament, we must go in history and support this impeachment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, finally, you have ruled on this. And I don't want my colleagues here actually to be threatened. What you are doing is right. It is within your legislative right, Mr. Speaker, for those of us who have elected to support this by appending our signatures should also be available to vote today in our numbers to impeach Rick G. And by doing that, we'll be saving Kenya. I support, Mr. Speaker.
John Makali. John Makali.
Give me the mic. For the opportunity you've granted me to also weigh in on this motion. Honorable Speaker, we are facing a constitutional moment where our constitution is being tested. At the outset, let me state that I have nothing as against the Deputy President or where he comes from. But Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President is not an ordinary person. The Deputy President is actually the second in command in our nation. Before he assumes office, Article 74 of the Constitution requires him to take an oath of office. And Honorable Speaker, I've looked at the oath of office of the Deputy President. It requires him to be faithful to the Republic, to give counsel and advice to the President without fear or favor. Equally, the Deputy President is a ranking state officer, and Article 74 of the Constitution requires, Article 75 of the Constitution requires that in the conduct of a state officer, he needs to bring honor and dignity to this office he holds. Honorable Speaker, looking at the grounds that have been availed, I want to state here categorically, Honorable Speaker, that the Deputy President has violated the Constitution and his oath of office. Why do I say that, Honorable Speaker? One, the Constitution of Kenya, which the people of Kenya gave to themselves, requires that Kenya is a unitary state, regardless of the regions it has. Equally, Article 10 of the Constitution puts national unity, patriotism, as a key component of our national values in the discharge of our duties. Several other times, and I want to speak to this very clearly, Honorable Speaker, when the Deputy President, the truthful man he says he is, attended a church service in Bungoma, and we actually requested that we had several other problems which needed to be handled, specifically blocked road programs, employment opportunities. The Deputy President, the truthful man that he is, told us on our faces that according to the votes which we got, whatever we had gotten was enough and we had no duty to keep on asking for more projects. That is the Deputy President who is supposed to be the principal assistant to the President and who is supposed to portray national unity. Equally, Honorable Speaker,
The Deputy President yesterday clearly said that the government that we have now, the Kenya Kwanza government, is a government of shareholders. Because he said the government was formed because of shareholding agreements. Once you become a deputy president, you are the face of national unity. He cannot really keep invoking the promises which were made, the agreements which were made prior to the government being formed. What will happen to those other countries, other areas which are not part and parcel of those particular agreements that were alleged to have been made? Equally, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President has committed an offense, or is reasonably expected to have committed an offense. When he was asked in his visits which he makes throughout the country, he said that he visited Keyo Marakwet, he visited other parts of the country, and he has been given animals. And those animals, he has kept them at his home, and he now has a herd. Article 76 of the Constitution clearly indicates that when you receive a gift or a donation, you are supposed to donate it back to the Republic. You don't keep it up as your reward at home. So looking at this, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya has committed a corruption offense for which he needs to go home. Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya is supposed to be above board. He is supposed to be the number 2 citizen who needs to preach national unity. He is supposed to be the president in waiting. He is supposed to be actually the president in waiting, so that if anything happens, he is supposed to take over the reins of the country. Honorable Speaker, if we look at the utterances that have been made by the Deputy President, let us look at the KEMSA case. I've looked at the affidavit of Dr. Andrew. It is very, very clear that the Deputy President was actually conflicted in the KEMSA supply case, and Article 75 of the Constitution requires all state officers to avoid situations where they are in conflict of interest. And in leading this, the Deputy President should be at the forefront of avoiding situations where he falls in a situation where there's a conflict of interest. Taking into account all these 11 grounds that have been made, I have no doubt on my mind, Honorable Speaker, that for his arrogance, that for his breach of the Constitution, that for his defiance, that for his statements, that for his conduct, he is not a truthful man as he pretends to be, and we cannot have such a person as the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. It is high time, Honorable Speaker, that we now seize the dragon of tribalism, we now seize the dragon of ethnicity, we now seize the dragon of regionalism and slay it and get our nation moving forward. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this particular motion and say the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya must go and we have start up a fresh page. I support, Honorable Speaker.
Julius Ole Sunguli.
Mr. Speaker, I come from an older period, being a member of KANU, and having served in the KANU government. And I find some things rather difficult to understand. Because, Mr. Speaker, this position of Deputy President is a new one. It came in 2010. The position of Vice President had very, very good gentlemen. I still recall the way the office was occupied by the Honorable, unfortunately late, George Saitoti, Kijana wa Malwa, and indeed, the fine gentleman that we have in politics now, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. Those people, Mr. Speaker, understood their job. If I were to stand today and accuse the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, I would accuse him of only one thing. He does not get it. This particular job, he does not know the job description of a deputy president. For one, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution of Kenya says that there shall be a president. And then that president will be assisted by a deputy president. Now, assisted by a deputy president. That means, Mr. Speaker, that our constitution foresees a situation where we have one driver and one makanga. And one is not trying to do the job of the other. Now, how did we get into a situation, Mr. Speaker, where we now have two bosses in the country? We have the president who is the boss, and we have the deputy president who says he's also the boss. Now, if there is something that we have to do in this house is to resolve that dispute. The country cannot run when we have...
Give Wamchomba the mic. Yes, Mheshimiwa.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order to just ask whether the word makanga is parliamentary. I just need a clarification. The word makanga, whether it is parliamentary language. Is the member in order to use that kind of language today?
Honorable Wamchomba. Order. Yes, Millie. Yes, Millie.
I don't know if Honorable Sunkuli has allowed me to inform you.
Yes, yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to inform Honorable Sunkuli that you can use those words so long as you put in inverted commas, because you are reporting. So when it is reported, like in the case where people are talking kufa makanga, kufa dereva. Mr. Speaker, I even wanted to speak to it by saying that it is actually people saying that are crucifying the DP. By saying he should kufa, the motion here is on the, in quote, makanga. It's not on the dereva. So people want to bring the motion on the dereva in quote, can bring, but the one we are dealing with now is on makanga.
But for Honorable Wamchomba, language is dynamic. It's living. It grows. That's why you now find Kiswahili words in the Oxford English Dictionary. And by ordinary usage, every single Kenyan knows what makanga means. And Sunguli was not mixing languages. He spoke in the manner like he was quoting.
I will definitely need another extra time. But Mr. Speaker, so our constitution foresees a situation where the president and the deputy president operate in harmony. Now, Mr. Speaker, if your principal job is to assist the president, and your marriage with the president is now irretrievably broken down, the only purpose of this house is to say that there is actually no more marriage, and that the deputy president can no longer perform his duties as a deputy president. And so, if that happens to be the situation, then what remains? I remember the late President Moi telling us that the problem with Africans is that they don't resign until they are kicked out. In this particular situation, because the marriage is irretrievably broken down, it ought to be the case that the deputy president ought to say, as a gentleman, that this thing is not working, I'm going to leave it. He has said that this is like a company. And in a company, people exist in order to have a common good. And the mixture of strategy and vision and deep understanding of their core business is what will bring fruits to this job. Mr. Speaker, I believe myself that there are two mistakes that have been made here that need to be looked into by this House. One is that the Deputy President ought to believe in the Republic of Kenya. Because if I look at the number of times, if I Google the number of times the Deputy President has pronounced the word Mount Kenya, and the number of times he has pronounced the name Kenya, the number of times he has said Mount Kenya are more than the times he has said Kenya. A person who takes the oath to be the Deputy President of Kenya must be a person who pronounces the words Kenya more than the one person who pronounces the words of his region. Patriotism. And secondly, the person must actually believe in his boss and must...
Give him 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, if your core business is to support, is to work for your boss, you must believe in him. If you don't believe in him, what are you doing with him? The second thing is that you must believe in Kenya. If you don't believe in Kenya, that you believe that your responsibility is to look after the shares of your side of Kenya, then what are you doing with the rest of the country? Mr. Speaker, I want to finish by urging that next time we appoint a deputy president, next time the president appoints a deputy president, let him understand that that is a serious business. You must appoint a person who will actually understand that he's going to be a president if something bad happens. Don't do it just because he brings votes. Let us be serious about this responsibility, because that is where we are going wrong. Someone is saying that he qualifies just because he brought in the votes, not because he can actually appeal to the rest of the Kenyans and can be trusted by the rest of Kenyans. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, vote to impeach.
Osoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I want to state that I support this motion entirely without putting or proposing to put a comma or full stop on any ground that has been placed here, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to remind the honorable members that Clinton was almost impeached, or the impeachment attempt against Clinton in 1998 was out of the Monica Lewinsky.
Read your history properly. He was actually impeached.
Exactly. Monica Lewinsky matter. Of course, it was overturned later by the courts and other issues, but I'm saying it was out of that scandal, the very small scandal of the sexual scandal in White House. Honorable Speaker, I want first to start by proposing this question, Honorable Speaker, to honorable members. How would you feel that when you eventually transit to the next world, you are dead, that your brother or the person that you choose to entrust to take care of your wife and your children's property decides to start using those property for his own personal use? As members, how would you feel that? That is the question that honorable members should be making, should be answering themselves before they vote today, later today, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the late Governor Gachagua passed on 24th of February 2017. Between 2017, Honorable Speaker, to 2024, it is indeed true that the late governor then, amongst Mwai, Madenge, and Joroge, he entrusted Mr. Rigathi, the deputy president, as the executor of his will. But, Honorable Speaker, between 2017 and 2024, the property that, and this is, Honorable Speaker, is in the documents that Mwengi Mutusa has shared, Honorable Mwengi Mutusa has shared with us and tabled in this House, that between 2017 and 2024, he's been able to alter or tamper with those companies, make himself directors in some of those companies, transfer some of those properties to himself, disinherit some of the beneficiaries, the kids of the late, and put them to himself. And then one particular case, Honorable Speaker, is the Olive Garden Realtors, Honorable Speaker, that was actually altered on 2nd of March 2022, using the position of power to his own advantage, Honorable Speaker. How can you explain that? He will then tell you, Honorable Speaker, that I bought, it's willing buyer, willing seller. Really? Does it mean that all your money that you've acquired, which is also questionable, the only property that you could identify is the property that is under the care or is supposed to help the family and the widows of your late brother? How wicked can we be? Then you come in full glare of camera and tell the members of the public that please let my brother rest in peace. I decided to hold this property in trust for them when the brother, the kids, the widows, and the daughters and sons of the late are languishing in poverty and complaining and crying. It is total shame. You cannot use your position for that. Honorable Speaker, these are practical examples, and I'm telling my honorable members to acquit themselves and go through ground 7, Honorable Speaker. It is actually on page 16 to 30. This is nothing but gross violation of the law, Honorable Speaker, taking advantage of their own power, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and you know, even to prove that, you will realize that those companies, by the time the companies were being, some of them were being registered, the new ones, and the time the transfer of these properties were taking place, Honorable Speaker, the whole thing is actually contemporaneous. You need not to be a rocket scientist to know that clearly this is fraud and this is this was taking advantage of the late. I want to remind the Honorable Deputy President of the good book in the book of Proverbs chapter 15 verse 25, that the Lord will tear, that's what the Bible says, that the Lord will tear down the house of the proud, but he will establish the boundary of the widow. That is why we are here today. If there is no other reason that has brought us here, Honorable Speaker, it is to protect the family that is being disinherited of their property under coercion, blackmail, and threats. If there is no other reason, Honorable Speaker. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, even it's actually biblical again. In the good book, Honorable Speaker, of the book of Exodus 22:22, that do not take advantage of the widow. Do not take advantage of the fatherless. If you do, and they cry to me, I will certainly hear their cry. And my anger will be aroused, and I will kill you with the sword. Today, we are using the sword, today here, to protect, and it is biblical, it is religious. Today, we are using the sword to impeach you, just to protect the children that are suffering, that you threatened, that you blackmailed, that you told that if you dare speak or utter a word, I am the Deputy President of Kenya, elected by 7.2 million people. I will finish you. Finish who? We will finish you today in this floor of the House. Honorable Speaker, I mean, there is nothing more for me, Honorable Speaker, on this matter. There is nothing more than cabinetism. I mean, really, like you are left under the care of the properties of your brother. Then you take them to your advantage, your immediate brother. Then on TV you tell us that, you know, in the will, my brother gave me, and then he gave my wife, then he gave my sons. What about his children? What about his widows? What about his sons? What about, how proudly can you say that you are only enjoying the property of your brother? For that reason alone, Honorable Speaker, we say Gachagua must go. If there is no other reason, today Gachagua must go. Honorable Speaker, I relate this case with the case of, I relate this matter, Honorable Speaker, with the Spelunchian explorers case, Honorable Speaker, where the members...
Yes, Kipchumba. Timothy Kipchumba.
Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 91 on the issue of statement of facts. Honorable Speaker, is it in order for the Honorable Soro to claim that the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua disinherited the wife of the late brother? Honorable Speaker, can he table the facts before this House that he disinherited?
Honorable Kipchumba. Order, Osoro. Honorable Kipchumba. Those are the facts that the move of the motion placed on the table. It appears you probably were not in the House then. Finish up, Osoro.
Honorable Speaker, I'll refer the Honorable Member to pages 16 to 30 of this very motion that was tabled in this House, Honorable Speaker. And these are facts. And I've also said that, Honorable Speaker, on this particular matter, the threshold is on the 2/3, and we're also working on the balance of probability. We are looking at this matter on how the facts relate or place themselves on the table from the transfer of the properties and also the registration of the companies. I mean, it is clear, the facts are contemporaneous. Nobody, unless you don't need to be a rocket scientist to identify this whole thing, Honorable Speaker. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, for this reason, for this very reason, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that I support the impeachment. Please, let's make it early. Even if it's at 6, Rigathi Gachagua must go.
TJ Kajwang will be the last for the morning.
Mr. Speaker, just confirm to me that I can see that there is 1 minute to the hour. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise for a very simple reason, that if there is any member who came in this chamber believing that we or the members are going to impeach the deputy president without reason, they can listen to us and we can give them the reasons why we stand noonday to make this presentation. First of all,
Member for Machakos County, what is the problem?
What about the dissenting voices, Shuan?
The speaker has no way of knowing who is dissenting. Yes. Go on, Kajwang. Yes. Yes, Ngusia, what is the problem?
Mr. Speaker,
TJ Kajwang, 1 minute.
I have come to make a very small presentation as the member of Ruaraka. First of all, having seen that the motion has been signed by 291 members, this House, single constituencies are 290. If 291 have signed and will vote, Gachagua must go. Number 2, we have not come here to vilify anybody. We have come here with facts, we have come here with evidence, and we have come here with the law. I want to be in a country where my son and my daughter, if he qualifies and if he's eligible, will get employment, will do business, will walk proud and tall, not because he comes from Waondo village in Nyanza, but because she or he is eligible. This politics of everybody must come from Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya. Usiguze mlima. Usiguze milima. We must show, Mr. Speaker, that this country is for us all. We must show, Mr. Speaker, that there are no people who are entitled more than the others. That there are people who fought for Mau Mau more than the others. Or that there are people who are more populated than others. And so this idea that they work for Kenya Kwanza government and that they must eat, it is their time to eat. This deputy president his mentality is that he got votes for President Ruto, and so it is his time to eat. For that reason only, I would vote, because I want a situation after we are through with elections, everybody, including me, is served, because I pay taxes like everybody else. For the deputy speaker to go to...
Wamjomba. There's a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, is the member on the floor?
Which order?
Mr. Speaker, I'm addressing Mr. Speaker. You are not the Speaker. I am addressing Mr. Speaker. Stop heckling. You are not the Speaker. I'm addressing the Speaker.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, is the member Honorable Kajiang in order to say that there is a mentality that the Deputy President has a mentality to eat? Does he have any gadget to measure mentality? Is that a fact? Can you prove? Can you prove that there is a mentality? Which gadget do you use to measure mentality?
Go on.
Check. Mr. Speaker, first of all, pronounce my name properly. I'm not Gachagua. I am Kajuang, not Kanjuang. Number two, Mr. Speaker, this is a problem. Everybody, I heard them call it Raira, Kanjuang. Some of you must learn that we are in a country for everybody. Nobody is powerful than the other. Nobody comes from a section of community. Today we will show that this country is for everybody. Mr. Speaker, there must be hygiene in leadership. There must be hygiene. You cannot trade with government, and you are the Deputy Speaker. Deputy President. Sorry. You cannot trade with government, and then you are the Deputy President. You cannot trade with government and you are a state officer. Even you who are sitting here, stop trading with government. So that you only have one work, which is an elected member of this house. So, evidence has been laid before us. And we are clear on page 16 of this evidence that him and his family, first of all, he thinks that his family, it is all right if his family trades with the government. He has not read the Leadership and Integrity Act. You, yourself, your wife, your mother, your son, your daughter must not trade with government so that we allow enterprises to grow out there. Mr. Speaker, only on that basis, I think that there is a situation here which we must save. The third one, Mr. Speaker, he is principal assistant to the president. If we don't deal with this thing today, all vice presidents or deputy presidents will think that the president is age mate. There must be a distinction between a president and a deputy president. This one, at least the president has allowed him to chair the cabinet. At least the president has allowed him to be the chairman of IBEC. Now, well, the law has allowed him to be the chairman of IBEC. What would happen if, as the chairman of IBEC, he is only giving budget allocations to people from Mrema? What would happen if he is the chairman of IBEC, only giving budget allocations to people of his family? Mr. Speaker, the last thing I want to say, this presidency as it is so dysfunctional that even if we left it today, there would be a problem in presidency in such a manner that would undermine national integrity and national security. I don't need the information. I just have 1 minute to go.
Thank you. Finish up.
Yes,
Finish up.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, we are not going to impeach him because of what that speaker had talked about, that we are lynching or that is a mob. We have carefully considered, and the law is that we are not talking about civil liability or culpability. We are talking about accountability. We are talking about political governance and political responsibility. And so all those things that he has said out there, he must take responsibility for. And we are politicians. We are not a court of law. He will be tried in Senate. Ours is just to initiate this process. And the Senate will ask very pertinent question. He is saying that all these things he got from his brother and so on. They will investigate and find out, did he pay tax for them? when he filed his report and said that he's worth so much, did he say that he also got something from his brother? Now, no, it is not here. You don't know. This thing is asked in the Senate. It is the Senate that is the trial chamber and they're investigating. So the Senate will also ask his return forms. He's also re-asked the KRA forms if this information are consistent. And so, in all the evidence that I've seen, in all the charges I've seen, I return a verdict that Gachagua must do what? Gachagua must do what? Gachagua must do what?
Order, members, will you be upstanding? Order, honorable members. It is now 1:09 and the House stands adjourned until 2:30 this afternoon.
Na mswadata kabisa mtazamaji, ndio mjadala ambao unaendelea kwa sasa katika bunge la kitaifa. Hoja ya kumbandua naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua, na ikumbuka kwamba siku ya leo mwendo wa jioni naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua atakuwa anatarajiwa kufika pale katika bunge la kitaifa angalau kuweza kujitetea kutokana na mashtaka ambayo ni madai ambayo yameweza kutolewa dhidi yake. Na ikumbuka kwamba ambaye alikuwa amewasilisha hoja hiyo mbunge wa Mwingi Mutuse ambaye alikuwa anamshtaki naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua kutokana na madai 11 ama charges 11 ambayo imeleta utata hapa ni bunge wa Kibwezi. Lakini kwa sasa mtazamaji, tutakuwa tunachukua mapumziko mafupi, lakini tukirejea tutakuwa tunakuja na mengi zaidi. Na usisahau kwamba kwenye TV47 Matukio tumekuwa na wageni hapa studioni, labda tu kwa kuwatambulisha. Naarifiwa kwamba tuchukue mapumziko mafupi kisha tutarejea na mengi zaidi, kwa hivyo usiende mbali.
Looking for the perfect way to kick off your weekend?
Pole. Hiyo ni salamu.
Hey there friends, welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in?
I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism, how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwa watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Hey there friends, welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into a magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in?
I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So,
grab your imagination hat, lakini nilikuwa na wageni hapa studioni, nikianza tu kwa kuwatambulisha ndiposa watoe mchango wao kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo bunge limekuwa likijadili swala hili. Ambaye ameketi karibu nami hapa anafahamika kama Watima Kelly, ambaye ni mchanganuzi wa masuala ya siasa, na upande wa pili ninaye Paul Mugambi ambaye ni wakili. Ningependa kusikiliza kauli zao kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo bunge limetazamia swala hili. Nikianza naye wakili Paul Mugambi, kuhusiana na hoja ambayo baadhi ya wabunge wametoa kuhusiana na hatua hii ya kumbandua naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua. Inaonekana kidogo hawaja kuwa kitaja sana the 11 grounds ambayo yule mbunge wa Kibwezi Magharibi Mwengi Mutusi alikuwa amewasilisha wakati ambapo alikuwa anafungua kikao, wakati ambapo bunge lilikuwa linang'oa nanga asubuhi. Mbona wabunge hawajaonekana kuangazia masuala kama hayo kwa sana?
Kusema kweli wezi sheria za bunge zile wanaita standing orders za nidhamu za bunge hazikubali wabunge hao kujadili mambo mengine tofauti na yale ambayo yako kwa zile sababu ambazo zimeletwa na yule ambaye ameleta mswada huu bunge wa Kibwezi Magharibi. Nafikiri ukifuata vizuri labda muda wakubali wote kusema sababu zote 11. Mtu anaamua ama mbunge anaamua ataangazia sababu 1, 2, 3 na labda ongeze siasa kidogo yake 1, 2 na maisha inaendelea namna hiyo. Nafikiri wamejaribu, ukiangalia zile hoja za nidhamu za bunge ama kanuni za bunge za mijadala haziwakubali kuongea kuhusu mazungumzo mengine tofauti na sababu zingine tofauti bila kuangazia sababu haswa ambazo zimeletwa na mwenye ameleta huu mswada.
Na hata swali kubwa hapa ni je, mchakato huu umeonekana kuchukua mkondo wa siasa ama umeonekana kuchukua katiba ifuatwe na vitu kama hivyo?
Bunge ni mahali ya siasa. Bunge sio kotini ambapo lazima muongee kuhusu sheria. Sasa lile jambo kubwa ni kuhakikisha ya kwamba hawa wabunge wanafuata, jambo la kwanza, wanafuata kanuni za mswada bungeni, ndio au la. Na kama kuna mtu ambaye anakiuka hizo kanuni, wale wabunge bado wako hapo. Unaweza amka na hoja ya nidhamu, wamwambie spika huyu anavunja kanuni za bunge, na utaje ile ambayo inavunjwa, na uendelee sasa kumshawishi spika wa bunge la kitaifa aweze kumzuilia yule mbunge mwenza kuendelea na mjadala kama amekiuka kanuni za bunge. Lakini kwa sasa ningesema kwamba wabunge wote ambao wamezungumza, wale ambao wanashawishi wabunge wengine wa mtume nyumbani, Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais Rigathi Gachagua, pamoja na wale ambao wanataka abaki, wote wamejaribu kwa hizi kanuni, kufuatilia hizi kanuni katika mswada huu. Hivyo ndio maoni yangu.
Naam. Nisikilize kutoka kwake Gelu Watima kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo mchango wa bunge umekuwepo katika bunge la kitaifa.
Asante sana Paul kwa kutuita hapa. Kwanza kabisa napoangalia bunge ni kama hatima ya Gachagua tayari tushaijua. Ni kama wabunge tayari wameshapiga kura, wamesema no, they are sending him home. Because ukiangalia walivyokuwa wakiongea, nimekuwa nikimsikiza Onsoro, nimemsikiza Millie Odhiambo, nimemsikiza Kajwang akiwa mwisho pale, ni kama tayari washaamua kuwa Gachagua anaenda nyumbani. Na hili pia limechangia kabisa kwa sababu ya ile hotuba aliyofanya jana naibu wa rais jana ni kama alikuwa anaidhalalisha bunge. Ukimwangalia alivyokuwa anaiongea ni kama alikuwa anasema bunge haina uwezo wa kujadili swala hili kikamilifu. So ni kama alikuwa amechochea bunge, ni kama alichochea bunge kulingana na maoni yangu. Sababu bunge imekuja, ukiangalia kila mtu anataja jana wakati alipokuwa akiongea, wanataja hilo hotuba sana. So ni kama wametoka katika zile hoja wameenda katika ile hotuba aliyofanya jana. So ni kama Gachagua kufikia leo jioni, baada ya shaojiwa hapo saa 11, nadhani after hapo Gachagua anaelekea Senate kujitetea huko kulingana na ninavyoona mimi.
Nitakuwa narejea kwako wakili hapo mwendo wa baadaye kuhusiana na public participation, iwapo Naibu Rais Rigathi Gachagua atatumia hatua hii ili kuweza kusimamisha mchakato huu mzima. Lakini kwa sasa wacha tuvuke hadi katika majengo ya bunge, tumsikilize mwanahabari wetu Elizabeth Mutuku ambaye amekita kambi katika eneo hilo. Elizabeth, kama unanipata kwa njia iliyo safi zaidi, hebu tujuze kwa mapana na marefu kuhusiana na mchakato mzima katika upande huo.
Asante sana Paul Kirobi, kama ulivyosema ni kweli mchakato huo unaendelea moja kwa moja katika bunge hili la kitaifa, ambapo ulianza mwendo wa asubuhi saa 3 kamili. Zoezi hili ama shughuli nzima ikianza kupitia kwa ripoti ya moja kwa moja ambayo iliwasilishwa katika bunge hili katika kipindi cha dakika kidogo, ambayo ilitolewa na yeye ambaye ni kiranja wa wachache, anafahamika kama Millie Odhiambo, akiashiria kuwa asilimia 65 kwa kati ya asilimia 100 ya wale ambao walitoa maoni katika maeneo bunge 290, wote kwa pamoja 65 walisema ndio kwa hoja hii ya kumtibua naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua, huku asilimia 33 wakikataana na kubanduliwa kwake, jambo ambalo pia limeibua mchakato, wakati ambapo baadhi ya wabunge pia akiwemo mbunge wa Tetu wanapendekeza zaidi kuhakikisha kwamba kuhakikisha kuwa baadhi ya saini ambazo walitoa zinaondolewa. Lakini hii leo Spika wa bunge la kitaifa Moses Masika Wetangula akisema la hasha, hilo haliwezekani, kwani wakati ambapo mchakato umeanza hakuna namna hata moja unaweza kuondoa saini yako. Sio yeye pekee, kuna baadhi ya wabunge ambao wanahisi kwamba hawastahili, saini zao hazistahili kuwepo katika mchakato huu, lakini spika akisema kwamba baadaye watakuwa wakitoa ama wakielekeza hilo kupitia kura. Wakati huo baada ya hiyo ripoti ambayo iliwasilishwa mbele ya bunge hilo, kumekuwepo pia na mjadala ambao umeendelea kuhusiana na hoja yenyewe ya kumbandua naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua, na tayari baadhi ya wabunge wameshatoa maoni yao kuhusiana na hili, wakiashiria zaidi kwamba ni wakati wa hili kutendeka. Lakini kumbuka, mimi sina usemi kuhusiana na lenyewe, langu ni kuangalia jinsi mambo yanavyokwenda katika bunge hili. Kumbuka pia amekuwepo mwenye hoja ambaye ni mbunge wa Kibwezi West, anafahamika kama Mwengi Mutusi, ametoa hoja ya yenyewe na kudefend baadhi ya yale ambayo yameibua mashtaka yote 11, akisema, akiashiria ushahidi alionao kutokana na kila shtaka katika kipindi cha lisali moja. Baadaye watarejea katika vikao vyao mwendo wa saa 8:30, na katika vikao hivyo bado wataendeleza hoja yenyewe na mjadala wenyewe hadi saa 11, wakati ambapo naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua atakuwa akifika mbele ya kamati hii, endapo atafika, ama wakilishi wake ambao watamwakilisha katika swala hili nzima, endapo watafika mbele ya bunge hili la kitaifa. Bali na hayo, watakuwepo baadaye, na ninaarifiwa na baadhi ya wale ambao ni viongozi kwamba huenda zoezi hili likaendelea. Kumbuka kwamba endapo watapiga kura kwa njia ya kila mmoja na mwingine, huenda hili likachukua muda zaidi, lakini endapo wataamua wenyewe kupiga kura hii katika charges zote 11 kwa njia ya kielektroniki, basi huenda mambo yakawa tofauti jinsi ambavyo yametekelezwa. Na najua wapo baadhi ya viongozi ambao pia wanatoa maoni kuhusiana na masuala mbalimbali, lakini la mno pia ni kuwa ambalo limetumika na wale ambao wenye kuchangia hoja hii ni kuhusiana na hotuba ya jana ya kinaibu wa rais kuhusiana na mchakato wenyewe na kule kujitetea kwenye umma kuhusiana na masuala mbalimbali. Ni yale ambayo yameashiriwa katika jumba hili na wale ambao wanaunga mkono na wale ambao wasiounga mkono hoja ya kubanduliwa kwake. Kumbuka haya yote yameendelea katika nyumba hii, na sisi tupo ange kuhakikisha kwamba tunafuatilia. Bali na hayo, kama uonavyo nyuma yangu, usalama umeimarishwa katika majengo ya bunge, kuanzia hapa nje, kutoka njia ya Uhuru upande wa chini, huku juu katika upande wa Harambee, wote kwa pamoja kumeimarishwa usalama kwa njia ambayo ni tofauti. Sijui ni lipi ambalo wanaashiria kuhusiana na hili, lakini cha mno tunajua kwamba kutokana na yale ambayo yalitokana na maandamano ya jinsi, usalama ni kitu ambacho bunge la kitaifa halilichukulii kwa njia ambayo ni ya urahisi. Na baadhi ya yale ambayo tunatarajia baadaye ni kwamba pia sisi wanahabari katika ile inafahamika kama public gallery, tutakuwa tukipata nafasi na press gallery kwenda kusikia tu, basi tutakuwa tukikueleza baadaye jinsi ambavyo mambo yatakwenda. Kumbuka wakati ambapo haya yote yanaendelea ni kwamba cha msingi hali ya utulivu inaendelea kushuhudiwa katika eneo hili, na wakati ambapo pia wabunge wanahimizwa kutoendelea kuyazungumzia mengi kuhusiana na mchakato mzima katika bunge hili. Lakini Kirubi, nitakuwepo hapa kuanzia sasa na baadaye kuhakikisha kwamba runinga hii ya TV47 inapata ukweli kuhusiana na yale ambayo yanajiri katika upande huu. Lakini wakati ambapo hayo yote yanatukia, ninaarifiwa na mwelekezi wangu Emmanuel Inonda tunastahili kuvuka hadi kwake Moige William ambaye yupo kule Karatina, Nyeri, atujuze mengi. Moige William, kipenga kipo kwako.
Na shukrani upande wa pili wa studio. Tumekuwa tukikita kambi katika eneo la Mathira, eneo bunge la Mathira, ambapo naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua alikuwa akihudumu kama mbunge hapo awali kabla ya kuteuliwa na kupanda ngazi hadi kiti anacho kikalia kwa sasa. Lakini hali ambavyo ilivyo katika eneo hili ni kwamba kupitia runinga, kupitia redio, kupitia simu, yani internet, rununu, na pia ni swala ambalo tumeona wakazi na wenyeji eneo hili wakilifuatilia kwa karibu. Hiyo nikiwa ni mjadala ambao unaendelea katika bunge la kitaifa la kumwondoa ofisini naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua. Lakini sitasema mengi kwa maana niko na baadhi ya wakazi kutoka eneo hili, nitaweza kuzungumza nao tupate kusikia semi zao na hisia zao ni zipi kuhusiana na mjadala huu. Nitaanza na kakangu hapa. Hujambo siku ya leo, na je, umekuwa ukifuatilia mjadala huu, mchakato huu? Tuanze na jina lako. Nitakushikia.
Sawa. Jina langu ni Samuel Joe kutoka hapa Mathira. Sisi tungesema sisi kama watu wa Mathira, sisi hatujafurahia na hii mambo inaendelea kuhusu hii mambo ya deputy president. Sisi kulingana na vile tumeona huyu president wetu Ruto ametufanyia mambo mabaya sana. Kwa hiyo sisi hatutaki mambo ya kuimpeach Rigathi Gachagua. Juu kama Rigathi anaenda, tunasema watu wote wao kwa hiyo serikali waondoke, hata UMP watu.
Naulizaje mchakato wa leo, mjadala wa leo? Umekuwa ukifuatilia, umeweza kusikia wabunge vile wanavyosema. Maoni yako ni yapi kuhusiana na kile kinachoendelea katika bunge la kitaifa?
Sisi kulingana na vile mimi nimeona hii mchakato hii mambo ya hii kuondoa deputy president itatufurahisha, hataki hiyo mambo iendelee. Na sasa tunasema kama sisi watu wa hapa Karatina Mathira, hiyo mambo tupiliwe bali, hatutaki hiyo mambo.
Naam. Asante sana. Nizungumze naye kakangu. Umekuwa ukifuatilia mjadala huu, miongoni mwa wale wabunge ambao wanaunga mkono mchakato huu ni mbunge wa eneo hili. Maoni yako ni yapi? Tuanze na jina lako.
Mimi Laban Jogu. Hii mambo mnasema hii ya kuimpeach na hii deputy, hiyo sifurahi sana. Mimi sitaki, sababu huyu jamaa huyo dereva ndio anastahili kukufa mbele badala nani huyu Makaga. Makaga ni wetu wabaki. Mimi naweza sema tu hivyo.
Matukio ya bunge, je, kile ambacho wabunge wanasema kuhusiana na swala hili?
Siasa tu hiyo ni siasa, iko huko kwa bunge. Hakuna maneno iko hapo. Kama huyu mbunge wetu hakuna mtu amemtuma. Hiyo ni siasa amepeleka huko. Hata hajauliza watu huku. Na hiyo mambo huku Karatina huku hatutaki huku Mathira.
Naam. Asante. Nizungumze naye kakangu. Naona ulikuwa ukitaka kuzungumza. Songea tu hapa. Tuanze na jina lako na maoni yako ni yapi kuhusiana na swala hili?
Dadson Maina.
Tena?
Dadson Maina. Mimi ni makanga wa kutoka Nairobi kutoka Karatina kwenda Nairobi. Nimeshafunga kazi, nimesikia hiyo mambo ya mbunge, lakini siyafurahia watu kupiga huyu mbunge wetu. Alikuwa mbunge wetu rais, ni vice president. Hakuna haja kumpiga, hakuna haja ya kumpiga. Sisi tulimchukua, tumechagua yeye kaa wetu.
Unamaanisha kwamba tayari umefunga kazi ili ufuatilie mjadala huu?
Mjadala hiyo ndio natafutia. Nifunga kazi za 2 nifuatilie hii maneno ya Gachagua. Mimi naitwa Dadson Maina.
Mbona Maina, swala hili ni muhimu sana kwako, usitishe kazi kufikia sasa?
Sio kazi naitisha, ni juu huyu vice president alitusaidia sana, na tuko na yeye na tumeunga mkono na yeye.
Asanti. Niruhusu nizungumze na kina mama hapa ambao wamejiunga nasi. Hamjambo siku ya leo?
Nzuri.
Tuanze na jina lako, umetoka eneo lipi na maoni yako ni yapi kuhusiana na kinachoendelea katika bunge la kitaifa, mswada au kujadili kumwondoa naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua ofisini? Tuanze na jina lako.
Mimi naitwa Margaret Jerry kutoka Murang'a na niko hapa kwa Karatina. Mimi nasema hivi, Rigathi awachanwa na yeye. Rigathi ni wetu. Rigathi ni wetu. Rigathi hakuna makosa amefanya. Huyo anaitwa Kagombe, anaua mtu Thika.
Mam, tafadhali tuzingatie masuala ya leo. Sikiza mam. Wacha niulize swali. Siku ya leo, baada ya siku ya leo, wabunge watapata nafasi.
Rigathi akae kwa serikali.
Wabunge watapata nafasi ya kupiga kura baada ya mchakato huu. Wito wako ni upi?
Kupiga hiyo nini?
Kupigia kura hoja hii.
Kupigia kura haja ya hiyo kesi, hakuna maneno hata kidogo. Rigathi ana makosa. Ako sawa na Rigathi ako sawa.
Asanti. Niweze kuzungumza pia nawe, tuanze na jina lako na haswa maoni yako ni yapi kuhusiana na mchakato huu wa kujadili naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua?
Kwa jina naitwa Jeni Wajeri kutoka Mathira. Sasa ile ningetaka kusema waachane na Gachagua. Gachagua ametufanyia mengi, hata maji ametuletea. Sasa hatubebi mitungi kwa migogo. Ametufanyia mengi sana. Kwa hivyo achane na yeye.
Lakini kwa sasa yeye ni naibu rais, na baada ya mchakato huu jioni wabunge watapata nafasi ya kupiga kura kumuondoa Rigathi au asalie. Maoni yako ni yapi? Ungetaka kueleza wabunge nini?
Mimi ningetaka kueleza wao wabunge waachane na huyo Gachagua. Gachagua ni wetu, amechaguliwa na rais na watu wengi sana, na wasione sio rahisi sana kumuondoa. Wajua wanajadiliana, mjadala hauwezekani.
Asanti. Wengi wanataka kuzungumza, lakini niruhusu niongee na mzee mwingine mmoja tu, alafu nitarejesha upande wako wa pili. Unaweza jongea tu hapa, tuanze na jina lako na niulize swali. Umekuwa ukifuatilia mjadala huu na maoni yako ni yapi kufikia sasa?
Maoni yangu ya kwanza, pale mbunge ni maneno ya uongo tu. Maneno ile yetu pale ni uongo tu peke yake. Na kama utasikia Rigathi alisema hatakuwa namna hiyo, tulisema Rigathi awashano naye. Na kama Wamobi anataka kumngatua, tunataka kumuona kwa TV akimngatua. Lakini wakitaka kumngatua, wajua Wamobi tunamgoja hapa. Tunamgoja hapa. Yeye ndio tulitiechagua, atakuta sisi hapa. Tumekasirika na yeye. Lakini Rigathi kama ataenda, waende paka na rais wote Kenya wabunge wote. Lakini hata kama watamtoa hapo, tunaugoja Senate na court iamue uamuzi wake. Sisi tunalisimama na Rigathi na hakuna Rigathi mahali anaenda. Hakuna.
Mlikuwa na nafasi ya kutoa maoni yenu siku ya Ijumaa na Jumamosi. Maoni yako siku ya leo, kwa sababu wabunge watapata nafasi ya kupiga kura baada ya mjadala huu, ungependa kuambia nini wabunge wanaokutazama?
Wabunge wafanye kama binadamu. Waone Rigathi ni mtu kama hawa. Sisi ndio tuliwachagua. Na hiyo mjadala wanaleta pale si mzuri. Ni pesa tu wanakula. Pesa tu ndio wanakula, hakuna kitu kingine.
Asante. Naam, umepata kusikia hisia mseto kutoka kwa wakazi wa Karatina, haswa eneo bunge la Mathira. Ni swala ambalo wamekuwa wakilifuatilia kwa karibu, kama nilivyokueleza hapo awali, kupitia runinga, redio na pia rununu kwa njia ya interneti. Lakini swala kuu ni je, kwa maana walitoa mchango wao siku ya Ijumaa na Jumamosi, wabunge watazingatia swala hili? Yetu itakuwa ni macho tu kuweza kupata kusikia haya, na pia kuona baada ya siku wakazi wa eneo hili watakuwa na yepi ya kusema. Kwa sasa tarejesha kwako.
Na asante sana Mwege William, ukiwa katika kaunti ya Nyeri, kwa kusemezana na wakazi hasa kutoka eneo hilo ambayo inadhaniwa inasemekana kuwa ngome yake naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua. Mimi nitarejea hapa studioni nisikilize kauli yake wakili kuhusiana na mchakato wa uhamasishaji ambao ulifanyika siku ya Ijumaa na siku ya Jumamosi, the public participation, na iwapo naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua ana uwezo wa kutumia jinsi ambavyo shughuli hiyo nzima ilivyotumika katika kuwasilisha kesi yake kotini.
Kwanza kabisa msalimie Mwege, rafiki yangu sana, akiwa Karatina katika sehemu ya wakilishi bunge ya Mathira. Bunge lilifanya zoezi la kukusanya maoni ya wananchi mnamo siku ya Ijumaa na Jumamosi. ukiangalia kwa undani kabisa, ile si kura ya maoni. It's not a vote. Hapana. Ni maoni wanatoa tu na kusema wao wanaonelea hivi, wangependelea hivi. Wale wahusika wakuu katika huu mchakato ni wabunge. Na pia katika huu mchakato ama mwingine, mahali maoni ya wananchi inatumika, wabunge wanaweza kubaliana nayo ama pia wayakatae. Sasa nimeangalia zile tarakimu ambazo zimepeanwa na bunge la kitaifa kuhusu wale ambao walienda katika sehemu mbalimbali nchini kupeana maoni yao katika sehemu wakilishi bunge tofauti tofauti, na nimemsikiza mbunge wa Mbita Mili Odhiambo ambaye pia ni kinara wa Azimio katika bunge la kitaifa akitumia hizo tarakimu. Asilimia 65 ya Wakenya yasemekana walisema Rigathi Gachagua aende nyumbani. Ni kumaanisha wale wananchi wengi walisema aende nyumbani. Asilimia 33 hivi walisema abaki. Ndio maana sasa na ile asilimia kubwa ilikuwa katika eneo la Mlima Kenya wakisema abaki.
Na ukitazama jinsi ambavyo public participation ilivyofanywa, do you think it will count? Kwa sababu ukiangalia kama katika kaunti ya Nairobi kulikuwepo na vurugu.
Kama nilivyosema tena, mnaweza amua kukua watu wa amani, mfanye maoni yenu ichukuliwe, ama muamue hamtaki kuwa watu wa amani, maoni isichukuliwe. Pia hiyo ni kauli yenu. Sasa bunge halina budi kufanya kazi yake. Na pia ukiangalia hii kazi ya kukusanya maoni kutoka kwa wananchi, pia ujue ni zoezi la kisiasa, na wandani wa Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua pia walikuwa hapo ndani na wajaribu kutumika hapa na pale. Kwa mfano, sehemu hii wanapata mmoja anavuruga hapa, sehemu nyingine mmoja anavuruga pale, ili kwamba hiyo kazi isitendeke, kwa sababu uzuiliwi kukuja na karatasi yako na ujaze. Na nakwambia kuna watu wengi ambao hawakuja pale, lakini walituma maoni yao kutumia zile njia ambazo bunge lilipeana, kwa mfano barua pepe. Kuna wengine pia walienda katika bunge wenyewe, mahali kulikuwa na tent, mahali walikuwa wanapeana hizo. Kuna wengine pia walitumia ofisi za wajumbe kupeana wajumbe. Hii inamaanisha ule mbunge mwanamke ama mbunge wa sehemu ya wakilishi bunge, wote wakapeana haya maoni. Kwa hivyo ilikuwa nafasi tu ilitolewa watu watoe maoni yao, alafu bunge litaangalia hayo maoni kulingana na vile, kwa mujibu wa katiba, kwa sababu kipengele cha 10 cha katiba yetu kinasema lazima muweze kusanya maoni ya wananchi kwa yote ambayo mnafanya katika uongozi na kufanya uamuzi wowote. Na nimemsikiza pia mbunge wa Ruaraka TJ Kajwang akiongea, na pia ukiangalia ile hotuba ya Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua jana usiku, kwa sababu alikuwa anasema hii kukusanya maoni ya wananchi haikufanywa vizuri. Nafikiri wanataka kutumia ile kesi ya aliyekuwa gavana wa Embu Martin Wambora, ambaye kwa mara 3 koti zetu zilisimamisha kutolewa mamlakani kwake, wakitumia hicho kipengele cha katiba ambacho kinahusiana na kukusanya maoni ya watu. Lakini bunge pia lilijaribu kutumia mbinu zake kuweza kuziba zile mwanya ambazo ziko pale za kisheria kuhusu kukusanya maoni. Kwa mfano, bunge hakuna mahali bunge linaambiwa likusanya maoni ya watu kuhusu huu mswada. Huu ni mswada, kwa kimombo tunasema ni motion, sio bill, sio sheria ambayo inakuja. Bill ndio unakusanya maoni mswada ukusanyi maoni. Lakini spika wa bunge la kitaifa Moses Wetangula alisema kwa kauli yake wakati huu mswada uliletwa bungeni wiki jana, alisema lazima uende kwa wananchi. Hiyo ni kusema walikuwa wanaangalia mbele, wanaona labda ile timu ya sheria ya mawakili wa Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua wanaweza tokelezea waseme, unajua hamkuenda kwa watu. Na ukiangalia kwa wiki 3 hivi, naibu wa rais amekuwa akisema kama wanataka kunitoa mimi wakuja hapa wanishtaki kwenu nyinyi, wafanye public participation na hapa mseme. Kwa hivyo amekuwa akifanya hivyo kwa muda sasa peke yake. Inamaanisha kwamba ili ni swala pia kotini, vile umesema, litakuwa swala kubwa, litakuwa swala nyeti. Watakuwa wanajaribu mawakili tofauti ambao watakuwa wanawakilisha Mheshimiwa Rigathi, bunge la kitaifa, spika mwenyewe, mwanasheria mkuu wa Kenya, Attorney General, watakuwa wanapigania hili. Na nafikiri sasa ule ambaye atadhibiti zile namna vizuri za kufanya public participation na kusanya maoni ya wananchi, huyo ndiye anaweza shawishi koti kuweza kufanya uamuzi namna hii ama namna hii.
Nitakuwa narejea na swali lingine wakili, lakini wacha nisikilize Kelly Watima kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo shughuli nzima ya uhamasishaji ulivyofanyika katika maeneo tofauti. Sijui mchango wako ni upi kuhusiana na hili?
Kwa kweli kabisa, kama alivyosema wakili, nadhani hii shughuli, kwanza kabisa notice ilikuwa fupi. Tulipatiwa short notice for the public participation. Alafu pia ukiangalia ilivyofanywa katika maeneo mengine, kulikuwa na hizo shida hapa na pale, wananchi wakivua vurugu hapa na pale. Lakini wakili amesema kulingana na sheria haijasema kuwa lazima huu si mswada, huu si bill, ni motion ya ku remove president, si lazima public participation. Lakini vile speaker aliamua kwa uamuzi wake akasema kuwa kuwe na public participation. So tunapoketi hapa sahihi, najua naibu Gachagua anajipanga kwenda kotini. Kumwangalia kama alivyokuwa anaongea jana, ni kama hana imani na bunge, hana imani na seneti, yuko tayari kwenda kotini. Kwa vile alisema hata kama hao wataamua, hawana uwezo wa kuamulia wananchi wa Kenya. Pia kuna kotini, kuna vile koti pia inaweza amua kwa wananchi. Whether ilifanywa vizuri ama vibaya, nao tunaachia koti. Kwa vile koti ndio iko na uwezo wa kusema kuwa the public participation was done sufficiently or not. Kulingana na huo uamuzi wa Wambura, kama wakili alivyosema, kuna vile koti iliwekwa viwango vya public participation. Ilisema lazima ikuwe sufficient, alafu pia ikuwe quantitative and qualitative. Sijui wakili atatuambia hapo inamaanisha nini. So whether ilimit hiyo ama haikumit, ni sisi kungoja, ijapo nani ataenda wa kotini, koti itaamua. Lakini kulingana na mimi, sidhani kama public participation ilifanywa vizuri. Kulingana tu na maoni yangu, nadhani kulikuwa na hizo hapa na pale. Na pia ukiangalia Wakenya wengi, swali lilikuwa ni kumuondoa naibu rais, lakini wao walikuja na kusema wote waende. So hilo swali lilikuwa kwenye karatasi. Lakini Wakenya wengi walikuja wakisema waende wote. So sidhani kama ilifanywa vizuri. Na pia Wakenya walifanya hivyo kwa nini? Kwa sababu they were not informed. Kulingana na public participation, kulingana na vile koti ilisema, lazima Wakenya wakuwe informed. Waambiwe kuna hili na hili, tunataka kufanya hili na hili. Na katika karatasi ni haya na haya ndio tunaenda kujadili. Lakini hili lilifanywa haraka without a notice, because kuna mtu alikimbia kotini akasema kuwa public participation haifanywi, sasa ikafanywa haraka, ndio maana tukapata hayo matokeo.
Wakili, nitakuwa narejea na hilo swala ambalo Kelly Watima ametaja hapa. Sijui kama kuna muda ambao wananchi wanafaa kupewa wakati ambapo notisi inatolewa ya kuhusisha umma, the public participation, na Wakenya wanafaa kufamiliarize nayo kwa kipindi cha muda upi? Nafikiri pia unafaa uangalie zile hoja za nidhamu za bunge. Vile mswada unafaa uletwe bungeni. Ukiangalia hoja ya nidhamu 65 inasema kwa siku 8 kwa siku 8 baada ya notisi kupeanwa bungeni, lazima bunge limalizane na huo mswada. Siku 8. Na unajua sasa hii ni hoja speciali, it's a special motion. Hii ni hoja speciali. So kwa hivyo
vile hoja za nidhamu za bunge, kanuni za bunge zinasema hoja specially inafaa imalizike kuchangiwa bungeni na uamuzi ufanyike kwa chini ya siku 8. Hii hoja ya nidhamu ililetwa ile Jumanne nyingine. Leo ndio siku ya 8. Leo lazima wamalize maneno yote ya huu mswada. Ikipita leo uwezi ongea kuhusu mswada tena. Na pia ni kuhamasishe ndugu yangu kwamba notisi ilipeanwa Jumanne ya kukusanya maoni. Wananchi wakaambiwa atokee Ijumaa. There was notice.
Kumaanisha wangetokea pia mapema kidogo pia.
Kulikuwa na notisi. Tunasema wananchi walipewa notisi ya kutokea Jumanne. Wakaambiwa kuje siku ya Ijumaa. Hapo katikati kuna Jumatano, kuna Alhamisi, alafu Ijumaa. Alafu pia hiyo Jumaa maoni yakiwa nakusanywa, koti ikiwa Kirinyaga. Nikasema kwa sababu bunge la kitaifa lilikuwa limepeana sehemu ambazo maoni yatakusanywa ikiwa kwa zile tunaita clusters. Hii constituency na hii mkutane hapa. Hii constituency hii sehemu ya wakilishi bunge hii na hii mkutane hapa. Bunge akasema hapana. Bunge la kitaifa ni bunge la sehemu za wakilishi bungeni. Kaambia muende kwa sehemu ya wakilishi bunge. Kila ofisi, unajua wabunge wako na maofisi. Zile maofisi si zao binafsi. Ukitoka mwingine ataingia hiyo ofisi. Zile ofisi ni za
serikali.
Ni za bunge. Serikali unajua mtu anaweza fikiri ni hii ingine ni za bunge. So they are paid by the Parliamentary Service Commission. Mbunge ulipo mshahara na Parliamentary Service Commission. Ile tume ya bunge. Na pia ofisi inalipangwa na. So wakasema kwa hizo ofisi, mtumie hizo ofisi zenu mfanye public participation ama mkusanye maoni ya wananchi. Ndio maana sasa yule clerk wa bunge la kitaifa Samuel Njoroge akasema akafanya extension ya notice ya kwamba vile kulikuwa iishe saa 11 kusanya maoni, akasema wale staff ama wale wafanyikazi wa bunge. Kumbuka hizo zilikuwa linaongozwa na wabunge. Watu wengi wanafikiri ilikuwa inaongozwa na wabunge. Bunge hana makaratasi. Hiyo makaratasi ilikuwa inapeanwa na wale wafanyikazi wa bunge wa Parliamentary Service. So baada ya kupeana hizo maoni sasa, na hiyo siku iliyofuata kumaliza maoni sasa, ndio kama kutakuwa na mtu akona kitu ya kusema. Kama jana nilimsikia naibu wa rais akisema kulikuwa na discrimination sababu hakuwa na Kiswahili. Labda hakuwa jaambiwa vizuri kwa sababu zile form kulikuwa form 2. Moja ilikuwa Kimombo, nyingine ilikuwa ya Kiswahili. Na vile mwenyewe unakielewa Kiswahili, wale ambao hawasikii lugha ya Kimombo ni vizuri watafsiriwe kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Na Kenya ina lugha 3. Kimombo, Kiswahili na ile inaitwa Kenya Sign Language. Unahitaji kwa Kiswahili?
Lugha ya ishara.
Ishara. Sasa hizo 3. So ya ishara ni kama sasa kwa televisheni kuna mtu ambaye anajaribu kutafsiri kwa wale ambao hawaelewi lugha hizo mbili na wale ambao wanaelewa lugha ya ishara. Sasa mimi kwa maoni yangu ni kwamba bunge walijaribu, lakini koti pia itamulika hapo, itaambiwa kulienda kukakaa kufanyika. Sasa ni kazi, itakuwa kazi ya koti, majaji wale kuangalia, kumulika vile bunge lilifanya, kama ilifanya jambo la halali au hapana.
Kumaanisha kwamba iwapo baada ya bunge la kitaifa kumalizana na shughuli hii siku ya leo, itachukua muda upi ndiposa seneti iweze
siku 2? Sheria katiba inasema siku 2. Spika wa bunge la kitaifa anafaa muandikie spika wa bunge la seneti kwa siku 2. Inaweza kuwa hata ni siku 1, inaweza kuwa hata ni lisali moja. Kusema kweli hata unaweza pata huu mchakato utaisha leo usiku kabla ya saa 6 usiku. Na ile gazette notice ya bunge la taifa itoke ikitumana Senate hiyo usiku. Kwa hivyo kesho bunge la Senate linaweza kuwa na huu mswada chini ya masaa 12 ama 28 baada ya kumalizika kwa huu mswada. Nayo bunge la seneti lina siku 14 kuangalia mswada, na katika hizo siku 14, siku 10 iko na siku 10 ya kumulika ya kutumia kamati kamati ya bunge ya watu 11 kuchunguza haya madai ambayo yameletwa dhidi ya naibu wa rais. Naibu rais mwenyewe ajifikishe huko, na wale ambao walileta huu mswada, Mutuse, Mheshimiwa Mwengi Mutuse, ataitwa katika bunge la seneti kuweza kuyatetea madai yake dhidi ya naibu wa rais.
Labda mtazamaji angependa kufahamu ni shinikizo itatoka wapi kuhusiana na kubuniwa kwa kamati ya wabunge wa kamati ya watu 11, ama hoja hii isikilizwe na the whole house?
Spika wa bunge la seneti akipata taarifa kutoka kwa mwenzake wa bunge la taifa, atakuja ataleta hiyo taarifa kwa bunge lake la seneti. Sasa kutoka hapo, ile inaitwa House Business Committee itaipea nafasi kujadiliwa katika bunge la seneti. Ikijadiliwa, jambo la kwanza ambalo litajadiliwa, la kwanza kabisa ni kama bunge la seneti litatumia mtindo wa kamati ama mtindo wa plenary, ama wabunge wote waamue. Mimi nikiangalia kwa udadisi wangu, naona labda bunge la seneti litakataa kamati, kwa sababu sheria inasema hii kamati ya watu 11 wakienda waketi mahali wachunguze ya madai, waseme hakuna kitu iko hapa, hakuna kujadili tena haya madai katika bunge la seneti, hakuna mjadala, imeisha. Lakini wakisema hapa kuna maneno, sasa itaendelea katika bunge la seneti, na kwa sababu kuna mapendekezo ambayo yatakuwa yamepeanwa na hii kamati. Hii kamati inafaa itumie bunge la seneti liangalia mapendekezo ya kamati hii ya watu 11, alafu liamue njia hii ama njia hii nyingine. So mimi naona kitu kinaweza fanyika hapa, bunge la seneti litaamua kamati itakuwa ya wa senators wote, wala sio kamati ya watu 11, lakini wacha tufike hapo, tutaona
jinsi itakavyokuwa. Kelly Watima, kuna swala ambalo mmoja wa kazi alikuwa ametaja kutoka maeneo ya Nyeri, ambayo ni ngome yake naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua, na akasema kwamba bunge limekuwa likitumika na baadhi ya wanasiasa na kuhusiana na swala la labda watu kupatiwa pesa. Haya ni madai tu ambayo yamekuwepo, hayajawahi kuonekana waziwazi kwamba wabunge wanalipo katika mchakato huu. Sijui ungesema nini kuhusiana na imani ya wananchi kwa bunge la kitaifa na bunge la seneti kwa jumla?
Kusema kweli, imani ya wananchi kwa bunge letu, haswa the National Assembly and vile seneti, kumekuwa na hayo madai kuwa inatumika na watu kupitisha agenda fulani ama kufanya kazi fulani. Ndio maana kuna ile public confidence towards these institutions imeshuka, kwa sababu wakiangalia vile wamekuwa wakifanya kazi yao ama wakijadili zile hoja, sio vile wananchi wanapendekeza. Naweza kurudisha nyuma kidogo na nikupeleke katika ule mswada wa finance, the finance bill, mswada wa fedha. Unakumbuka wananchi walikuwa wanasema hawataki ule mswada, lakini bunge likapitisha ule mswada. Tayari kutokana na ile environment in which walipitisha ule mswada, wananchi hawakupendekezwa na hilo kabisa. So kutokea ile siku hadi hii wa leo, bunge linapofanya kazi, imekuwa perception ya mwananchi kuwa bunge alifanya kazi kulingana na vile sisi tunataka. So hata katika hii process ukiangalia pia, wananchi pia wanasema vile kwa sababu ile presidency kulingana na vile bunge limekuwa likifanya kazi kwa muda. Sio kuwa tu wamekuja from nowhere. Ni events that have been happening from days ago. Vile parliament imekuwa ikifanya kazi, wanaona kuwa hapa kuna vile inatumika na mtu fulani. So katika hili swala pia utapata wananchi kuwa wanasema labda kuna vile rais amekuwa ameingilia ndio maana wabunge wanafanya hivi, labda wabunge wamelipwa ndio maana wanafanya hizi. Inaweza kuwa ni ukweli, lakini kama ulivyosema, tuwezi thibitisha kuwa kuna mbunge fulani amelipwa pesa hizi kufanya hili, ama kuna mbunge fulani amelipwa pesa hizi kutokufanya hili.
Unahisi labda hii ndio ilichangia aliyekuwa katibu mkuu wa chama cha UDA Cleophas Malala kuwasilisha kesi kotini kusema kwamba kusimamisha mchakato wa swala hili kujadiliwa katika bunge?
Labda ndio na labda la. Ndio, kwa nini? Cleophas Malala alikuwa seneta wa Kakamega. Yeye ni mwanasiasa, amekuwa katika seneti, anajua vile sheria vile wanacheza siasa kule. Na kurudi kwanza kwa ile swali lako la kwanza, Wakenya wanafaa waelewe hili kuwa bunge ni pahali pa siasa kuchezwa. Na tunapokuja kwa siasa kuna kitu inaitwa influence on issues and even influence of those MPs. So ukisema kuna influence, inamaanisha kuwa hawa wabunge kuna vile wanaweza kuwa influenced either by sheria ama na mtu fulani mahali ama na mwelekeo fulani ama kuna vile. Sasa Malala ushawishi, asante ndugu yangu, ushawishi. Malala anajua hilo kuwa bunge ni mahali pa ushawishi, na labda hii hoja kulingana na Malala na watu wa bwana DP walikuwa wanajua itapita kwa sababu hawana numbers katika parliament. Sasa how do we stop this? Tukimbie kotini kukuja na order ya kusema kuwa hawaruhusiwi kudiscuss ile impeachment. Ndio maana akaenda kule, kwa sababu yeye anajua siasa na anajua hii ni mambo ya ushawishi, na kulingana na wao ushawishi sahihi hawana. Na hata ukiangalia leo wakati bunge liko linaongea, kusema ukweli, mimi naona Rigathi Gachagua ameenda seneti kujitetea. Bunge limeamua yeye anaenda nyumbani. Kulingana tuna ile mood ya the house. Gachagua hana ushawishi. Ako na wabunge 2 watatu, lakini ukiangalia wengi wanaosimama kuongea wanampinga. Na tayari wamesema kuwa lazima aende nyumbani. So it's all about your wish,
ushawishi. Wakili, ningependa kusikiliza kauli yako kuhusiana na hili swala la kauli ambayo Wakenya wamekuwa wakitoa. Wengine wanasema kwamba iwapo basi naibu rais ataelekea nyumbani, basi pia rais pia aelekee. Sijui kwa mtazamo wako public mood namna gani kuhusiana na serikali ya sasa?
Paul, nafikiri jinsi ambavyo kauli ama maoni yalikusanywa, ungeelewa ya kwamba wananchi kuna matarajio yao ilikuwepo kwa hii serikali, na wana sasa yale matarajio labda hajafikiwa, na wanaona sasa hakuna nafasi ya labda hakuna muda unayoyoma, muda unasonga na yale matarajio yao hayafikiwi. Sasa unaona wanakuwa na hiyo frustration, wanaanza kuyatema yale yako ndani ya mioyo yao na roho zao. Nafikiri hivyo ndio kulienda, lakini pia kwa hiyo unajua hiyo siku ilikuwa ya kukusanya maoni. Na hapo nafikiri kidogo ndio iliteleza, watu wakasahau kuandika vile waliambiwa, kwa sababu kama uliandika hapo impeach both na umeambiwa tuma huyu nyumbani, ile bunge ukiangalia ile zile tarakimu za bunge ambazo zimepeanwa, kuna mahali kunaitwa others, kuna mtu alienda akaandika kitu tofauti, ilikuwa yes no, ndio au la. Umeenda umeandika kitu tofauti, unajua itaingia kwa hizi category ya yes no ama ndio au la. So utapata watu wengi wako huku, na wale ambao wanapitisha hiyo hoja, mtu ule anaenda anasema yes, hiyo inahesabiwa inaingia straight ya huyo anasema. Na ndio maana unaona hizo tarakimu ziko juu sana za wale ambao wanasema aende nyumbani, kwa sababu wale ambao walikuwa wamekasirika wale wanasema mbona tunatoa huyu peke yake, tutoe. Nafikiri walikuwa wanasema kufa dereva kufa makanga. Sasa toa wote. Sasa wakasahau ya kwamba hii impeachment trial ama huu mswada kumwondoa naibu wa rais ni wa mtu mmoja tu. Huyu mwingine hayuko kwa meza, na labda kesho mtu mwingine ataleta mswada wa huyo mwingine. Sasa unless hiyo siku imefika, basi hii maneno mengine nafikiri kidogo tuliteleza hapo.
Alafu kuongeza tu, nadhani Wakenya wamechoka kiwango cha kuwa umeletewa msaada waamue kuwa Rigathi Gachagua aende ama abaki, au wanasema wote waende. Nadhani Mkenya anajaribu kusema kuwa wamechoka nao wote. Ni vile tu walikosa hiyo nafasi ya kupatiwa kuwa ni hawa wote. So wamechoka, ndio maana wanasema. Lakini sasa kwa kufanya hilo, wakili amesema na agree na yeye kuwa walifanya makosa kwa sababu mswada ulikuwa wa yule peke yake. So Wakenya ni ile swali wanajiuliza, tuliwapatia kura mkiwa wote wawili, mmeshindwa kufanya kazi, mambo ni mabaya katika nchi hii, mbona mnatuletea mswada wa kutoa mmoja? Nadhani hilo ndio limekuwa swali la Wakenya. Na pia huu mswada wa kutoa naibu wa rais unasaidia nini Mkenya? Kwa sababu Wakenya wengi wanaangalia masuala tofauti. Kuna wale wanaangalia mambo ya SHA, kuna wale wanaangalia mambo ya airport, kuna wale wanaangalia mambo ya kuaffect help individually. Lakini leo hii wameletewa mswada wa kutoa nani? Naibu wa rais. Ndio maana wakakuwa na ile hasira, ni kama wanajaribu kuambia bunge kuwa hili jambo mnatuletea sisi sahihi hapa si la muhimu kwetu. Nakumbuka kuna mwingine alisema katika TV akisema wakati mnapitisha mambo ya maana hamtuiti kwenye meza kuongea. Lakini wakati mnapigana nyinyi wenyewe kwa wenyewe ndio mnatuita kwa meza kuongea. Hapana, tumechoka, nendeni nyote. I think hiyo ndo kitu kinachowasumbua Wakenya. Wanajiuliza maswali, mbona sahihi? Na mbona huu mswada? Sababu wasaidii.
Kauli yako imenikumbusha jambo fulani wakili, na ningependa kusikiliza kutoka kwako kwa sababu pia umefanya kazi na bunge. Ningependa kuelewa kuhusiana na iwapo Wakenya walikuwa wanaelewa suala la the 11 charges ambayo naibu rais alikuwa anakiuziwa, ama wao walikuwa wanajua huu ni mchakato wa kisiasa.
Nafikiri Wakenya walichanganya maneno. Hata leo ukienda kwa Wakenya kuambia kitu utapata majibu tofauti sana. Hata utashtuka. Utashangaa sana. Lakini fair play ama to parliament vile walifanya, waliandika yote madai ambayo yalikuwa yanaletwa na ule mbunge Mwengi Mutuse. Waliandika zote hizo hoja zote 11 au madai yote 11 waliandika kwa ile karatasi. Ndio maana ilikuwa na kurasa mbili, pande hii na pande nyingine. Naangalia so na auko unashurutishwa kwa namna yoyote kwa kutik zote. Ulikuwa unaambiwa chagua 1, 2, 3 ama zote 11. Wewe unaweza amua hii ya kwanza siitaki, lakini hii ya pili inaniguza mimi, unasema hiyo. Bunge, nafikiri kitu bunge walikuwa wanafanya ama ile timu ya bunge ambayo imeongozwa na clerk wa National Assembly, kitu walikuwa wanajaribu kufanya ni kuangalia wananchi wanaona ni hoja gani, wanataka kuona ni hoja gani wananchi wanaunga mkono zaidi, wakiwa wanaona kama ndio na uzito katika hizi hoja zingine. Na pia nafikiri walikuwa wanawapea nafasi ya kusema ndio nakubali lakini nakubali kwa hii. Ili pia naibu wa rais kama wabunge wanapiga kura, ile ripoti ambayo itatoka mashinani na wafanyikazi wa bunge waambie wananchi wengi wanaona kwa na maoni yao hizi hoja zote, kwa haya madai yote, hii na hii ndio iko na uzito. Nafikiri hivyo ndio walikuwa wanajaribu kufanya, na hakuna namna nyingine na ningefikiri ambayo ingeweza kusaidia wananchi kuelewa hayo madai other than kama sio kuyaandika pale kwa ile karatasi ya kukusanya maoni.
Wakili Watima Kelly, ningependa kusikiliza hili swala kwa sababu kidogo linaleta utata kuhusiana na siasa za humu nchini na naibu rais. Iwapo atakuwa impeached, atatimuliwa kazini au atabaki kuwa naibu rais. Mchakato huu mzima umemjenga vipi naibu rais katika shughuli nzima ya ulingo wa siasa?
Sidhani kama umemjenga. Na kama umemjenga kidogo sana. Kwa nini? Alingoja wakati hoja iko karibia kufika bungeni ndio akakuja kwa wananchi, kuanza kuongea na wananchi, kujaribu we say whipping emotions, kujaribu kuingia katika akili za wananchi so that aonekane ni kama anaonewa. So alikuja late kidogo, na alikuja pia wakati mbaya. Nadhani hii hoja imekuja wakati mbaya kwake. Kwa nini? Ukiangalia katika vile hali ya nchi iko, wananchi si watu wako na amani. Wananchi are restless about this government. Kuna vile walikuwa na expectations kuhusu hii serikali, na ijakuwa met. So hata ukienda kwao unalia kuwa wewe unataka kutolewa, kwao hilo si la maana sana. Wanauliza stima inakuja vipi, maji yanakuja vipi, hali ya maisha inashuka vipi. Hayo ndio maswali katika fikra za wananchi. Sasa hoja inakuja wakati wananchi wako katika hizo fikra, na kumbuka pia wametoka katika ile kipindi cha mswada wa finance. Wametoka katika hicho kipindi, wamelia, wameuliwa, so bado wana uchungu. Alafu wewe unakuja kwao kuwa unataka kutolewa kwao hilo kwa serikali, kwao hilo si la maana sana. So for me sidhani kama imemjenga kisiasa. Ingemjenga kisiasa kama angefanya jambo moja. Wakati haya madai yamekuja na ameona kweli huu mswada ni kama umeletwa na unaenda kupita, kwa vile naamini yako na watu wanampatia for 1-1 wanamwambia hapa mkubwa kuna vile hii na hii inachezwa. Naamini huu ujumbe anaupata. Nadhani wakati alikuwa amepata huu ujumbe, na haswa jana wakati alikuwa anaongea kwa taifa, ingekuwa mimi yeye, kama ningetaka Wakenya wasimame na mimi na kweli they come for my help, ningejiuzulu. Ningetoa hayo ujumbe wote, niseme yenyewe mimi ni hivi nadanganyiwa. Hata hayo bado ni ndugu yangu.
Kwamba iwapo angejiuzulu basi angekuwa guilty.
Kujiuzulu haimaanishi kuwa uko guilty.
La hasha.
Labda wakili atachangia, lakini kujiuzulu haimaanishi kuwa uko guilty. Kujiuzulu pia unaweza sema kuwa ile work environment yangu kufanya kazi haiko. Mimi na bwana rais hatuelewani. Na hatuelewani kwa sababu ABCD. Kuna watu wamekuja wameingilia kati. Na kwa sababu ni mwanasiasa, ingiza pia Raila hapo ndani. Sema Raila amekuja kwa serikali, amekuja akaiharibu. Ndio maana leo mimi nimesema najiuzulu. Waona siasa. Angecheza hivyo na ajiuzulu. Alafu arudi kwa mlima, kwa sababu alikuwa akitaja mlima sana. Ambie mlima mimi niliingia kwa serikali. Nikajaribu kuwaletea ABCD. Lakini mtu fulani akaja kwa serikali akaharibu, nikatoka. Simameni na mimi 2027 tuwe pamoja. Lakini hakufanya hilo. Yeye amesema nataka kupigana mpaka mwisho, na itakuwa makosa sana, maana sheria inasema ukitolewa through impeachment hauruhusiwi tena kusimama kura. Sasa mimi naona yeye amepoteza
ofisi yote.
Amepoteza, maana hawezi simama kwa ofisi yote ingawa iwapo ataondolewa kupitia impeachment. So kwangu mimi naona amepoteza. He missed an opportunity yesterday to resign.
Nafikiri jambo la kwanza umeuliza kama amejijenga. Mimi kidogo nitatofautiana na mwenzako. Si kwa ubaya, lakini nafikiri amejijenga sana. Kwa mwezi mmoja, kwa muda wa mwezi mmoja hivi, naibu wa rais amekuwa kwa huu mchakato peke yake. Peke yake. Bila mtu mwingine kumpinga ama kuleta converse ideas. Kusema hapana, la hasha, ndio wapingane na mtu yote kwa huo mchakato. Amekuwa peke yake akienda sana hiyo anaita mlima, hata akienda pahali pengine. Hata siku nyingine nilikuwa namwangalia akiwa Luo Nyanza. Baada ya hii serikali ya muungano sema nawaletea salamu za mlima, alafu mimi narudi kwa mlima. Sasa unaona na amekuwa kwa huu mchakato peke yake, kwa sababu sijasikia rais akiongea kuhusiana na hili swala. Sasa mimi naona imemsaidia. Ukiangalia vile hiyo siku tulikuwa tuna jadili hapa ya siku ya kukusanya maoni ya wananchi. Uliona wananchi wengi hata ambao si wa mlima wanaona by the way ama huyu jamaa tu akae, hata kama ni mbaya si akae tu. Unaona kidogo wako na ile tunaita public sympathy. Na nafikiri jana ilikuwa climax, ilikuwa kilele cha kujaribu kutafuta hiyo ungwaji mkono ya watu. Na kujaribu kuingia kwa roho zetu, ndio tuone yenyewe hata yeye ni mwanadamu, tumhurumie kidogo, hata yeye ni mwanadamu aweze. So nafikiri amesaidika kwa hiyo namna, kwa hiyo njia, na hiyo si kidogo, usione kama ni kidogo, ila tu ile nakubaliana na yeye haitamsaidia kama hatajiuzuru. Ile siku ambayo kama kesi yake itaenda kotini, siku ya mwisho kabisa ya kuongea kuhusu huo mchakato wa kumtoa ofisini, labda katika mahakama ya juu, ya ngazi ya juu, Supreme Court, aende ile koti ya katiba Kenya ni High Court, aende mahakamani, akitoka mahakama ya juu iende mahakama ya rufaa, kitoka kwa mahakama ya rufaa itaenda koti ya mahakama ya ngazi ya juu, Supreme Court. Na hiyo mahakama ya ngazi ya juu iseme kwa njia nyingine, hasa tumekubaliana na bunge, wewe mtu wetu tumekupenda sana, lakini enda nyumbani. Maneno yake imeisha vile amesema. Haizi chaguliwa kwa ofisi yote ya serikali, kuteuliwa haizi teuliwa, haizi simamia hata mnanda. Sasa maneno yake itaishia wapi? Nakumbuka Waitito alikuwa governor wa Kiambu na alikuwa popular. Alikuwa mpaka na program alikuwa anaita Kasoba.
Kasoba naam.
Ya kulipa walevi kila Jumaa 1,500. Unajua uko na walevi na pesa bure. So lakini sasa after kutolewa wale watu walikuwa wanamwimbia. Umewaona wapi? Sonko Nairobi alikuwa popular kabisa. After kutolewa kwa impeachment na county assembly ya Nairobi. Unamwona wapi? Kwa hivyo mimi namwogopea naibu wa rais akitoka kwa kiti ambacho amekalia sahihi hapo. Na huo ushawishi wake uishe. Maneno yake atadidimia.
Labda kuongeza tu, nadhani naibu wa rais jana alifanya makosa makubwa, kwa sababu alikuwa na wakati wa kuongea na Wakenya wakati alikuwa anatua. Nakumbuka alikuja hapa Nairobi akaongea na traders. Huo ulikuwa wakati yeye kuongea na Wakenya. Jana ilikuwa si lazima aongee, na kama alikuwa aongee angeongea na parliament, to beseech the parliament kumsikiza na kukua soba na kumpatia hiyo nafasi, kama vile alivyofanya hiyo weekend nadhani ilikuwa Jumapili. Aliongea na rais, akamwambia rais, mimi kama nimekukosea naomba unisamee. Nadhani angefanya the same thing jana kwa kuongea na parliament, but yeye alichofanya jana ni kuongea na wananchi na pia condemn parliament. Kesho unataka kuja kwangu mimi niwe jaji wako, ni kuamulie kitu fulani, na tayari leo umesimama mahali umenipaka matope, umeniambia kuwa mimi ni mbaya, mimi siwezi. Una expect vitimbi kutoka kwangu. Una expect kesho ukija kwangu nitakufanyia haki, hata kama kweli kulikuwa na haki. So nadhani jana he missed the point. Instead ya kulilia Wakenya angelilia parliament na waambie, kusema kweli ndugu zangu, honorable members, these accusations, kulingana na vile angesema, na hawaite majina mazuri. Honorable members, you know what you are doing, you are great people, instead of calling them names and calling parliament a place of, the word he used, a place of was it drama or something, the word he used. So nadhani jana alijikoroga na leo ataona matunda hayo baada ya saa 11 wakati amemaliza kupresent this case.
Wakili, kuhusiana na hili swala la kung'atuliwa ofisini, tofauti kubwa kati ya kung'atuliwa ofisini kwa naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua na gavana na rais uko wapi, na ni Wakenya wangependa kufahamu kwa mapana na marefu kuhusiana na mchakato huu mzima?
Kumtoa naibu wa rais mamlakani na kumtoa rais mamlakani ni karibia sawa. Hiyo ni mambo sawa kabisa, inafanana. Unatumia hoja zile za kanuni za bunge, ni sawa. Pia zile vipengele za katiba zinafanana, vile namna ya kumtoa na namna ya ila kwa kesi ya naibu wa rais akitolewa mamlakani, rais anapewa nafasi ya kumteua mtu mwingine na kutuma jina lake katika bunge la taifa kwa muda wa siku 14 kuwa naibu wa rais mpya, na bunge la taifa lina siku 60 days kufanya uamuzi, kukubali au kukataa jina ambalo limeteuliwa na rais kujaza hiyo nafasi ya kuwa naibu wa rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Lakini sasa kwa kutoa rais, ukitoa rais unamwapisha naibu wa rais. Anakuwa rais. Alafu anateua naibu wa rais. Naibu wa rais anatuma hiyo jina bunge linapitishwa, alafu anakuwa naibu wa rais rasmi. Lakini kwa tofauti, imeniuliza tofauti, hiyo ndio tofauti ya sawa. Ukitoa rais, ujue sasa naibu wa rais hako hapo. ni understudy, ile tunaita kwa kimombo understudy. Ako hapo tu chini kidogo akingojea lolote. Kumbuka pia rais kwa ile clauses ambazo zinaongea kuhusu removal from office ama exit from office ya rais. Njia ni mingi, mojawapo ni kutolewa, hiyo unaita kungatuliwa mamlakani na bunge, kwa sababu bunge limepewa hao mamlaka. Bunge la kitaifa na bunge la seneti mamlaka tofauti. Bunge la kitaifa linaanzisha ule mchakato wa kumtoa. Lakini lile bunge ambalo lina uamuzi, ile inaitwa trial chamber, ni bunge la seneti. Lazima lijaribu hizi hoja 11, moja baada ya nyingine. Moja baada ya nyingine, one by one. Hiyo na ule ambaye kama ni rais ama naibu wa rais ambaye ameletwa mbele yao ajitetee kwa hizo hoja moja baada ya nyingine, na wafanye sasa ripoti kamilifu ambayo sasa itaweza kusaidia bunge la seneti kufanya uamuzi upande hii ama ule mwingine. Kwa hivyo na umeuliza kuhusu gavana na naibu wa gavana, zinafanana namna hii. Bunge la mabunge ya county yanaanzisha hoja ya kutoa gavana ama naibu wa gavana kutoka mamlaka. Vile bunge la kitaifa linaanzisha mswada kung'atua mamlakani rais ama naibu wa rais. Alafu ikitoka hapo inaenda kwa bunge la county, inaenda kwa bunge la seneti. So zinafanana kwa hii namna, zote zinaanzishwa na assemblies, kama ni assembly ya county ama assembly ya national. So zote kitaifa ni national assembly, katika bunge za ugatuzi ni bunge la county assembly. Na bunge la kitaifa kwa hizo zote ndio trial chamber. Ndio sasa inasikiza vizuri na inafanya uamuzi, kama vile katiba ya Marekani pia, kwa sababu nafikiri tuliomba sana kwa katiba ya Marekani, bunge ya Marekani ya seneti, hiyo ndio trial chamber. Na sasa inapiga msasa hizi hoja zote, ya madai yote, na inafanya uamuzi kama aende nyumbani ama asiende nyumbani.
Kuna swala lingine hapa, swala ambalo kidogo limekuwa likikuna watu vichwa, kuhusiana na nafasi ya naibu wa rais, kwa sababu wote wawili, rais na naibu wake, wanachaguliwa kipindi cha uchaguzi. Unahisi hii labda ndio inachangia kuwepo na public participation katika kumng'atua naibu wa rais? Kwa sababu naibu wa rais Gachagua amekuwa akisema si mara moja kwamba bunge halina jukumu la kumtimua mimi, nendeni kwanza kwa wananchi, mkusanye maoni ya wananchi, kisha ndo mje mning'atue.
Wale mawakili, sijui kundi la ama timu yake ya mawakili ni kina nani? Mimi ningekuwa kwa hiyo timu yake, ningemweleza naibu wa rais asiseme bunge halina mamlaka. Amesoma katiba, naona bunge liko na mamlaka. Kwa hivyo bunge linafanya kazi yake. Na kwa kimombo tunatumia jina inaitwa antagonizing. Wakati uko kwa shida, anasema kwa kimombo, when you are whole you don't dig. Uko kwa shimo uendelee kuchimba, kwa sababu utaendelea kuzama zaidi. Sasa yeye anajua vizuri ako kwa shimo. Jana alikuwa anachimba tu na kutoa mchanga, anarusha, chimba, anachimbua, anatoa mchanga, anarusha. Bunge ndio liko na mamlaka kumtoa mamlaka, ya kumngoa mamlakani kwa sasa. Na vile mwenzangu alisema, Kelly alisema, Paul, jana ungekuwa naibu wa rais na mimi uniite nikiwa wakili wako, ningekwambia fanya hivi. Ongea na bunge. Look them into the eyes, waangalie kwa macho. Ongea nao wajumbe. Ambia mimi hata nimepata, hii ni tamu yangu ya kwanza. Hata mimi niko na watoto, jamani, hata mniangalie. Labda mimi sisemi najua yale ambayo yako mbele, lakini msinikubali tu nimalize hii tamu yangu, muhula wangu iishe, alafu yuko mbele basi mtaamua mningoe ama msiningoe. Na mimi najua nimekosea kwa namna hii ama namna nyingine. Hata nyinyi si malaika, mmekosea mahali. Sasa mimi naomba tu kesho mniangalie kama mwenzenu mwenye ni binadamu ambaye na mwili dhaifu na ako na makosa yake. Sasa muone vile mtanisaidia. Lakini sasa yeye, nafikiri timu yake ya mawakili ilikuwa imemwambia abomoe bunge la kitaifa na ajijenge kutumia judiciary. ama mahakama imekataa kesi zake 19 kutoka siku ya Alhamisi. 19 cases are flopped zake, including yeye mwenyewe na jina yake kwenda kotini. Alitumia watu tofauti, akaona iwak ama hiyo ifanyi kazi, akaenda yeye mwenyewe, mawakili wake kumwambia jaji akiona jina ya Rigathi Gachagua na umejipeleka mwenyewe mahakamani, ataona hii kitu ni serious ama hili jambo sasa linahitaji kupewa uzito. Alipeleka na bado alikosa yale maombi ambayo alikuwa anaomba kotini. Kwa hivyo mimi siamini sana ya kwamba ati sasa kusifu koti ndio itakuja kumsaidia, kwa sababu ile koti pia lazima kuna sheria inatumia. Na koti haikuji kuangalia zile sababu ambazo bunge imejadili za kumtoa mamlakani. The grounds, the 11 grounds. Zile sababu ama vijisababu kwa wale ambao waamini ni sababu. Mahakama ikuji kuangalia zile sababu. Mahakama itakuja kuangalia kama the process. Swahili mnasema nini? Kama hiyo mchakato wa hiyo process, hiyo wanaangalia kama huo mchakato bunge lilifuatilia kanuni zake vizuri na katiba ya Kenya. Hivyo. Zile sababu sio za kisheria, ni za kisiasa. Lakini kwa lugha ya kimombo in legal jurisprudence tunasema ni quasi judicial. Yaani ni siasa kidogo na sheria kidogo unachanganya. Sasa unapata mchakato wako.
Na mtakuwa narejea kwake Kelly, lakini kwa sasa naarifiwa tuchukua pumziko mafupi, kisha tutakuwa tunarejea na mengi zaidi. Kwa hivyo mtazamaji, usibanduke.
Hey there friends, welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in?
I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism, how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed.
Nyingine nisikilize kauli za wageni ambao walikuwa wamefika hapa studioni, kauli za mwisho kabla hatujarejea katika bunge la kitaifa. Kelly Watima, kauli za mwisho tu kwa sekunde za kuhesabu kuhusiana na mchakato huu mzima na kimya cha Rais William Ruto.
Rais ameamua kunyamaza. Ni kwa sababu anajua kinachoendelea. Na ameamua kunyamaza ili ajitenge, isije kasemekana kuwa ni yeye alianzisha mchakato huu na ni yeye ndio yuko na mkono pale wa kufanya kuwa naibu wake anatolewa. So ameamua kucheza siasa, ijapokuwa anajua kinachoendelea, ameamua anyamaze na awache wabunge wafanye kazi yao. Nadhani nikimalizia, ningependa kusema bwana naibu wa rais alishindwa kucheza siasa katika hichi kipindi chote, wakati hizo mama za kumimpeach zilianza hadi wakati huu sasa imefika impeachment, anaenda kujitetea. Alishindwa kucheza siasa. Angecheza siasa mapema, akimbie kwa wabunge, aongee nao, kwa sababu hawa ni ndugu na dada zake wadogo, wengine wametoka maeneo moja, kwa sababu inashangaza kuwa naibu wa rais anatoka mlima, na huo mlima wabunge kadhaa, wengi wa wabunge katika huo mlima hawako na yeye. Hiyo ni swali na inashangaza. Kama angekuwa anacheza siasa yake vizuri, hao wabunge kwanza kutoka mlimani wangekuwa na yeye katika hichi kipindi. Na wakati walikuwa na yeye wangeweza kufikia wabunge wengine pia waambie hapana, huyu naibu wa rais amefanya hili, tungependa tuongee ABCD, sisi ni ndugu, sisi ni dada, siasa ingie katikati na aachiliwe. Sasa yeye alishindwa kucheza siasa, imefika kipindi kigumu hichi, bado anaenda na kichwa, anajaribu kusukuma, sidhani kama itamsaidia. La mwisho kabisa, in as much as huyu anatoka, pia hii itakuwa ni kama a wake up call kwa yoyote ule atakayekuja katika kile kiti. Na sio yeye peke yake, pia rais. Kama huyu ataondolewa kwa sababu ABCD corruption imetajwa pale, kuna mambo na underperforming, sijui underperforming kivipi, lakini imetajwa. So pia rais asilale akijua kuwa mambo ni sawa. Huenda ikawa pia ni yeye.
Wakili, kwa sekunde za kuhesabu kwa sababu
sasa mchakato unaelekea sehemu tofauti sana. Paul, mchakato unaelekea kwa nani atakayemrithi naibu wa rais. Ukiangalia wabunge wa kitaifa vile wamekuwa, hiyo kikao cha asubuhi wamekuwa wakiongea ni kama kwa namna, kwa jinsi wanavyoongea ni kama washaamua, na mwenzangu ameashiria hilo, ni kama washaamua wanaenda kumngoa. Hiyo kura ni kama watamngoa mamlakani ifikapo leo usiku. Lakini sasa ukiangalia mchakato ule unaendelea, hata jana katika ile kura ya maoni iliachiliwa na wale wachanganuzi ama watafiti wanaitwa TIFA, walisema waziri wa usalama wa ndani Kithure Kindiki ni yeye ako na nafasi kubwa sana ya kumrithi naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua. Sasa kwa hizo siku zinafuatilia, hata mchakato ukielekea katika bunge la Seneti, nafikiri sasa tutakuwa tunaongea kuhusu nani anaenda kumrithi naibu wa rais.
Naam, asante sana Paul Mugambi ambaye ni wakili, na asante sana Watima Kelly, mchanganuzi wa masuala ya siasa, ambao amekuwa hapa studioni. Kwa sasa mtazamaji, mimi nitakuwa nakurudisha katika bunge la kitaifa. Nimekuwa mtangazaji wako Paul Kirobi. Acha tuzidi kufuatilia ni kipi ambacho kinaendelea katika upande wa pili.
Tujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Members, we have quorum. We'll proceed. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Okay. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements. Order number 3, messages.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Take your seats. Honorable members, I have a message from the Senate. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41-4, I wish to report to the House that I have received 2 messages from the Senate regarding its decision on 2 bills, namely the Equalization Fund Appropriation Number 2 Bill, Senate Bill Number 30 of 2023, and the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill Number 38 of 2024. Honorable members, the first message conveys that on Tuesday, 17 September 2024, the Senate considered and rejected the National Assembly's amendments to the Equalization Fund Appropriation Number 2 Bill, Senate Bill Number 30 of 2023. You will recall that this House considered and passed the bill with amendments on 13th June 2024. Thereafter, I refer the bill back to the Senate for reconsideration in accordance with the provisions of Article 112 1B of the Constitution. Honorable members, the decision of the Senate on the National Assembly's amendments to the Equalization Fund Appropriation Number 2 Bill, Senate Bill Number 30 of 2023, effectively commits the bill to a mediation committee pursuant to the provisions of Article 112 2B of the Constitution. Consequently, the Speaker of the Senate has appointed the following senators to the mediation committee on the bill: Senator Joe Newtu MP, Senator Mohammed Abbas Sheikh MP, Senator Professor Margaret Kamar EGH MP, Senator Tabitha M. Mutinda MP, Senator Daniel Manzo MP, Senator Beatrice Ogola MP, and Senator Faki Mohamed Mwinyihaji MP. Honorable members, in order to fully constitute the mediation committee on the bill, the National Assembly is required to appoint 7 members to sit in the committee. I therefore call upon the majority and minority leadership of the House to nominate members to represent the National Assembly in the mediation committee by 7 p.m. today, Tuesday, the 8th of October 2024. I will then communicate to the House tomorrow the National Assembly members appointed to this mediation committee to ensure timely commencement of the mediation process. Honorable members, the second message conveys that on Thursday, 3rd October 2024, the Senate considered and passed the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill Number 38 of 2023, with amendments. You'll also recall that on 7th August 2024, This House considered and passed the bill with amendments, following which I refer the bill to the Senate for consideration. Amendments to the bill to all members. Thereafter, the amendments will stand referred to the Budget and Appropriations Committee. I urge the committee to expedite consideration of the Senate's amendments and report back to the House on Tuesday, 15th October 2024. Conscious of the House that the House is scheduled to proceed on a short recess next week, I direct that the matter be prioritized for consideration on the same day. As I remind members that the resolution of the 2024 Amendment Bill, which was referred back to the Senate under Article 115 of the Constitution, allocation of by His Excellency the President following rejection of the Finance Bill 2024. This will facilitate disbursement of the requisite funds to account governments and avoid further stalling of operations of the devolved units. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Next.
Order number 8, special motion, proposed removal by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya.
Honorable members, we are back to the motion. So far, so good with the morning sitting. As I directed in the morning, honorable members, we will proceed up to 5. The Deputy President indicated he will be here by 4. At 5, we'll call him and allocate him up to 2 hours maximum. When he finishes, the majority leaders will come in, and thereafter the mover will be called to reply. We have 5 minutes each, and the interest is overwhelming. If we remain with the 5 minutes, you know, not each one of you will have time to speak. The alternative to this, and I don't want us to go that direction, is that after the Deputy President has had his opportunity, this motion has no time cap, but we must finish not later than midnight today. So I want to hear your views. We continue with 5 minutes. And after the Deputy President speaks, I'll go to the minority, majority, and reply, and you go to the vote. Is that all right? Yes. Excellent. At the time we concluded, it was Honorable Kajwang from my left who had spoken. I'll now open the afternoon with the member for Ugenya.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Article 132 of the Constitution of Kenya provides that the President will every year give a report to this House on the steps taken to implement Article 10. Mr. Speaker, Article 10 is the soul of the nation. Article 10 is what the engineers would call the software of the country. It is what the doctor would call the heartbeat of this country. Oh dear. So, Speaker, through Article 10, this country gave to itself how they want to be governed. So, Speaker, Article 10 of the Constitution provides for us the map to where we want to go. So, Speaker, in the last 1.5 years, we've listened to and been treated to, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy President piercing with a sharp knife through the very heart of the nation, Mr. Speaker. When we went to give ourselves a new constitution, Mr. Speaker, we said tribalism, nepotism, corruption, Mr. Speaker, are our ills. And we said that we will entrench Article 10 and ensure that going forward, we live as a country together, united, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the last 2 years, the Honorable Gachagua has not only put a knife onto the back of our values and shared principles, but he's kept turning that knife, Mr. Speaker, to the level where if we allow him to continue being Deputy President, Mr. Speaker, we are going to risk the loss of the heart of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the move of this motion, the Honorable Mutuse, read what appears in Article 10, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is nothing to say about a person who believes that this country should only belong to one region, Mr. Speaker. It has to be clear today that we are not impeaching Mount Kenya. We are not impeaching the Kikuyu. We are impeaching an individual who has refused to follow the law every single day of his life. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Gachagua is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, not the Deputy President of Mount Kenya, Mr. Speaker. He is the Deputy President of Kenya Kwanza, not Murima Kwanza, Mr. Speaker. It has to be said today that if you are to build together, if you are to run a country that has shared values, shared principles, and shared prosperity, Mr. Speaker, all of us must believe that our leaders will live within the four corners of the law. Mr. Speaker, it is true, and it's been said by Kenyans, that we are all tribal. Of course, we all come from tribes. We also have our own tribal sentiments, Mr. Speaker. We all have our feelings about what should happen to our tribe, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's even been said that Kufa Dereva, Kufa Makanga. It's also been said that all of us sitting here today have some tribal things in our closet, Mr. Speaker. That is true. But, Mr. Speaker, and you are a seasoned lawyer, when you go to court and you are charged, and the others you are charged are not in court, they say Rigiji, Gachagua, and others not in court. The case here today is that of Rigiji, not others not here today. The case we're dealing with today is the case of Makanga, not driver, not passengers. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to deal with a person who believes that his job is to represent Mount Kenya. Mr. Speaker, on this side sits members of parliament elected by Mount Kenya people. On this side sits members of parliament from Nyeri, from Kirinyaga, from Muranga, from everywhere. Those counties also have governors. Nobody appointed Rigiji to be the benefactor. No one appointed Rigiji to be the custodian of Mount Kenya. No one. Because our constitution provides for leaders from that place to represent them. Mr. Speaker, by his actions that are against Article 10 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, Rigiji has alienated Mount Kenya from the rest of the country. He is fought so hard to be the Mount Kenya kingpin, Mr. Speaker, and I believe that this House must impeach him so that he can go and be the kingpin of Mount Kenya, not the deputy president of this country. That's what we need to do this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I heard him mention the name of our PCS, the name of the Ford Kenya leader. Mr. Speaker, coalition agreements are done.
Give him 1 minute.
Coalition agreements are done between parties and among parties, Mr. Speaker. And if, for example, MDG where I ran has shares in a government, the shares are for the whole country, not for a tribe or for an individual, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today, I must say that we will impeach him. But all of us here today must also soul search that as we impeach Gachagua, have you lived a better life yourself as a Kenyan? Have you lived your life as a leader? What have you done in your closet that reflects what Gachagua has done? will impeach him, but he must also change our ways as a country, from the president down to all of us who lead this country, Speaker. I support and believe that he must be impeached.
Commissioner Patrick Makau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, allow me to give thumbs up for one Honorable Ecomas Mwengi Mutuse Massive. Mr. Speaker, I give him thumbs up for executing this motion and showing Kenyans that leadership is not about where you come from, who you are, but how you perform your duties. Mr. Speaker, this morning I've heard many speakers talk to this motion. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the speakers who have said that yesterday and the week before, Mr. Speaker, I've been watching the Deputy President of this country doing rallies in town, going to churches, and Mr. Speaker, what we saw on Sunday was different from what we saw yesterday. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I want to advise us, even as politicians, sometimes we should listen to our advisors, and we listen to the right advisors. Mr. Speaker, if I were to advise the Deputy President, yesterday's interview was his undoing, and he proved to Kenya that yes, all these accusations that are being leveled to him are really true. Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm to this House, one, despite Article 10, the Deputy President, who is supposed to hold the values of this nation, by uniting Kenyans, by fighting against corruption, by fighting against tribalism, he is the one who has championed tribalism through and through. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you, as a member of Parliament Mavoko, I have spoken the word Kenya many times, more than the Deputy President of this country. All what I've been hearing is Murima, 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 Murima. Mr. Speaker, today I want to tell Kenyans, I know Parliament has been prosecuted, and many words, we've been called names that we are an unperforming house. But today I stand here as a legislator Mavoko. Mr. Speaker, why am I charging the Deputy President to be a tribalist? Mr. Speaker, at one time, I listened to the Deputy President on national television saying that he reversed a cabinet decision to reverse the demolitions in Mathare. Why did he do that? He said his people were in Mathare and that he could not sit and see his people's houses demolished. Mr. Speaker, it reminded me when the people of Mavoko houses were being demolished. Personally, I went to him, and Mr. Speaker, I thought he could help me. But the words he used to me are unprintable, and I cannot speak them in this house. Mr. Speaker, today I want to tell him, those people that he was addressing, 30% of the houses that were demolished belong to those people of Murima. They belong to Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, I come from a constituency that is cosmopolitan. Today, as I stand here, Mr. Speaker, we have lost lives. We have had people whose properties had to be auctioned because they had gone for loans for those houses to build. Mr. Speaker, as a legislator, I humbled myself and requested and asked the Deputy President to intervene so that those houses, Mr. Speaker, a parcel of 4,000 acres, 325 acres, I requested him to have the 300 acres where the houses were seated, to have those people even pay to Portland. But the names he called me, Mr. Speaker, I cannot call them here. When I hear someone saying there are things which are not personal, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell them, those people elected me to represent them, and their pains are my pains, Mr. Speaker. Today, as I sit here, Mr. Speaker, the same Deputy President came to Machakos, and he said the Kamba votes are very little, they cannot bring in a president. He went ahead and said the Kamba votes, Kitui, Machakos, and Makueni combined are less than 1 million. I want to remind the Deputy President that the Kamba vote is more than 3 million. I want to remind him that Kamba nation produced Gay who took care of Kenyatta in prison. That same Kamba nation produced Munyao Kisoi, who flew the flag of Kenya during Independence Day, that same flag produced Muindi Mbingu, the former freedom fighter, who is my grandfather, Mr. Speaker. I want to remind him that same combination.
Give him 1 minute.
1 minute. Mr. Speaker, that same combination that you said their votes were useless, they are the ones who are running every night now, calling for them to come and save you in this budget motion. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind him that every tribe in this country is important and he should live to respect them. I support this motion for every reason and every accusation that he has been accused of. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Sane.
Mr. Speaker, before I want to bring out 3 assertions which are highly distorted, emanating from His Excellency the Deputy President Gachagua. One, that he is a co-president. In every general election, 6 ballot papers are being issued to voters. And of the 6, 1 is for the presidency, and all Kenyans have voted His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto. I did not, and no Kenyan voted Gachagua for any position other than being escorting the deputy president to State House. Nobody, the president to State House. He was not elected. So the claim that he had acquired 7.2 million voters is unfounded, unfactual, and is just mere hallucinations, Mr. Speaker. So he's not a co-president, he is just merely an assistant to the president. A second thing, Mr. Speaker, he always talks of being trained in paramilitary exercises or acquired paramilitary training. He is supposed to be a symbol of harmony, a symbol of unity, not to intimidate, not to tell the citizenry that indeed he is military trained. That in itself bespeaks volumes on who his character is, Mr. Speaker. One other thing, yesterday he has made disparaging remarks on the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Speaker of the Senate. The fact that his impeachment is coming in front of this House today and thereafter proceed to the Senate, it wasn't befitting for him to speak disparaging, derogatory remarks on our Speaker and the Speaker of the Senate. On to the impeachment motion, Mr. Speaker. Article 150, I think the threshold has fully been met in impeaching the Deputy President Gachagua. His loyalty to the President is questionable. His visits, whenever the President goes out of the country, the Deputy President is never seen to see him off. Whenever the President comes into the country, the second principle is always not available to receive the President. He gives press releases that contradict the President, talks too much, giving epithets that make our President, demean our President, projecting our President a liar on several occasions. Yesterday, all Kenyans have heard that it is His Excellency the President Ruto who taught me how to respond to civil servants, how to address intelligence officers like Nurdin Haji, like the CID officer Amin. That in itself depicts lack of respect for the presidency. Mr. Speaker, it is clear in our Constitution that he is the second in command, as espoused in Article 147.3, as read with 134. This he has failed. He has also shown massive erosion of the position of the executive, not being the assistant and showing the unity so expected of him, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy President severally pronounced himself on matters discriminating Kenyans, that he has gotten his share of cabinet secretaries in his region. Cabinet secretaries belong to all Kenyans, and I think that doesn't befit. He has addressed public servants in public, and in all aspects he has violated Article 232, which is the same principles that is expected for the executive. Finally, Mr. Speaker, he also talked ill of public participation. The courts have declared themselves that public participation was well done, and yesterday it was clear that he was contemptuous that the public participation done by the National Assembly did not meet the required threshold, and that, I believe, is also being so contemptuous of this House. With those few remarks, I support the impeachment. Thank you.
Rafael Wanjala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this important motion in this country. Mr. Speaker, this is my second motion since I became Member of Parliament, the second one to discuss impeachment of our Deputy President. Mr. Speaker, I'm very disturbed the way our Deputy President has been behaving, because the Deputy President is principal assistant of the President. But always when the President goes out of the country, the guy recedes back to Murima, and then he starts asking Mr. President so many questions instead of running the country when the President is away. He's never available in Nairobi, except he's only available in his village, trying to ask Mr. President questions, and that, Mr. Speaker, has really annoyed some of us. Mr. Speaker, when there were floods, this Deputy President, Mr. Speaker, was assigned by the President that he's supposed to take care of the disaster that was there at that time. The man never moved from his home yard to other areas. He was never in Nyando, he was never in Budalangi, he was nowhere, and all the food he directed to his backyard. Mr. Speaker, I want to be very brief. Yes, Mr. Speaker, this Deputy President.
Order, Wanjala, there's a point of order. Yes, Muya.
Honorable Speaker, is the member in order to say the Deputy President has never moved out of his backyard, while it is on record and on public domain that he has been in Kisumu, in Busia, in Mombasa, in all parts of the country?
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy President will only be seen in those places when he is accompanying the President. But he has never come on his own to see the destruction of floods. Mr. Speaker, these people of EACC did a service to this country. Because for you to be elected, you must go through EACC. Mr. Speaker, this Deputy President was a DO. And Mr. Speaker, he was a DO, and as a DO, he was sacked on 30th July 1997 as a DO. And the reason why he was sacked, and I will table this later, that the EACC did not do its work and it cleared him to be a member of Parliament and to be a Deputy President. Yes, he was not supposed to be because of his misconduct. Mr. Speaker, this letter is read as Mr. Geoffrey Rigathi Gachagua, District Officer 1, Laikipia, through Provincial Commissioner, summarily dismissal. Reference is made to our letter dated 19th May 1989 on your appointment to the position of District Officer. I and your response statements to show cause for gross misconduct, desertion of duty, and reported mismanagement of relief food for Laikipia District. These are thieves. In this regard, we wish to notify you that your employment contract has been terminated forthwith. Consequently, you are required to report to the Rift Valley Provincial Commissioner for handover and clearance. This was signed by Queen Rua. Mr. Speaker, this was a wrong man to be in this office in the first place. This one, for Kenya to grow, Gachagua must go. To stop tribalism, Gachagua must go. For Kenya to unite, Gachagua must go. I tabled the letter and I support the motion.
Kagusha.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Raphael Wanjala has produced a photocopy of a document that we cannot get its authenticity. Honorable Speaker, the document that Honorable Raphael Wanjala is referring to is not.
Order, Honorable Kagusha. Order. Take your seat, Honorable Kagusha. Honorable Kagusha, first, from where you are sitting, you have not seen the document. Secondly, the Speaker is fully conversant with the rules of admissibility. And I'll look at the document and I'll direct you on how to use it. I thought I had given you an opportunity to contribute. You are going at a tangent that is totally unnecessary. If you want to contribute, that is what I had given you. If you are not ready to contribute, I give somebody else.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to stand, and I stand guided. Honorable Speaker, I want to stand to oppose the motion to impeach the Deputy President. Honorable Speaker, the reason why the new constitution brought about the issue of having a deputy president position, which is not an appointed position anymore, but a position that the president and the deputy would be conjoined together at the point of election, so that the two of them can be able to work together. And that is what the country desired. That is what our people of this Republic of Kenya voted for in 2010 in the new constitution. Honorable Speaker, I want to believe that when we have been able to get the two of them, we should be able as a country, as much as practically possible, ensure that whatever misunderstanding and whatever differences that may appear or may exist between the two of them,
yes, Kagombe.
We get...
Kagusha, hold. Honorable Gigi Kagombe, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, is the honorable member in order to disparage the Constitution and mutilate it in the manner he is doing by disputing the provisions of Article 150 of this Parliament to remove a sitting Deputy President? It is constitutional, it is written, it was passed by us in 2010, and that work is given and granted by the Constitution to this Parliament. Therefore, the fact that the President and the Deputy President were elected together doesn't stop the provisions of Article 150. So therefore, he should withdraw.
Honorable Speaker, you know there's a reason why Honorable Kagombe is called Kagombe and not Kigombe. It's because a small cow jumps before he jumps, you know, a small calf. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, you know.
Take your seat. Order. Order, honorable members, order. Order. Honorable Kagusha, take your seat. Order, honorable members, order. Honorable Kagusha, you are here the whole morning, and I did direct to the House. Order. Order. Order, Nabuin, take your seat. Honorable members, we have done very well since morning. This may be an emotive motion, but as leaders, leave your emotions at that door when you come to this House. And I want to encourage you, honorable members, Honorable Kagusha, treat your colleagues the same way you would want them to treat you. Don't make any disparaging remarks. Don't purport to misinterpret the meaning of the name of a colleague, because that's not your duty. We just withdraw and apologize to Kagombe and proceed with your contribution.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to withdraw the naming of Honorable Kagombe and apologize, Honorable Speaker.
No.
Honorable Speaker, I also hope that you have noted the Honorable Amombi has hit me with a bottle of water. Honorable Speaker, and that is unparliamentary. Is that unparliamentary that another honorable member should rule?
Order. Honorable Amombi, did you throw a bottle? Take your seat.
That is very unparliamentary.
Take your seat. Amombi.
Mr. Speaker, it's very bad that Honorable Kagusha can lie to this House. He is lying. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Kagusha is lying. Let him continue with the speech, but he should not lie in this House.
Order, honorable members, to the extent that the Speaker didn't see and Honorable Kagusha is not claiming any injury, let's leave it there.
Honorable Speaker, I am of the opinion we have a respectable gentleman by the name Henry Kissinger, and Henry Kissinger did state that the quest for peace and order has two elements that are sometimes treated as contradictory. He said that the pursuit of elements of security and the requirements of acts of reconciliation, if you do not and if you cannot achieve both of them, we will not be able to reach either of them. The road to diplomacy, Honorable Speaker, Henry Kissinger did say that may appear complicated and frustrating, but progress to it requires both vision and the courage to undertake that journey. Honorable Speaker, I'm of the opinion that when we have our two senior most gentlemen in this republic having such kind of a disagreement or an issue that is a misunderstanding, we should seek the way of reconciliation. The way I see us doing now, we are just following on the issue of security. We are looking at the issues of removal, yet we are not pursuing a very important goal in this, and that is reconciliation. And for that matter, Honorable Speaker, I am of the opinion that we should seek a way that we can be able to bring the two gentlemen together. Honorable Speaker, you know that in the past we have brought an elder by the name His Excellency Obasanjo. We have brought Senator Kun from US. We have even had a gentleman by the name Museveni, His Excellency Museveni, who have in the past mediated when our two senior most leaders in this country have disagreed. And for that reason, Honorable Speaker, I want to remind you that we have even had Kofi Annan in Kenya. I'm of the opinion that we should have gotten away.
Hold Kagusha.
Yes, Shimba. I want to inform Honorable Kagusha that by any dictionary that is known in this world,
Honorable Speaker, I did not ask for information from Honorable Omar.
Just relax.
Honorable Speaker, I do not desire to have any information from Honorable
Your information, take your seat. Finish up.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I would like to complete my statement.
Yeah, finish up. Give him a minute. Finish up. Time is up. Give him a minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would just like to complete my statement by saying that I wish that as a country we are able to come up with a mechanism in which we can be able to bring our senior leaders when they have a disagreement in such a way that they can be able to reconcile and agree. Because, Honorable Speaker, even when we open the Pandora's box of impeachment, Honorable Speaker, we are going to be opening something that we may not be able to contain. We are now likely to have many impeachments coming to this House because we have started something that, Honorable Speaker, sometimes we are not able to contain in coming days. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
He's off the floor, Jeanette, so you cannot raise.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to clarify that the matter before the House is not a disagreement of anyone. It is a motion that has been tabled by Honorable Mutuse that has 8 counts, 11 grounds. Mr. Speaker, we are discussing a motion that contains 11 grounds. We are not discussing any disagreements of anyone with his wife, with his boss, with his children, with his mother, with his uncle, with his cousin, with his farmer, with his cook. We are not discussing those things, bro.
Mama Zamzam.
Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze kuchangia mada ya leo ya kuweza kung'oa mamlakani naibu wa rais. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, naibu wa rais amekuwa akizunguka Kenya nzima. Na akizungumza, mimi kwanza nilikuwa nauliza Mheshimiwa Spika, naibu wa rais amesahau dawa zake kumeza ama kuna shida Mheshimiwa Spika? Kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, naibu wa rais alikuwa akizunguka kila mahali, anazungumzia mambo ya ukabila, anazungumza mambo ya shares. Mimi najiuliza, Mombasa County Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi ndio tulikusanya ushuru zaidi tukawa nambari 1 Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini naibu wa rais akizungumza, anazungumza mambo ya shares, mambo ya mlima, mambo ya nini. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiona naibu wa rais anaweza kumkosoa rais mbele ya wananchi Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni
Honorable Wamchomba. Hold Mama Zamzam, hold her time. Yes, Honorable Wamchomba. Order, honorable members, order, Honorable Wamchomba.
Bwana Spika, nasimama kuuliza kama
Order, hold on. Which standing order has been breached? Cite the standing order.
Point of information, clarification.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Has been breached?
Mheshimiwa Spika.
Clarification, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I refuse to be muted when I have something that I need the honorable member to clarify. The honorable member must clarify.
Honorable Wamchomba. Order, Honorable Wamchomba. Hold your horses. Honorable Wamchomba. If you want to, you know the rules. Order. Honorable Wamchomba, you know the rules. If you want to inform a member on the floor, the member must accept your information. She has said she doesn't want. Under what standing order?
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member has talked about that Mr. Deputy President alisahau kunywa dawa. Tungetaka kujua ni dawa gani ambazo mheshimiwa anaongea juu yake. Na kama hizo dawa, na kama
Mama Zamzam, endelea.
Mheshimiwa Spika, wajua ndio makosa ya kupatia mabubu kuzungumza Mheshimiwa Spika. Mimi nimesema huenda ikawa, sijasema amesahau, nimesema huenda ikawa, nilifikiria, nilikisia. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, kiongozi kama yule ambaye siku zote anajua makabila yote Kenya tunakaa kwa amani, tumeoana, tunaelewana, Mheshimiwa Spika, anataka kuturegesha kwa makabila kama vile tulivyokuwa na mambo ya Kaya Bombo, kama tulivyokuwa na zile baada ya kura za 2007 2008. Mheshimiwa Spika, watu walipoteza maisha yao kwa sababu ya ukabila. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nakaa nikishangaa, Deputy President alikuja Mombasa, amesimama juu ya gari anatafuna ndizi na mahindi choma. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza alitupa takataka pale, alikuwa juu kama kuna watoto wetu ndio ufagia. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, pale juu ya gari Deputy President anazungumza akisema kuwa yule gavana atoe pesa za floods, wakati anajua 14 billion kutoka World Bank ambayo ni ya disaster management. Mheshimiwa Spika, zilikuwa kwa ofisi yake na aliziramba. Mheshimiwa Spika, alikuwa anajua 6 billion tuliweka hapa katika bajeti. Mheshimiwa Spika, hakuzileta Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, yule ni kiongozi wa kugonganisha watu. Mheshimiwa Spika, na ndio maana najiuliza, kwa miaka miwili kampuni 22 Mheshimiwa Spika, hata mimi moja sina. Miaka miwili, kampuni 22 na zote zina 5.7 billion ya mtoto, ya mke, ya nani. Kisha bado unaenda kuchukua mali ya ndugu yako. Unaacha mayatima, unaacha mjane, unamtesa. Kisha utatuambia nini katika taifa la Kenya, Mheshimiwa Spika? Mimi leo nasema ang'atuliwe, nasema kwa kutesa mjane, Gachagua must go. Kwa kukula pesa za mahindi, Gachagua must go. Kwa kutesa ukabila na Kenya, Gachagua must go. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Ngogoyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to oppose the motion by the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, Member of Parliament for Kibwezi West. Mr. Speaker, I, representing the people of Kajiado North, Mr. Speaker, I have gone through the motion and the issues that Wakili Mwengi Mutuse has raised. And Mr. Speaker, I pick on a number of issues that I would want to draw the attention of this House to. Number one, Mwengi Mutuse says that all we need to do is to just believe the things he has tabled here are true. We cannot believe what he says is true. We have to cross-examine. We have to look at them properly. Mr. Speaker, I have gone through the evidence that he has provided on some of the issues. And Mr. Speaker, having 21 companies, according to Mwengi Mutuse, is an intention for the Deputy President to launder money, and therefore he should be impeached. Mr. Speaker, he did not say money has been laundered, but it is an intention. And he says it is enough for this House to just believe and therefore impeach. Mr. Speaker, I say no to that impeachment. Number two, Mwengi Mutuse, former Chief of Staff in Machakos County Government and the current Member of Parliament, is giving hearsay that he has heard. Mr. Speaker, he has said in his submission that they were officers who were coerced to write to change in the Ministry of Lands without tabling any evidence from the document that he has provided. Mr. Speaker, this House cannot go with hearsay. It is not possible for you to make a decision out of hearsay. Mr. Speaker, in his accusations, he says that the Deputy President is a Mount Kenya person, makes issues based on Mount Kenya. I am the Member of Parliament for Kajiado North. He has visited my constituency for a development tour. The executive, through the State Department for Education, Mr. Speaker, constructed classes, courtesy of his visit in Enoma Tasiani Girls Secondary School, a school that rescues girls, specifically from asylum. Mr. Speaker, the only girls' school that we have in my constituency, the Great Kajiado North. Mr. Speaker, Mwengi Mutuse did not mention such issues, but he says, according to him, the Deputy President coerced, did 1, 2, 3, and Mr. Speaker, he wants to say that we just need to believe. Mr. Speaker, impeaching the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya needs more evidence than what he has provided. I find this to be very shallow, and Mr. Speaker, maybe in the words of the Chief Justice, this is hot air, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have found very respectful submission from lawyers in this House,
yes, Mama Zamzam,
a majority of them.
Mheshimiwa, point of order number 87, Mheshimiwa Speaker. Mimi nataka nimjuze mbunge mwenzangu kuwa huyu alikuwa...
Naomba nisijuzwe.
Hapana,
naomba nisijuzwe.
She is on a point of order.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, nataka atoe statement of fact. Mheshimiwa Speaker, huyu mbunge aliyoko hapa, hata kama alikuwa akifanya kazi county hapa, amekuja ni mbunge na ametoa motion hapa. Mheshimiwa Speaker, na mimi nataka nimwelezee mbunge kuwa wasema kule wanaosema kufa abiria, kufa conductor, kufa dereva, huyu conductor ameweza kupickpocket maabiria wote, hawana chochote. Mheshimiwa Speaker, kwa hiyo aende tu nyumbani. Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I choose to stick to content.
Your time is
I choose to stick to matter.
Go on.
I choose to ignore the honorable member. Mr. Speaker, I therefore want to submit to this House that, Mr. Speaker, when a whole deputy speaker of this assembly goes to a public function in Nandi and says that I will oversee the impeachment of the deputy president, and comes to this House and is expected to vote, do you expect fairness?
Your time is up. Give him 1 minute. The deputy speaker spoke to that.
Thank you.
She has a vote unlike the speaker.
Yeah, but Mr. Speaker, I just want to say
And she
that
will
I
not
find...
preside on these proceedings.
Okay, because I respect you, Mr. Speaker, I will not engage on that matter. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to submit that Ngogoyo Onesmus Nguro, Member of Parliament for Kajiado North, says no to the impeachment of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya.
Member for Taveta. Member for Taveta. The mic is there.
Can I have this one?
Is
This
it
one
working?
short.
There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For a start, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion by my learned colleague, Honorable Mutuse. Most of the things, Mr. Speaker, have been said, but allow me to say a few things. Number one, allow me to borrow on the then Council of White House during the Clinton administration. He said, impeachment is not a remedy for private wrongs. It's a method for removing someone whose continued presence in office would cause danger to the nation. Mr. Speaker, my position is the continued stay in office of the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua is a threat to the nation of Kenya. I continue by saying this, Mr. Speaker. Between 1963, when we got independence, we had a vice president in the name of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. He never said, do not touch Luo Nyanza. During the President Moi's regime, we had George Saitoti. We had Musalia Mudavadi. He never said, do not touch Luya Nation. During the time of Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, he never said, do not touch Ukambani. But we have a deputy president, Mr. Speaker, who is obsessed with a certain region in this country. Mr. Speaker, secondly, Mr. Speaker, much has been said by my learned colleagues in this House. But I want to borrow something, Mr. Speaker. Article 145 of the Constitution provides for reasons for impeachment of a deputy president and the president. The case of during Sonko's impeachment, the Supreme Court laid certain guidelines and said that the question as to whether or not there is a violation of a constitution should be guided by certain principles. Number one, whether there is interference with the constitutional functions of the legislature and the judiciary. My submissions is that the utterances of the deputy president in relation to his cases in court is interference with the constitutional functions of the legislature and the judiciary. Another ground that has been given in determination as to whether or not there is a violation of the constitution is whether there is an abuse of the code of conduct. Mr. Speaker, my argument is the constant pronunciation by the deputy president that divides the country in terms of regions and tribe is an abuse of code of conduct and is a ground for impeachment. Another criteria given is the disregard and breach of fundamental rights of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. In Taveta, where I come from, there are two minority tribes. There is the Taveta tribe and there is the Pare tribe, with the minority tribes in Kenya. Article 56 of the Constitution says
that the state should do everything within its means to ensure that marginalized tribes in Kenya are protected. Mr. Speaker, the pronouncement of the Deputy President about a certain region without considering the Tavetas of Taveta, or the Pares of Taveta, is a violation of fundamental rights and freedom as guaranteed by Article 56 and is a ground for impeachment. Very lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. Even in Taveta, there are Kikuyus. So if we constantly obsessed of Mount Kenya, who will speak for the Kikuyus who live in Tavetas? And that is why I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, because of the obsession of Mount Kenya, because of obsession of a certain region, Rigathi Gachagua must go.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to start with, there was a spat between the Pope and Napoleon in 1800. And this is what Napoleon asked the Pope. Pope, how many divisions do you have? Then the Pope replied, I have the Catholic Church. Honorable Speaker, yesterday during the interview, the Deputy President came up strongly to almost insinuate that this Parliament is a bunch of clowns. But this Parliament is guarded by so many things. But the very important instrument this Parliament wields is this thing called the Constitution. It is the supreme law of the land. Honorable Speaker, one of the reasons why the Deputy President must be impeached is the issue of national unity. He came on public stage to talk about one issue that eventually will discriminate the minorities. One man, one vote, 1 shilling. That is important in the way he says. But in a sense, the regions that are behind, that are discriminated, that are marginalized, will continue to be behind. Honorable Speaker, Article 56A1, it talks about minority groups, why they must be in government, why they must be represented. Honorable Speaker, this country must move forward, and it must move as one nation, one people. We are of different nationalities. It is the Deputy President who stood in a public place to say that the problem of this country is the Somalis. The Somalis are part and parcel of this nation. They have done great contribution to this country, and they cannot be excluded for anything. Honorable Speaker, the second issue why the Deputy President must and he has to leave that office is on the matters of national security. He is privy to National Security Council meetings. He attends. Sometimes he could chair. For him to come out and divulge those information to public of need-to-know basis, then it means he has crossed the red line. Honorable Speaker, the third issue is Article 147. The Deputy President is the principal assistant to the President. And sometimes when the President is away, he's delegated to be the President. This happened in the 11th Parliament when Uhuru Kenyatta was attending ICC. And he wrote down that President Ruto will act on his behalf. It can happen even this time. If we have a president who is already determined to discriminate some parts of the country, then how do we trust him with power? Honorable Speaker, lastly, he is not assisting or supporting the president. Finance bill 2024-25 was thrown out by Parliament, was thrown out by the people. Not that people didn't want it, not Parliament didn't want it, because he never supported it. He kept on campaigning against the finance bill. For those reasons, Honorable Speaker, I think the Deputy President must be impeached. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Farah Maalim.
Mr. Speaker, I want to weigh on this motion. Mr. Speaker, we are not trying to reinvent the wheel again. We have had Deputy President, before that we have had Vice Presidents. One, Andrei Gromyko of Russia, was one time asked why he has remained as the Deputy President for so long. And somebody else said, to be a Deputy President, you have to have the capacity to sit on a block of ice with your pants down and make a green. A Deputy President is no more than a personal assistant to the President. And that's how it's provided for in all constitutions, all over. I haven't seen one in which certain executive authority is given to the Deputy President. In the US, if you remember very well, when John F. Kennedy was the President, there was a brother of John F. Kennedy who was the Attorney General, who was called Bobby Kennedy. Bobby Kennedy literally did not think Lyndon B. Johnson was anything. But Lyndon B. Johnson kept tight, watched his cool, and later on he became the President of the US. In our own country, Mr. Speaker, can you protect me from our friends? In our own country here, I know many of you are not my age, you are younger than me, but a good number of you are also either my age or slightly older. When Moi was the Vice President, which is the number 2, he was so humiliated, so much so that an SSP called Mungai slapped him in the State House in Nakuru when he was going to go and see his boss, who was the President. He did not complain publicly, he did not complain privately, he just went about his business. If you remember very well, when Kibaki was the Deputy Vice President of this country, which is number 2, he was dropped from being the number 2 and appointed a Minister for Health in the Moi government. He went to the President, thanked him for giving him the opportunity to be his vice for 11 years. Mr. Speaker, can you protect the House? It's too much sound.
Let's go on.
He thanked him for giving him an opportunity to serve as his assistant or as the Vice President for 11 years, and took up his job as the Minister for Health with a gusto, and did a fantastic job as one of the best health ministers we have had in this country. Mr. Speaker, many people have been Deputy Presidents or Vice Presidents or number 2 in the executive here. I am glad I have been vindicated, because about a year ago, I had said that Rigathi Gachagua is the worst number 2 in the history of this country. And I'm sure now I'm being vindicated.
Order. Order, members. Order, member. Is that Masara? Yes. Maintain your silence. Carry on.
I said exactly 1 year ago, Rigathi Gachagua is the worst number 2 in the history of this country, whether a Vice President or a Deputy President. I'm glad I'm vindicated today. I remember when we had almost a collapse of the state and the nation in 2008, and we had the national accord on the floor of this House, and you were also a member of Parliament. Raila Odinga was made the Prime Minister of this country. There was Raila Odinga, and there was also Kalonzo Musyoka, who was the Vice President. Technically, in law, Raila was supposed to share 50-50 power with President Kibaki, but he was happy to say that he will support the President. And he supported the President until the term was over. I mean, that is what it's supposed to be. Here is somebody who literally, when this country is on the brink of certain serious problems, goes to Mombasa, and many of us believe that he was part of the so-called whatever, the riots that were there and the goons that attacked Parliament, and then he creates a parallel press conference in Mombasa in which he castigates the policies of his own boss. His own boss, including castigating people whose authority is driven by the appointment by the president and passed by this parliament, passed by this house. Mr. Speaker, this man is bad for this country. There is need, this man is a heartbeat away from the president. God forbid, if anything were to happen to our president, he is the president. He is a danger. There will be no Kenya.
1 minute.
If Gachagua has anything to do with, as far as I'm concerned, he did not even give me the benefit of saying that let's be careful with the Somalis, we don't like Somalis. He called us warrior. You know what I mean? He didn't give me even the respect or the courtesy. I could not say Mau Mau. I would say Kikuyus if I want to talk about Kikuyus, or look for any derogatory name. I will not look for that. He didn't give us even that respect of saying the Somalis of Kenya. He said warrior. They do not have any role. They are not shareholders in this government. And you know what? I come from a region, Wajir alone, Wajir County alone is bigger than Central Province, Mountain Region, Western Province, and Nyanza put together. In Nyanza, and you have not gone to Garissa, you have not gone to Mandera, you have not gone to Marsabit, where we share with our Cushitic brothers, you have not gone to Shelo. He's talking about half the country, and he thinks we are from Somalia.
Time is up. Your time is up. Yes, Dr. Kogo.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, my brother, for allowing me to pass on this information. Apart from what you have said, Mheshimiwa, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya is on record for insulting women as Malayas. And I want to go on record. He said that the one and only beautiful Honorable Jematia is a Malaya. And somebody can negate that, and I have to say it. I thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, your time is up. Give him 1 minute.
Okay, yeah, 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, Speaker.
Yes.
This country belongs to us all. This country belongs to all of us. If you try to marginalize me, and tomorrow I take up arms and decide to fight that, do you think there will be Kenya? Do you think 100,000 Somalis taking arms there will be Kenya? Or 50,000 Turkanas? Or Sabaots? Or Pokots? This man is playing with this country. We shall not have stability, Mr. Speaker. We must have a country in which we all feel that we are loved and we are equals. Equals! Mr. Speaker, I support this motion of impeaching Gachagua. Let's do it the fastest possible, and we should never have somebody like him in future in any position of leadership. Mr. Speaker, we are all equals in this country. There's nobody who's more equal. We fought for independence. All of us fought for independence, although some will want to try and hide the...
Your time is up. Member for Turkana at the back. That is who? Emathe. Emathe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to just give some comments on the same. Honorable Speaker, when the Deputy President was being sworn in at Kasarani, I only knew him as a personal assistant to the former President Uhuru. And after he spoke and he sat down, I was seated close to Honorable Kiborek. I told Honorable Kiborek that this is not going to be a good person, from the analogy that formerly he was a PA to the former president, and the manner in which he spoke to me was in the contrary. I just said that when he was being sworn in, I didn't know him. The only thing I knew about him was he was a PA. Now, the chicken have come home to roast. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say that I support his impeachment the same manner in which over 92% of my constituents in Turkana Central have agreed that we do the impeachment. Honorable Speaker, the impeachment is in two parts. There is the anti-corruption part of it, and there is the ethical or the ethics part of it. I want to speak on the ethics. And Honorable Speaker, here is a man who is full of himself. He is a very proud person, and Honorable Speaker, he doesn't even know what to say. He just speaks in the manner that does not depict him as the Deputy President of this country. Honorable Speaker, the Bible in the book of James brings out the bad part of the tongue. It says the tongue is this part of the body that is a world of evil. It is a fire. Honorable Speaker, the tongue corrupts the whole body. That is what the Bible says in the book of James. Honorable Speaker, in this juncture, I want to say that as a UDA member in the Kenya Council government, I want to say that it says we are not in agreement to work together with the Deputy President. I am not in agreement as a member who was ascribed to the party that I may not be able to work with the Deputy President because we have to agree. And what we are processing today here, Honorable Speaker, is a divorce. We are processing a divorce because under Article 56, this is a man who will not be able to speak for the minorities. He is a man who will not speak for the marginalized. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, again, we are processing a divorce because this is akin to King Nebuchadnezzar, a man who was like everything in the Chaldean, in the city of Babylon. And Honorable Speaker, Kenya wants to unite. Kenya wants to kill the animal called tribalism. This is not the Deputy President that Kenya will require to kill the devil of tribalism. This is not the man who is ready to unite us. This is not the man who does not even know there are Elmolos in this country. He does not know that we have the Dasanach or the Merile in this country. Maybe at some point, because he has never been to Turkana, he does not even know the Turkanas exist in this country. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, this is not the man who can unite Kenya in the office of presidency. And therefore, I support his impeachment. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Edith Nyenze. Edith Nyenze.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this time to say what the great people of Kitui West have sent me to come and say. I know that the Bible has been quoted from the two divines in several ways, but I'm also going to quote the Bible, and I'm going to quote from John, from chapter 8, from 7 to 11. And actually, these were teachers and of law and Pharisees who brought a woman to Jesus, and they said that they found the woman in the act. And then they said, according to the law of Moses, such a woman was found in adultery, and she was supposed to be stoned to death. But what Jesus told them, he told them that if they do not have sin amongst themselves, they should be the first ones to cast the stones. But what these people did, they just looked and ran away. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this scripture actually highlights the importance of forgiveness and mercy, and challenges the self-righteousness and hypocrisy. Actually, what I want to say is that there is also reconciliation. Reconciliation should be given room. Dialogue should be given room. If there was dialogue with a former prime minister, there was handshake
with a former Prime Minister, why not give dialogue to even the Deputy President? So give dialogue, give reconciliation for the peace of this country. What the people of Gitwe has told me is that they have more pressing issues. They have more pressing issues than this impeachment. And therefore they told me to say no to this impeachment, that they should be sorting their problems first before we even come to this impeachment. We have only 3 years to go before the end of the term. So why breach the peace? So whoever is righteous, let them be the first ones to cast the stone. Thank you.
Honorable Kororia. Honorable Kororia. Eh? I will give you. Kororia.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I stand to support this special motion. The motion that regarding Gachagua, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, should go home. Honorable Speaker, I can remind this House that during the swearing-in ceremony at Kasarani, the Deputy President humiliated Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta so badly before the nation and the visiting dignitaries in the Republic of Kenya. That was not enough, Honorable Speaker. After 3 months, he started attacking young people in Mount Kenya region, calling them Mongeke, to an extent of attacking Maina Jenga and calling him the leader of Mongeke, Honorable Speaker. Later, Honorable Speaker, he was not comfortable and satisfied with that. He went ahead to refer to the members of parliament from Mount Kenya region as Gakonia and Kunda Gotome and Komereras, Honorable Speaker. That is not acceptable, Honorable Speaker, because we all come from the same region and we are elected by the people. He went ahead, Honorable Speaker, to attack Raila Odinga and the Azimio fraternity, and saying that he has put Mitego so that they will not enter State House. And he was supposed to put Mitegos so that they don't enter Karen residence because he's not a president. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that we do not have 2 centers of power in the Republic of Kenya. We only have 1 president, and the sentiments of Rigathi Gachagua that they were elected together with President William Ruto is a lie. The person who was elected is the president. Gachagua was just a running mate, and there were no votes for a running mate, Honorable Speaker. Finally, yesterday during a press briefing, Rigathi Gachagua referred to this Honorable House as a theater of the absurd. And he's coming to this same house today. I don't know whether you are going to compel him to substantiate if he's coming to a theater or Parliament of Kenya. With that, Honorable Speaker, I'm saying Gachagua must go.
Karoli Omondi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to support this special motion of impeachment against the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, when the wheels of fortune have enabled someone to rise to high eminence, such as the office of Deputy President, so much is expected of them. Unfortunately, from my own personal interaction with the Deputy President, and shortly I will give some examples, I feel he has fallen short of the expectations of that high office. I first came across Mr. Rigathi Gachagua in the late 80s when we were at the university. And as a matter of fact, he was ahead of us, and I think he was heading one of the district student organizations. He had cleared university, but he had not exited. In other words, he had become a pirate. That was the terminology we used then. He was residing in some place called State House residence. And what I used to hear about him was not very impressive. But nonetheless, on October 7th, 2023, which was exactly 1 year ago, in some place called Murngia, Alego, at the homestead of the late General Francis Omondi Ogola, together with Mheshimiwa Elisha here, Mheshimiwa Nyamita, Honorable Jalango, I've seen him somewhere, and His Excellency the President, we did meet with the Deputy President. And it was about 6:45. He received us warmly, but we were guests of General Ogola. And as you'd expect, a man of his status, you expected some decorum, temperance, prudence, good behavior. But unfortunately, some of these attributes were not present in his conduct. The Deputy President on that occasion did stand up and tell the President to our face that he had come down to get him from the Nyanza tour that we were undertaking, and that he had no business staying for too long in Nyanza. I looked at him and I wondered what was the problem with his compos mentis. In other words, was he of sound mind? And then I asked myself, we were the guests of the late General, why would he want us to exit the homestead of General Ogola? And it bothered me very much, because clearly that was what you and I, as lawyers, we call animus nocendi, intention to harm. Why would he insist that the President has no business being in Nyanza? He said it to our face 3 times, interrupting General Ogola when we were being briefed about the attack that had just been conducted by Hamas on Israel. That was my first time to interact with him very closely. The second time was on April 30th, 2024. 28th April 2024, this year, when we had floods in Suba and several people died. I did communicate with him by way of text. I sent him pictures, including that of a gentleman who had lost 3 children. And I asked him to avail to me the state resources that I could use to alleviate the pain and loss of my people. He did not respond. He did not call back. He did not show any interest. On 30th April 2024, I did contact Honorable Kagushia, who was sitting next to him at a rally in Nyeri. And I saw Honorable Kagushia whispering to him my message. And they texted me back that the Deputy President would come back to me. He never did. On 6th of May 2024, I again reached out to him in his capacity as the coordinator of relief. He did not respond. I support this motion, and I want to say this. What I found with Honorable Gachagua is lack of education. Obama says education is not a name of any degree or certificate that can be shown to others as proof. Education is the name of our attitude, actions, language, and behavior with others in real life. I'm on behalf of people of Suba South, I am supporting this motion, and I want to inform the House, our role today as a grand jury is not to establish beyond reasonable doubt any of these charges. Our role is very simple. Our role is to say we have found triable issues, frame the charges, leave that trial to the Senate. And once we do that, we shall have discharged our duty. Mr. Speaker, I fully support.
Thank you. Your time is up. Kanjori.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And Honorable Speaker, let me also add my voice to this very important motion. And let me start by saying I support the motion to impeach the Deputy President. Honorable Speaker, it should be understood that this is a motion that this House is making an attempt to save this country from a bad, divisive leader. Honorable Speaker, and allow me to thank the mover of this motion, Honorable Mutuse, for the courage that he has shown, and the 291 members who have signed this motion. Honorable Speaker, I say the courage because, Honorable Speaker, for a very long time, Kenyans have been watching helplessly, including the President of this country. They've been watching helplessly the Deputy President moving around this country, dividing this country into shares and dividing this country in tribal lines. Honorable Speaker, let me say my reasons for supporting this motion. First reason, Honorable Speaker, in 2022, the country suffered a very bad drought, and the government responded by giving relief to the pastoral communities whose families, most families were left without able to feed their families. Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President took most of that relief food to areas that were not affected by drought. Honorable Speaker, Kenyans should understand that this is not a motion or an impeachment against a tribe. It is a motion to impeach an individual who has shown, to use the majority leader's word, a black man with a black hat. This is a man who has shown that he does not care about the country, but his interest is in a small region. But it is actually interest that is driven by self-interest. It is not that he loves that region. We have seen that what he has amassed wealth for himself and not for the region. So, Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Wamshomba. I thought you normally sit this side.
Thank you. Yes. The temperatures there are too high. Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
I rise to defend the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua against what I am calling mob justice, a process that has not given him the right of reply, a process that has gone on, presented some fact checks to the villages, and disseminated information to the members of public without giving him the opportunity to defend himself.
Hold your horses, Wamchomba. I was consulting with KJ. I didn't hear what you said. Can you repeat? Can you repeat what you said?
I can't hear you, Mr. Speaker.
Repeat what you said. I didn't hear. I was consulting with Honorable Member for Dagoretti.
I have said I rise to defend the Deputy President, the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, against a process that I feel, personally as my opinion, it is mob justice against the Deputy President, because he has not been given the right of reply before we went for public participation. That is what I've said.
Honorable Wamchomba.
According to the standing order here.
Honorable Wamchomba, that is neither factual nor legal, because the Deputy President is appearing before this House at 5. So be factual.
Mr. Speaker, yes. Please allow me to execute my point, then you can guide. Procedurally, Mr. Speaker, the fact sheets that were distributed in our constituencies had allegations that were read out to members of public as facts. So to me, the fact sheets that were distributed in our constituencies were fact sheets that were communicating facts. But from where I come from, Mr. Speaker, what was typed in those papers was not factual and needed to be interrogated. And I'm glad that the Deputy President is appearing in an hour's time here to come and clear the air. Mr. Speaker, before I defend and I give my submission, I request you to allow me to refer to the standing order number 91 on responsibility for statement of facts. A member shall be responsible for accuracy and facts for whatever allegations that comes and disseminates from this House. Mr. Speaker, this morning we were watching video clips on our television in this House. Those video clips that were played in this House were reported speeches
that were reported from various media houses in this country. Mr. Speaker, according to the Kenyan Constitution and the Data Protection Act, it is our duty to clarify information before we disseminate and use it for a quasi-judicial process like we are handling today. Mr. Speaker, I would want your guidance whether those media clips that were used this morning in the floor of this House by the mover of this motion, whether those media clips were qualified to be used in this process of impeachment. Mr. Speaker, my other issue is, I will be glad that the mover of this motion clarifies that the allegation around the corruption issues on procurement matters have been taken through the right areas of Auditor General so that we can have fact to discuss this afternoon. Otherwise, according to me, the allegations that have been tabled by the mover of these motions are mere mudslinging, they are hearsay, they are gossips, and they must stop. And Mr. Deputy President must continue working for this country with all the energy, with all the labor, and with all the love that he has had. And those that feel that Mr. Deputy President has been biased into Mount Kenya politics, please forgive us, but we must tell you, everybody has their home. The Deputy President comes from Mount Kenya, and every good thing starts from Jerusalem. Even Jesus had to start his good work from Jerusalem. We are the Jerusalem. We shall continue allowing the Deputy President to do the work he's been doing in Mount Kenya, even as he tries and attempts to work in other parts of this country. I have personally escorted the Deputy President in other areas outside Mount Kenya. I know Mr. Deputy President has tried. It is barely 2 years before Mr. Deputy President continues with this work. Please allow him space to work. 2 years are not sufficient. Even for the members in this House know very well. They have also not been able to do what they promised their voters during campaigns. We are all elected members here, and we know we made pledges, and 2 years are not sufficient for anybody to use that as a basis to judge anybody on the performance. I support that the Deputy President be given the opportunity to serve this country, and those that are attacking the Deputy President for working on behalf of the Mount Kenya region, they must also accept that everybody has a village where they come from, everybody has a home where they come from, and every good thing starts from Jerusalem, just like Jesus Christ did. Asanteni sana, and I refuse. The Deputy President is going nowhere. He's going to stay here to serve us. To serve us as we gave him votes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, an English saying goes that a sheep, lives its entire life afraid of the wolf, only to be slaughtered and eaten by the shepherd. To the people of Mount Kenya, you know we are farmers. You know we have tea, we have coffee, we have milk, and that is the food crops that we rely on. Mr. Speaker, I happen to be elected as a director of KTDA, where we hold small-scale tea farmers and where we do business for the farmers. Mr. Speaker, we have had a problem, a huge problem, of monies being diverted to the said hotel in Kilifi. Last year, the money that was supposed to be going to distribute fertilizer, 53 million shillings, Mr. Speaker, was diverted to go to personal use at a hotel. Mr. Speaker, as we speak here, as we stand here, the people of Mount Kenya have been burning their tea bushes and factories because we have a glut in Mombasa that has been occasioned by the influence of the Deputy Speaker who was given, by the Deputy President who was charged with the responsibility of making sure that those people who voted the government in benefit and reap from their hard work and their sweat. Mr. Speaker, they will not see the hard-earned money that was supposed to go to their pockets because the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, after being charged with the responsibility of making sure that we have guaranteed minimum returns for those farmers, he continued to go and give guaranteed minimum returns to himself and to his family, to his children, to his spouse, and to his colleagues that we have seen they share companies with. Mr. Speaker, as we stand here, we have lost our milk industry. We have lost our coffee industry. You have seen that we have cooperatives where farmers are now stuck with their coffee. Because, again, the person who was charged with the responsibility of making sure that the sheep is safe is the one who went, took a knife, and ate the same sheep. Mr. Speaker, I know there might be some tension and people from the mountain feeling like everybody has been talking about the mountain, but even the mountain people are suffering, even us, because there is someone who just hides under the pretext that he's an honest man, he's a truthful man, but he's a truthful liar, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I want to say this: the seat of the presidency is a symbol of unity in this country. And when the deputy president stands and accuses the NIS, like he did in Mombasa, we live in a community, and even the people who are in the intelligence sector live in a community. There is a community, a world community of intelligence. When you disparage such an office, such a high office that is supposed to make sure that you protect and give us protection in this country, Mr. Speaker, that to me is gross misconduct and it is impeachable. Mr. Speaker, when you go to State House and you say that you have put traps for some people not to access State House, yet they are members of this republic, yet they are people that we respect like Raila Odinga, Honorable Raila Odinga. Mr. Speaker, we say that we cannot continue like that because we had lived a very good life before this campaign started from 2022 when people say that we are going to vote not anymore along the tribal lines. But we have seen that we have someone who has been given position of power and he has decided to use it for his own personal aggrandizement. Mr. Speaker, the people who are watching the interview yesterday, they sat and asked, how is it that the people who are of age and people who have been doing business have not been able to access 600 million shillings in a bank? How many business people here have accessed 600 million shillings and what is their collateral? Mr. Speaker, you have had the deputy president lying in front of the television, saying that he has gotten this wealth from his brother, yet we know his brother has his heirs who are his sons and his widow, and those people are crying in Nyeri. The same way, people who are my members of parliament, my constituents like Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, is crying. His goats were eaten the other day in Roiro. And he's the one who sanctioned the eating of his goats. In fact, he then comes and lies to us that he has apologized to the president, to the former president, who is not in the country.
Your time is up. Ken Chonga. Ken Chonga.
Asante mstahiki Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi hii nichangie mswada huu ambao uko mbele ya bunge. Mstahiki Spika, mimi sijaokoka na nimesikia wenzangu kila wakichangia hapa wanataja sehemu fulani fulani za Biblia ambazo kwamba zinaambatana na matamshi ambayo wanataka huko yazungumza, lakini kwa kwamba kweli kuna mbinguni na kuna hera, nafikiria Rigathi Gachagua atakuwa kuni za kuchoma ambao watachomwa. Na kisa na sababu mstahiki Spika ni uongo ambao kwamba Deputy President ameujaza katika matamshi yake. Jana jioni nilichukua muda wangu mstahiki Spika kumsikiza hoja ile ambayo kwamba alikuwa anaizungumzia. Ninashukuru kunipa nafasi hii kwa sababu mmoja kati ambaye aliguswa pale ni mimi. Mimi nikiwa mbunge wa Kilifi South ama Kilifi Kusini, ile hoteli ya Gachagua pale mahali imejengwa iko eneo bunge langu mimi. Na yale aliyozungumza bwana deputy governor jana ulikuwa ni uongo mtupu. Sorry, deputy president. Kitu cha kwanza mstahiki Speaker, wakati King Charles III alipokuja ndio aende atembelee kule chini Kuruwitu alikuwa amekuja kwa mwaliko wa Kuruwitu Conservancy CBO, na wakati alipofika kwa Kuruwitu Conservancy CBO, mkutano ule haukuchukua zaidi ya dakika 30, akaenda Vipingo Ridge, ile barabara ambayo kwamba aliomba kwamba itengenezwe kwa sababu angetaka kuhifadhi Vipingo Kuruwitu Conservancy. Ile barabara haipitiki, lakini Deputy President akaona amepata nafasi nzuri sana. Ile barabara baada ya kwamba iende kwa Kuruwitu Conservancy, akachukua ile barabara akaijenga, akiipeleka kwake hotelini, imeshia pale kwa hoteli yake. Na ninaongea kwa sababu mimi pia nimejenga hapo hapo. Bwana Deputy President alisema kwamba watu waliomba hiyo barabara ijengwe, kulikuwa na public participation. Ni kweli kabisa, tuliomba ya kwamba barabara ile ijengwe, lakini kwamba ni uhusiano wake yeye na wenyeji wa Kuruwitu, kwamba ni uhusiano ambao ni mzuri, wanaelewana, na kwamba hata mbunge eneo hilo anajua. Mimi nasema ashindwe katika jina la Yesu. Siyajui hayo, sikuhusishwa kuhusu barabara ambayo alimepeleka kwa hoteli yake. Tatu, Bwana Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, Deputy President alisema ya kwamba barabara ile inafaidi watu wengi sana ambao kwamba wanaishi maeneo yale. Akataja kwamba kuna Vipingo, Shariani Secondary School. Mimi ninajua mahali Shariani Secondary School ipo, wala haifaidiki na ile barabara. Akataja kuhusu Shariani Primary School. Shariani Primary School ukitaka kuaccess unaipata kwa hiyo main highway ya kutoka njia panda ya kutoka Mtwapa kuelekea Kilifi na kuelekea Malindi. Kusema ukweli kabisa, yale yaliyokuwa nazungumza kuhusu wekezo ule ni wa uongo. Tatu, ile nyumba ambayo kwamba ilikuwa ni ndugu yake, sisi tulijua toka ilipokuwa zamani, na ukweli kama utafatwa itabainika wazi ya kwamba Bwana Deputy President aidha awe alinunua kutoka kwa ndugu yake ama awe amemwibia ndugu yake. Ni jambo la kuhuzunisha, akisema ya kwamba mali ile yote ambayo iliachwa, yeye ameachiwa percentage fulani kubwa kushinda wale watoto. Kama ukweli si uongo, basi si anasherehekea kifo cha ndugu yake. Ni nani mwenye akili zake timamu ataacha urithi au peane kwa ndugu yake, asahau watoto wake, asahau bibi zake, asahau binamu zake, hali yeye anasema kwamba yeye ni mtu uko na mali? Mimi sijawahi kumuunga mkono kwa lolote, na ninajua nyumba hii iko na hisia tofauti kulingana na masuala ya Deputy President. Wakati nilipeleka public participation Kilifi South, 95%
Give him 1 minute.
Na asante sana Mstahiki Spika. Na asije akasema ya kwamba yeye alichaguliwa na watu sijui milioni 7, na ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba sisi ambao tuko hapa kama wabunge, sisi ndio tuna represent wale watu ambao walitualika pale. Kwa hivyo siseme kwamba sisi hatuna uwezo wa kutoa amri au mamlaka ya kwamba yeye agatuliwe mamlakani. Langu ninasihi, wakati umefika. Unajua Mungu akitaka kukumaliza hukuweka kichaa. Mimi sijasema kwamba Deputy President ako na kichaa. Ninasema tu ya kwamba matamshi yake kama hata chunga yataelekeza kwamba tumshuku katika akili zake. Asante Mstahiki Spika.
Bashir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I want to make it clear that I support this special motion by Honorable Mutuse. Honorable Speaker, there are 11 counts as contained in this special motion. What these 11 counts in total summarize and talk about is gross misconduct and issues of integrity. the holder of the office of the Deputy President is not a small man. He is just a heartbeat away from the presidency. Looking at the behaviors, actions, utterances of Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua shows you that he does not befit to hold the office of the Deputy President. Honorable Speaker, time and again, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua has been talking about Murima, Murima, Murima. But one thing I want people to know is that the same Murima has people who have been elected by the same representative and who are in this house representing the people of Mount Kenya. Rigathi Gachagua is not the sole representative of Mount Kenya. They have MPs, they have women reps, they have senators, they have governors. He is supposed to represent each and every part of this country called Kenya. Unfortunately, he doesn't understand that bit. Sometimes in July, in a well-attended press conference in Mombasa, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua called for a press and attacked in bad faith the constitutional officers of the National Intelligence Services, and especially in the person of the Director General. Now look at this case. The Deputy President is a member of NSAC, the National Security Advisory Council. He sits in that council. If there are issues that he has with individuals running those institutions, the best place will have been that council. Now, you've been the Deputy President of the country. Instead of addressing matters in a perfect and constitutional manner, you address the press and taint the images of such officers, critical officers of security. That itself is quite unfortunate. Honorable Speaker, I listened to the press conference last night. One thing that perturbed me was the issue of His Excellency saying, I have gotten all these wealth from my brother. Now I'm asking myself, he doesn't have wealth of his own that he can tell the people? How come he is the one who gets more of the shares than the widows and the orphans? It's also unfortunate that the same Rigathi Gachagua was at one point a district officer in 1997. He was sacked for stealing relief food. What is relief food supposed to go to? To the vulnerable people, vulnerable community of that area. He stole the relief food. We cannot continue to entrust one Rigathi Gachagua with the office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. We call upon this House to make history for the first time under the new Constitution to say that Rigathi Gachagua does not befit to hold the office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. The President and the Deputy President are supposed to work in harmony. They are not working in harmony. The President sometimes goes out of the country.
Sorry, Ruth Odinga. Give her the mic.
Daughter, a sister, and a proud descendant of those who fought tirelessly for the freedom we hold dear. I urge us to reflect on the values upon which our great nation was built as we consider the impeachment of the Deputy President. I want to take you back to the times before independence. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga is one of the people who fought for independence. And the colonialists actually offered him to be to become the president of Kenya. He declined and left that for Jomo Kenyatta to become the president. And in 1964, Jaramogi became the first vice president of the Republic of Kenya. Exactly 2 years down the line, like the 2 years we now have with the deputy president, Jaramogi decided that due to the ideologies that he was holding, which differed from the president, he decided to step down and leave the position of vice president, not for his own good, but for the greater good of the Republic of Kenya. He actually stepped down. I would like, in my own statement, to ask the deputy president that Kenya is larger than you. Kenya is a big country that we need to protect. If I were you, Mr. Deputy President, please take the honorable route that some of your predecessors had taken, like Jaramogi, and step down from this position of presidency. Don't take Kenya through the valley of the abyss the dark abyss you want Kenya to go through. Secondly, I would like to say something. I was not one of the people who was actually wanting this impeachment of the deputy president. I felt that the deputy president's impeachment was not the main problems that we were having in Kenya, and that we had other issues. But having heard how the president spoke last night, I am completely convinced from that statement that the deputy president must go, and he must go as soon as possible. One of the reasons why I say that is that we are not here for our personal grandiose and our personal wealth. Kenya, if the deputy president is mourning because his father is going to turn in his grave because of the wealth that is being accused of, I wonder what the people like Bildad Kagia, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, and all those who fought for us to get through this, to get to where we are, through multi-party. Oginga Odinga and all went through house arrest, detention, to make sure that we get the multi-party that we are enjoying in this country, the democracy that we are enjoying. How are they feeling in their grave when now the deputy president is talking about making Kenya a company? What company are you talking about, and shareholders? When Kenya is a country that we have a sovereign country in Kenya. Mr. Deputy President, I was a bit on your side, but you have hanged yourself with your own rope. Whoever informed you to go to the TV yesterday did you a very big disservice. And for that, I support the motion.
Mbura Aburi.
Asanti Bwana Spika kunipa nafasi hii. Yangu ni kidogo sana. Nikusema ya kwamba tunataka naibu wa rais yule ambaye si mkabila. Kwa sababu nchi yetu ya Kenya ni kubwa sana kusinda mtu. Tukiongea mambo ya mlima, kule kwangu Tigania East, tuko katikati ya mlima. Lakini ukiangalia katika hii kitabu ambaye, ukiangalia haya mashtaka yaliyo katika kitabu hii, ukiangalia ile mashtaka katika kitabu hii, ile zile kampani zote ziko hapa ni za Gachagua, bibi yake na watoto wake. Hakuna Mutigania, hakuna Mwegembe, hakuna Muimenti, hakuna Mluya. That means yeye mwenyewe alikuwa anatetea tumbo yake. Ndipo mimi niko hapa kusema eti ya kwamba sisi hatupembelezani. Sisi tunasema kwamba lazima aende nyumbani kwa sababu amekataa kuangalia mambo ya wananchi wa Kenya, na Kenya ni kubwa. Ingine ni hii. Mimi nimekaa kule East Africa Community kipindi ya miaka 5. Nilikuwa na Jematia ambaye ni dada yangu. Katika kipindi ya miaka 5 sijawahi kusikia Jematia akiwa no malaya, lakini naibu wa rais alisimama akasema kwamba Jematia ni malaya. Ya kwamba mimi nikiwa Mporo Mtabori na support naibu wa rais aende nyumbani. Asante sana. Thank you.
Women Rep Busia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support with a lot of strength this motion because many times I thought I was a tenant in Kenya. And I know I was born and raised in this nation. When a leader of a national figure discriminates openly, I left myself wondering if we can keep allowing to be divided every day, and yet as leaders we must be a factor that unites all Kenyans. I want to ask the Deputy President, what message was he sending to Busians who voted for Honorable Maina in Marachi West, in Butlak sub-county? And what message was he sending to Busians who voted for Honorable Talam in Buhayo West, in Matayos, Busia County? We should be free from Mombasa to Turkana, any person of any race, any tribe, to stand and be elected without being pointed at as this one belonging to a particular region and that one not belonging to our region. Because Kenya is our country and we are here in this country to build it. If we don't join, because if you go as an individual, you are a drop in the ocean. But together as Kenyans, we are an ocean. So I want to ask again, what other thing a principal assistant is supposed to do? According to me, unless you have a shrunken hippocampus in your brain, then you go displaying what your master is doing instead of being the real assistant of even covering up. One day he says, I was sent all these things I was saying. I was sent all these things I'm saying. It's like he is wearing an oversized coat, oversized trouser, a tumbo cut vest, and oversized shoe. He does not understand his role as a principal assistant. We must unravel from the seams of our fabric in this country, because sometimes you can be wearing a dress or a trouser, but something keeps biting you. Unless you unravel or open up the seam to know what is biting you, you will continue losing blood and become anemic. So people of any nation are stronger than the people in power. All leaders in this nation must be responsible of the utterances they puke every day, because what will our future leaders be saying? I am, or who is our role model? Who is their role model? All of us must be responsible not to give hate speech anywhere we go. And I don't think there is a tribe in Kenya that is superior than others. Whether you come from Eastern in Garissa or you come from Siamahanga village where I live, you are equal. Article 27, Section 4 is clear about this, that we should not discriminate. When I hear a widow in Mount Kenya being tortured, being snatched property by the deputy president, whether she is Kikuyu and she's a widow, she is representing all the widows in Kenya. So Gachagua, return the matrimonial property, the bank accounts, everything that you took from that widow in Nyeri. Because I was raised by a widow and I know what happens when such things happen. A widow should be given their rights, whether you have all the muscle in the nation. And thirdly, a leader who does not respect women, that one is not a leader. Calling women prostitutes. So when a woman is being a prostitute, who is the other prostitute? Then he must be the one. Because if you call me a prostitute, was I doing myself? There must be somebody in a trouser too. And we do not want to be discriminated. We have been dating, marriage, we marry Kikuyu, Luya, Teso, Kamba. That should continue happening than us growing up or children fearing to marry from Mount Kenya or fearing to marry from Nyanza. That is wrong. So Deputy President must go home. We really want him to
Yes.
Just take a rest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Muya, what's your point of order?
Speaker, I'm standing on standing order number 91 on matters of facts and substantiating what the member is speaking of. The issue of Malaya have been adversely mentioned in this House. Have you as the Speaker received anything to substantiate? Honorable Speaker, it is on record that the Deputy Speaker, the Deputy President has been closing the whole country, campaigning for the same women, especially in Mount Kenya where he was assigned. So it is unfair that members can continue repeating, you cannot substantiate, and there is no evidence. We should
You've
have
made your
evidence.
point. Honorable members, order. Take your seat. Honorable members, I want, with your concurrence, to reduce the time of the speakers to 2 minutes. Is that agreed? Is that agreed? For the purpose of the record, I'll put the question that we reduce time for speakers from 5 minutes to 2 minutes. As many as of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Didymus, 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear that I support this impeachment motion. I say so because Kenya, we have more than 42 tribes. And it was never our permission to decide which tribe you belong to, Honorable Speaker. And we want every part of our country to feel part and parcel or properly represented by our Deputy President. The continued dividing of our country in shares, Honorable Speaker, in terms of how many votes that a particular area voted for the government, Mr. Speaker, it is making parts of this country feel like they're not part of this country. I think, in a nutshell, Honorable Speaker, because of time, I want to summarize what I want to say by saying that Kenya as a country, the position of the Deputy President, it requires a patriot. It requires an individual whom, when he speaks, the country listens with optimism. It doesn't require an individual who, when he opens his mouth, part of this country begins to bleed. This country doesn't require a villager in the name of the Deputy President. It requires a patriot, a statesman. And this House, Mr. Speaker, we will go down in the history of this country because the war against tribalism, the war against segregating this country along shareholding lines, it's a war that we have come a long way, Honorable Speaker. It's a war that we vowed that we must win it in installments, and today we are paying the last installment. Regarding Gachagua must go home, not by walking, but by running, Honorable Speaker. I support.
Member for Wajir West. Please here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First, I rise, Mr. Speaker, reluctantly but firmly in support of all the articles of this motion. Mr. Speaker, I say reluctantly because of the following reasons. Normally, Mr. Speaker, as a Muslim leader, I don't rush to support this grave matter like this to remove the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya from office after just 2 years of election. But because of the conduct, the behavior of the Deputy President of this country, Mr. Speaker, I have no option but to support this motion. Mr. Speaker, I am a witness who went to the office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya to request for assistance during the drought season, to request for relief food for the people of Wajir West. But the utterances of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya was shocking, Mr. Speaker. He told me, Mr. Speaker, and I want to confirm to this House, that the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya told me you have more than your share. It was shocking. I was dejected, hopeless, and left
the office in protest, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I cannot allow to sit in this office to support somebody who demeaned, who disrespected and discriminated against the people I represent in this House. Mr. Speaker, today, as we speak, it's a historic day. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, for unity of this House, of the country.
Your time is up. Your time is up. Member for Tetu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You have 2
Mr.
minutes.
Speaker, from the onset, I rise to oppose this motion, to this special motion on removal from office by impeachment of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, when a man is down in the spirit of Ubuntu, it is not good to crush him. On Sunday, the Deputy President at the National Prayer Altar stood and apologized profusely to his boss, to fellow Kenyans, and indeed to all the members of this House. Mr. Speaker, I feel that our party, UDA, on which the Deputy President was elected, has internal disciplinary mechanisms which have not been exhausted so as to bring this matter to this House. I also feel that in the spirit of us finishing the agenda that we promised Kenyan, this matter can wait to 2027 so that we can focus on service delivery to our people. Mr. Speaker, I will personally request the members of this House to find it in their heart to forgive the Deputy President. And I will personally.
Mr. Speaker, you have had honorable member telling this House that in UDA they had not exhausted their disciplinary mechanism. Why did he then decide to sign on the motion? Why did he sign?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The matter of...
Wandeto, finish up.
I did not finish.
Is not exhausted. Go on, you have half a minute.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the matter of my signing, you talked about it, and the matter is rested. Wanjara can come to your office for further explanation. Mr. Speaker, I personally would like to volunteer to lead other leaders in this country, elders, bishops, to ensure that we sit down with the Deputy President so that if there are any issues that he needs to correct, if there are any issues that he needs to align, he can align so that himself can continue serving the people of this country. He has some good in himself, and that good needs to be preserved so that he can finish his work. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose. Thank you.
Umi. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion of impeachment because of many reasons. Mr. Speaker, as a young person and as a representative of the House for the Youth, I wonder how many young people of this country can walk into a bank and access a loan of 600 million shillings without any guarantees of any sort. Mr. Speaker, this is a representation of impunity. The Deputy President stood before the media yesterday as a national leader to defend his children. I respect that he stood to defend his children, but how many children of this country has he given a chance for them to access the same benefits? Myself included, I cannot access a loan of that amount of money. Mr. Speaker, this impeachment motion is not just an impeachment because of difference of ideology, but it will be a symbol of democracy for our country, that people who abuse their powers can go home, regardless of whatever position they hold. Mr. Speaker, I come from Garissa County. We lost residents from my county at an accident as they were accessing to cross a river because of the flood scandal. Mr. Speaker, out of the 10 billion shillings that he had under his pocket, he only gave us 48 million shillings and disappeared and never showed up again. Mr. Speaker, what can 48 million shillings do for people who are suffering? Mr. Speaker, he did not even step in Wajir and Mandera. This is a deputy president of the whole country. I support the impeachment. He must go home and create a room for other people to get that position. Maybe it's time for other regions to be deputies so that we can get the same benefits. Mr. Speaker, I can even do a good job myself. Mr. Speaker.
Your time is up, Jen Kagiri. If you read the Constitution, you'll know that you don't qualify to be a deputy president at your age. Jen Kagiri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this motion. Honorable Speaker, when I was elected in the year 2022, in the month of August, I was a very grateful person to God, and I knew my work was to serve the people of Laikipia County. A county that is cosmopolitan, that has Pokots, that has Turkanas, that has Maasais, that has Samburus, that has the Muslims, it has the Somalis, and all these people, inclusive of the Kikuyus, came together and gave me their votes. That is what comprises of Laikipia County. Honorable Speaker, the point at which I differed with His Excellency the Deputy President is when he started talking about Mlima. I realized Laikipia County is not Mlima after all, because Mlima, people have running water from taps. In Mlima, people have tarmac roads. In Mlima, people don't suffer human-wildlife conflicts. But in Laikipia County, we have all those challenges. So, Honorable Speaker, that was the first point where we differed. The second point, Your Honorable Speaker, is when there was the talk of 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote. In Laikipia County, we are among the counties that have the least population. When you talk of 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote, it means you're talking of reduction on resources for my people. That one I would not accept. Honorable Speaker, I remain a Kikuyu. But sadly, since our difference in opinion with His Excellency the Deputy President, I have been the poster girl of his intimidation, of his insults, of his blackmail, of his coercion, telling me that I should not engage the national government, that I should not follow up for resources for my people. Honorable Speaker, once in a while, a generation is called upon to stand for something. Today, I stand for an end to insult, a respect to the dignity of leaders, a respect to my people, Honorable Speaker.
Give her a minute. Give her, okay, wind up.
Honorable Speaker, in my conclusion, I must state, many people have called us traitors, have assumed money has been received for this action. But Honorable Speaker, I want to make it very clear. I need no money for the restoration of dignity in this house. I need no money for the restoration of respect to women in this house. I need no money for resources to reach my people of Laikipia County. Honorable Speaker, I submit and I support. Thank you.
Oundo.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, my attention is drawn to Article 125 of the Constitution. And Article 125 of the Constitution makes reference to the effect that any matter before that the Parliament has got the same powers as High Court. Out of that, Honorable Speaker, then I'm left to look at the evidence presented by my good friend Honorable Mutuse and wonder, does it really meet the threshold of any form of evidence as required at the High Court? Honorable Speaker, I have looked at the various options or breaches that constitute impeachment: gross violation, crime, gross misconduct, and so many other things, Honorable Speaker. I'm at pain, Honorable Speaker, going through this to find anything that has been proved beyond reasonable doubt to move this House, Honorable Speaker, to take such a drastic action. Considering, Honorable Speaker, these are people elected under Article 148, and the framers of the new Constitution, Honorable Speaker, deliberately inserted Article 148 to avoid the kind of abuse that had been there in the past. Honorable Speaker, if we get to this level, Honorable Speaker, if we get to this level, everybody will be left wondering, what is the role of Parliament in protecting the Constitution? Honorable Speaker, and I want to rephrase Luke 23, verse 4. I find no case against this.
Ruku. He didn't ask for it. Ruku. He didn't ask for any addition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from onset, I rise to support this motion. Mr. Speaker, when I'm standing here, I'm thinking about the children of the most remote places in the Republic of Kenya. I'm thinking about the children in the remote places in Turkana, in Mandera, in Bere, very remote places, Mr. Speaker. It reminds me on Article 10 of our Constitution, which talks about the national values and principles of governance. And one of the principles which is enshrined in our Constitution, Mr. Speaker, is protection of the marginalized. We have seen the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, who in many occasions has forgotten that he represents even the most marginalized places, corners of our country. That the numbers of these small communities in the Republic, they have the right, just like any other big community in our Republic. We have seen the smirk, the arrogance, the contempt which the Deputy President of the Republic has to the minority groups in the Republic of Kenya. And coming from a marginalized community, a community which has been marginalized from 1963, Mr. Speaker, I want to state here and now that it's high time we sanitize the office of the Deputy President. Mr. Speaker, last week on Sunday, I was in...
Your time is up.
In Narok.
Your time is up. Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also stand to support the motion by my good brother, the Honorable Mutuse, in impeaching the person of the Deputy President of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, under unwarranted discrimination, in contravention of Article 27, Part 3 and 4 of the Constitution, the Deputy President has in so many occasions expressed that he only considers people he considers shareholders. Honorable Speaker, on the two occasions that the Deputy President came to Gusiland, on the first occasion while addressing leaders, he told us that the reason why, as Kisis, we should not demand for more things from the government is because we always vote for Mutu wa kitendawili, to quote him. On the second occasion, the Honorable Deputy President told us that siku hizi wa Kisii tumejaa jela kushinda wa Kikuyu. I'm wondering, Honorable Speaker, when did he do the statistics to note that sisi kama wa Kisii, we are the most criminals in this country? And Honorable Speaker, as I finish, I just want to remind the Deputy President. Yesterday, he spent a lot of time reminding us that he is an orphan. And yet he forgot that there is one orphan that the Deputy President kept saying that he has put for him Mitego in State House. The Honorable Deputy President forgets that even the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga is an orphan. Why did he forget that he was putting for him Mitego? I just want to tell the Deputy President that because of the utterances that you make against people of Kenya, you must go, and you will go home. I thank you.
Malolo Injendi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I arise to support this motion strongly. Mr. Speaker, this country has once suffered tribal clashes. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy President has been always talking about Central Kenya, Mlima, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, whipping up the tribal feelings. Mr. Speaker, if we allow the Deputy President to continue holding that particular position in the country, Mr. Speaker, what will happen in this country is that most of these other tribes will feel domination of this particular community, will feel intimidation by this community, and they will rise up, gang up against the community of Central Kenya, not because they are liking it, but because of his sentiments and because of what he speaks. Mr. Speaker, this person has been in office for 2 years, but he appears not to have had the conscience to know the kind of office he's holding, and that's why he speaks the way he speaks of regions. Mr. Speaker, I wonder how.
Order, honorable members, order.
I wonder how a person holding that kind of office can keep on talking of Kuweka Miteko State House for people who did not vote for this government, not to enter, not to access. Mr. Speaker, because of Kuweka Miteko, kila mahali kwa kona State House has affected some of us when he was still very active in State House, blocking us from accessing State House. Mr. Speaker, the whole issue of shares, I want to tell people from Western Kenya, we are suffering from this because of his input and insisting, embarrassing the president. When he wants to help persons from West Kenya, he says those people don't deserve to have the share they're having in the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Robert Mbui. Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Being in leadership, I'll give you 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I've noticed, listening to the arguments that have been passed here this afternoon, and also earlier in the morning, I've noticed that it's getting a little personal, and I'm feeling a little jittery, because I know the subject matter is a person who is a family man with a wife and children, and friends and relatives, and they're all listening. So I think maybe I will start by reading the Bible so that we can bring down the temperatures. Ephesians chapter 4, verse 32 says, "Be kind, compassionate, and forgiving to each other in the same way God forgave you in Christ." Now, verse 31, Mr. Speaker, says, "Put aside all bitterness." Mr. Speaker, as a member of Azimio la Umoja One Kenya, I didn't believe in the leadership of Kenya Kwanza. I opposed it from the beginning. Mr. Speaker, I am vindicated now because I can tell the people of Kathiani that I said that this government is rudderless, is leaderless, is planless. And Mr. Speaker, is also merciless, because within a very short time, the center can no longer hold. Mr. Speaker, former Senator, now Governor James Orengo, famously said in Senate that governments eat their own people. Former leader of majority of the National Assembly, Duale, was eaten by his government. Today is a CS. Former Deputy Speaker of the Senate, Kithure Kindiki, was eaten by his government. Now he's also a CS. Former Chair of Budget of this National Assembly was eaten by his government. Today is the majority leader. I don't know. We are now eating Rigiji. Where will he end up? Mr. Speaker, I have an issue of concern, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, is the Deputy Leader of Minority to assert that I was eaten by my own government, Honorable Speaker, whereas he knows I was never eaten by any government. I only stood firm against tyranny. I stood firm against the bullying that I experienced under that regime. The same bullying I have stood firm against a Deputy President today who has been bullying members of Parliament. And I have only put my chest forward to defend the rights of all these members, including the Honorable Robert Mbui, who was Honorable Speaker, when the Deputy President visited Kathiani,